I was going to wait for more people to come on, but why not? Welcome to Normal America Show, your host, robnoerr. Got a show lined up for you tonight. We'll be talking to Econoboi here in like 15 minutes. I don't know about what. I assume the economy. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, you know, pulling fire alarms. It's truly, and I'm sure I'll talk about this in my live stream more tomorrow night. It is absolutely magnificent. It really is. It was, you know, I live in this sort of paradoxical life where on one hand, I do the streaming. It's what I do for entertainment. It's horribly depressing. My side loses over and 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 over again. And you never quite hit rock bottom. You've never lost. It's never there. You know, Republicans, you know, put a temporary budget out there, giving the Democrats everything they wanted, except Ukraine funding, which will come in a day or two. We did it. We showed them. On the other hand, I got a really great family life. But, you know, in general, I keep good-spirited because, you know, I think I have a good sense of priorities. And, you know, we could talk at greater length where I think the direction the country's going. But, you know, I'm happy. If it ended for me today, I could look myself in the mirror. I can. Certainly there are things I'm ashamed of that I've done or that I regret. But overall, I think I was a good person. And I think I tried to do what was right. Having said that, things look bleak. They look bleak here for the future, politically. But we'll see. Nothing's ever over. But as you're in the midst of possible World War III occurring here, apparently Britain's sending troops now to Ukraine. Yeah. Closer to World War III than any time we've been since the Cold War. People struggling economically while we're told everything's great, Bidenomics. Canada, did I read this right in Canada? Now, by November, every social media site, an account will have to register with the Canadian government. So basically the Canadian government will decide what you're allowed to see or not. That's coming. That'll be coming to the United States as well. We'll just be a couple years behind that. The border crisis, crime, all of this stuff. And we're not going to win in 2024. This is not going to happen. You can't help, though, but have a little bit of gallows humor when you see how despite all of that, all the victories that the people stacked up to me. I mean, imagine, like, truly my side is like a jobber in wrestling. Just defeat after defeat after defeat after defeat after defeat after defeat. And yet still, when the establishment and those that cheer for it and root for it, when they have the slightest, littlest, meaningless loss, they can't handle it. They can't. And they reveal themselves to you, stripping all dignity away from themselves. They have no integrity. None. And they reveal themselves. This Jamal Bowman situation is a litmus test for those who have commented that on the left particularly, but that have defended this establishment. They can't help but be bad faith. They can't help but show you how partisan sack of shit they are. Absolute, complete, and total hacks. They can't help it. For those that don't know, Jamal Bowman, what had happened was, and by the way, here's the funny part. I actually support the Democrats in the overarching criticism that they had. Here's what happened. Kevin McCarthy finally gets the House to approve some sort of, resolution to fund the economy for 45 days, right? That him and his office have wrote out, and there's going to be enough support that if they get the Democrats on board, it'll be able to pass, and then they'll send it to the Senate. So he puts it out there, yesterday. He puts it out there. And the Democrats' complaint which this is a reasonable complaint. I have to be fair, is they need time to read it. They do. Now, I've complained about this. It's one of the only times I've agreed with AOC in the past when she was talking about these thousands of pages stimulus bills and funding bills and blah, 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 blah. And they get like an hour to read it. It's bullshit. And you have to understand, the devil's in the details in these things. So it's not just, it's very like if you go through them with a fine-tooth comb, you're like, wait a minute, what's that? Where's this money going? What's this language mean? So I sympathize with Democrats who are like, well, is this some sort of trick? Are we going to hurry up and pass this to send it to the Senate? And then we realize, oh, there are a couple things in there we didn't like. So they're like stalling. They're using all of these stalling tactics, which each individual tactic, say what you want about it. I'm not really, not really that interested in it. The overarching theme of, yeah, I think absolutely, I don't give a shit if you're a Republican or Democrat. You should read the bills before you vote for them. Oh, I don't know about that, conservative carnage. He won't debate me one-on-one. So in the midst of this, Jamal Bowman, who, is unhinged anyways, if you saw the video of him earlier in the year screaming at Thomas Massie, Jamal Bowman, no one's above the law, says Jamal Bowman, and him, like all the Democrats, think that Donald Trump and the January 6ers, no one's above the law. And, we know how serious obstructing an official proceeding is. We know that carries a penalty of up to 20 years in prison. We know that there were people on January 6th that were only charged with that didn't commit acts of violence or anything, but they were charged with obstructing an official proceeding, and they spent months in solitary and oftentimes received prison sentences or huge fines, probations, and their lives were ruined. They were insurrectionists. So what Jamal Bowman did was he yanked the fire alarm. That's what he did. Now let's cut and dry. Here's the facts as we know. Him and the Democrats wanted the vote delayed. He pulled a fire alarm. Yeah, Tiberius sucks. Tiberius seems like a nice kid. Don't get me wrong. I wish him well. But Tiberius is someone who cheered for lockdowns and all the mandates and shit like that. And no apology whatsoever. So, what's up, Randy US? Immediately, the narrative class goes into spin mode. Oh, well, what happened? Jamal Bowman puts out a statement. It's like, I was trying to rush to the vote and I didn't realize that the fire alarm would go off. I just pushed the door. He pulled an alarm. It looks like the fire alarm you would see in schools. He pulled the alarm. There's pictures of it. It's on camera. He did it. He pulled the alarm. He didn't think pulling the alarm would open the door. And yet, the media class, the Democrat defenders, they're like, yeah, that's what happened. Makes sense. Ah, shucks. Sometimes that happens. It's laughable. It is absolutely laughable. And there they are. That's the official narrative. That's the narrative they're going with. Because they can't say, yeah, that's stupid. Because if they admit he pulled the fire alarm to delay the proceeding, then he's literally guilty of what many, many people on January 6th was. Same thing. With all the severity that comes with it. Now, the truth is, they know that most of the January 6th stuff is bullshit. They know it. People that engaged in acts of violence, that's one thing. The idea that this was a serious attempt at an insurrection or obstructing official proceedings is such a big deal is bullshit. They knew it was bullshit when they did it with Kavanaugh. They knew it was bullshit with what happened May 30th, 31st, 2020. They know it's bullshit, but they've rested. That is a seminal moment in the establishment. That moment, January 6th, is used to justify censorship, mass authoritarianism, mass surveillance state, mass police force to go after their political opponents. So they can't admit that someone on their side, a congressperson, is guilty of similar charges. They can't do it. So they have to feign ignorance. Oh, well, yeah, but he thought that pulling the alarm would open the door. Or there's the people that are trying to be just a little more clever, but are probably even worse hacks. Those that realize that's not going to pass the sniff test. The average person's like, get the fuck out of here. You're literally going to try to explain to me he thought pulling a fire alarm opened the door? And then instead of going and saying, my bad, I pulled the fire alarm, he runs back and doesn't talk to any of the authorities? So they're like, okay, we can't say that. So you got people like Pisco. Yeah, that sounds really dumb. I'm not buying that, he says. Reasonable guy. Okay, Pisco's like, yeah. So, good on Pisco, right? Oh, no. Because Pisco's like, it doesn't make sense that, of course he knew that was opening the door, but it also wouldn't make any sense that he was trying to delay a proceeding. It wouldn't make sense. That can't be the case. So we don't know. We'll never know. I guess he's just stupid. Maybe he gets a small fine or something, because pulling the fire alarm when you're not supposed to is bad, but no evidence he delayed an official proceeding. That's what was good. No evidence of that. No. We don't know why he did it. It is equally unlikely that he thought that pulling the fire alarm opened the door as it is that it was an attempt to delay a proceeding. Equally unlikely. Imagine selling your personal integrity. And for what? There he is. There's Pisco. There he is, everyone. The greatest example of hackery you've seen since perhaps Martha's Vineyard didn't have the resources to house those handful of illegals for more than 48 hours. No, we couldn't have pulled it to delay. We just don't know. Nothing makes sense. Oh, it doesn't make sense. This is the guy that'll sit there when parse through. Oh yeah, when Joe Biden issued that quid pro quo and his son was getting money, and when when they had illegal FISA warrants against Trump, and when they gave immunity everyone to Hillary. No, there's no evidence of double standard. You literally can have a guy pulling a fucking fire drill on camera while they're attempting to delay a vote, and he's like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. And he'll try to cope through it. And he's in a little bubble with his left-wing buddies that'll be like, Pisco's, he's making sense. Pisco's being fair and balanced. He couldn't pull that to delay the vote. That wouldn't make any sense. We just don't know. Pisco says. It couldn't have been that it was to open the door, and it also couldn't have been that it was to delay a vote. We just don't know. We don't know. He didn't officially try to obstruct an official proceeding, though. That's the one thing Pisco's certain of. He knows that. Every time I ever talk to Pisco from now on, I am literally going to spend the first quarter of our discussion time, at least 20 minutes, bringing this incident up. Every single time. He should never leave it down. This and the Martha's Vineyard thing. Never, ever, ever let him live it down. He is beyond hope a fucking ridiculous partisan hack. Absolute hack. Now, let's see if Econoboi is ready to talk. Sorry, just getting this ready. This call with Econoboi. I would like to get it trimmed here soon. What's going on in here? About to talk to Econoboi. I think Econoboi is... He's definitely a Democrat. I don't think he's a full-on socialist. But I would say he's like probably sock dem would be my guess. I don't know how he would identify himself, though. Not drinking, talking. Mm-hmm. But what I love is, it is interesting. Imagine if you've sold out your integrity like someone like Pisco. It's just, I used to do this in debate class. So when I was in debate in college, you would also take classes at the university. And my coach happened to be also a professor. And you would see, sometimes he'd be like, Rob, go in and just defend an indefensible position. Right? So like, would just go in and, say something like, I'm trying to think of some of the things I argued. It was always usually directed towards like campus. I would argue like, I don't think there should be allowed to be any alcohol in this town, in this college town. And because no one ever paid attention in class, then that would get people fired up. And I knew that's a horseshit argument, but I would defend it. That's what Pisco's doing here now. He's such a hack. He just wants to come on and be like, let me give you, wait, hear me out. He pulled the alarm, but it wasn't in the right building. And so to pull that alarm, it wouldn't necessarily have stopped. And so therefore it couldn't have been to obstruct an official. He knows it's horseshit. He knows it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Everyone. But he wants to try to go ahead and spin this story, right? So that him and his, because he realizes something that most of the ridiculous people on the left don't. That as long as you say something, then you could be like, well, that's a defense. That's what he realizes. I can track your opinion. I know exactly what your opinion is. Your opinion is dog shit. You think it is equally unlikely that he thought the alarm opened the door as it is that this was to delay a proceeding. It is a dog shit opinion. Mm-hmm. Oh, Econoboi, now you're late. There we go. Hey, you there? Okay, let me check I gotta make sure I got the right mic on in Discord. Yeah. Just give me a sec. I can set it up. Let me just pull the fire alarm here. That'll turn my camera on. You're still incognito. You're not using a camera. Are you like some, do you watch wrestling? Did you ever watch wrestling growing up? Or you're like a luchador with like the mask? Like the anonymity is your power? That was a big thing back in the day when I used to watch wrestling in the 90s, where they would have the matches where, like Rey Mysterio loses his mask if he loses this match. They always made it out to be this big thing. But then you saw his real face like 500 times, so I don't know what the difference was. I always forget to turn there. Thank you, audience. I didn't have your audio on. Yeah, one of the things I know we're going to talk about other stuff, but I kind of wonder, I was thinking about this today. There was this big push, especially back in the 70s and the 80s, where no one was supposed to know that wrestling was like predetermined. And then obviously Vince McMahon kind of gives that up in the 90s. But what if he didn't? How would that play in today's world? Like with mixed martial arts and like UFC out there, are there people that could possibly believe that like, Hulk Hogan dropping a leg drop on someone's real, just like the UFC heavyweight title, watching some guy get his arm broke? Like the jig would have been up at this point, right?
I don't know. I mean, you say that, to be fair, I think a lot of MMA fighters will actually adopt like wrestling style personas. I mean, obviously the best example of this is it's not obvious, but if you're a fan of the sport, like the best example of this is Chael Sonnen, where he would literally tell you like, oh, I was absolutely inspired by wrestling to be like a good promoter of my fights, but obviously my personality is just like it's just a wrestling personality. However, that didn't stop millions of Brazilians from hating Chael Sonnen and like wanting to kill him, and so
certainly wrestling's permeated many things, including politics, the showmanship and sort of the character work and all of that. But just in the athletic spectrum of it, like I don't know how you could watch like a WWE match and then watch a UFC fight and be like, oh, these are both grown adults trying to beat each other senseless. Like it's quite clear, like, oh yeah, this WWE stuff. That's not
one
how
of those things that I think
it's
definitely clear to you and me. But I mean, personally, I've definitely met adults who said like, oh yeah, like how do I put this? I met an adult who once said, oh yeah, I know how to fight. I know wrestling, and they weren't talking about Olympic like actual wrestling. They were saying, oh no, I know how to fight. I know like WWE wrestling. And I was like, dude, are you like something like it's crazy that you believe that that's real. But there are some people, there's the marks, right, who believe that it's real no matter how obvious it's not really real, right?
Yeah, so. It's crazy. I still when I'm driving around in the car, I watch this guy's show, Reliving the War, and it's like just watching like 96, 97 wrestling, so I still like it. But anyways, I assume that you had something specific you wanted to talk about. I hope I didn't guess that it was wrestling, and I just happened to be talking about exactly what you were calling in to talk about.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it before in your chat. I don't know, this was like a few weeks ago, so I'm sure it's hard to remember. But basically, I've always had this intuition, and I think that it's not really an intuition. I've always had this feeling that is justified when you look at the different locations that have this structure, that there's a pretty decent conservative argument for what I'm going to call a sovereign wealth fund, and we can explain what that is, a little bit later. But basically, that essentially there are some political arguments, there's some like political structures and economic structures that we can advocate for from both a liberal and a conservative perspective, or like from even like a socialist or like even like a right-wing populist perspective. And it's not necessarily the horseshoe theory or anything like this. It's just that it seems like when you compare groups of like even socialists and right-wing populists, like there are some things they agree on, right? And so it's just a question of, is a sovereign wealth fund something that you could actually get a big tent of people in America to support? I think the answer is yes. It kind of probably honestly just depends on who's advocating for it at any given time, but you could get either groups of people on board with something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to explain to me what the sovereign wealth fund is, which I know you'll get to. But in general, what you're saying is an argument that I actually use in my life a lot. I do home health care for people with developmental disabilities. It's hard. I would say that probably 90% of the people in positions of authority in this line of work, so your CEOs, your CFOs, the people at the top level, are probably Democrats. They're left-wing. Healthcare work tends to bring in people that predominantly lean left-wing, at least in the level that I'm doing it, and with these companies. And I've explained to my office, because we're in Pennsylvania here, that because they're always trying to fight for more funding, that they should leave me talk to Republicans, because I could make a case for increased funding for mental health services, particularly like what we do. That's different priorities, but I think a conservative would agree with. For example, there's a lot of talk of crime, of people with mental issues committing crime and things like that. Well, if we had more funding for facilities like we have, I think that puts people in a better position where there's more of an understanding in the community and there's less direct interaction with like police and things like that. And so then it may end up saving money in the long haul with like where you would have to either have someone in like a psych center type environment where they're basically, jailed, or in a jail. So, yeah, I think it is an interesting strategy that no matter what, if you're advocating for a position, even if you suspect that the other side might not agree with that position, to find ways not to change what you believe, but to speak about it in a way that the other side will find interesting.
Well, in politics, like in organizing, I think people will say like code switching, which sometimes is a negative connotation depending on what you're talking about, but it's just sort of a natural political strategy that, of course, you're going to change the rhetoric of what you're talking about, even if you're talking about the same thing, depending on who you're talking to. So, like, a good example historically is, I can't remember a guy, but there was essentially like a guy who was the main prohibition dude who wanted to enact prohibition, and he would go to like black Southern communities in like the 1900s and say, "Oh, alcohol is poisoning your brains, and like that's you're not setting yourself up to fight against white supremacy, and this like if you're getting drunk all the time, right? And so that's why alcohol is bad. Look how it's killing your communities." Right? He would go to like white women in suburban areas and say like, "Oh, alcohol is bad. That's why your husband's beating you all the time. It's because they're fucking drunk and they're and he would have like a different reason why like every single demographic should be in favor of prohibition. And especially back then when you didn't have like the internet, you couldn't look up, "Oh, this guy's talking about prohibition. Look how he's clearly just completely changing his argument." So that's a little bit similar and different. I think with a sovereign wealth fund, the reason I say you could argue from it from like a conservative or a socialist perspective, or just like a center left or center right perspective, is that there's just a lot of like ideological paths that could get you there. So what is a sovereign wealth fund? So a sovereign wealth fund is more or less just an investment fund that is publicly managed. So you can imagine like BlackRock is an investment fund, but people buy equity in BlackRock, and BlackRock works for investors in BlackRock and tries to get returns to people who invest in BlackRock, right? But the thing that they do is manage investments as like a value-added, source of return. And a sovereign wealth fund is just basically the same thing, but take away shareholders in terms of who BlackRock works for and make it like the people broadly, right? And there's thousands of examples of essentially publicly managed investment funds, right? So the New York State, let's say like the New York Firefighters Pension Fund is an example of a sovereign wealth fund, but it's for a specific purpose. Obviously, the returns to that wealth fund go into the pension system to support firefighters, right? But it's a city investment managed pension fund, right? Mm-hmm. Pretty much every university, private or public, has an endowment. Endowments for public universities are literally just publicly managed investment funds. Hey, we've got $1 billion of an endowment. We're going to take 4% of that every year, $40 million, and that's going to help fund our operations as a public school. A lot of nonprofits will have this structure as well. Now, the difference between like what most people mean when they say sovereign wealth fund and like a locally managed pension fund is just kind of the scale of it and perhaps the nature of it. So, for instance, Alaska has what I would call by any definition a sovereign wealth fund, which is essentially where they take oil revenues. So they establish the principle that, hey, all like oil and gas cultivation, the public gets a piece of that because it's public, it's to some degree like publicly owned, let's say. Mm-hmm. It's not publicly operated, but the returns to it are owed to the people for some reason or another. They take that money and they put it into an investment fund. So instead of just taking that money and funding government operations, they say, hey, we should invest this money not only for ourselves, but for future generations, because oil is not always going to be around. And so we'd rather have a $10 trillion like sovereign wealth fund based on oil revenues when oil goes away versus just having nothing at all, right? And so we take that money and we just distribute it to people in the form of a check. So Alaskans have pretty much every year since I think like the late 70s or something like this, which was when the fund was established, received an actual check from their government, which is just based off of the investment fund that is managed by the state, but gets its money, like its input money, from oil revenues. So I think that last year, I want to say Alaskans received, I think it was like $3,500, $4,000. This was per adult. So if you are like a family of two in Alaska, you're going to get, let's say, $8,000 in the form of a one-time check. Of course, you can make the check monthly or weekly or whatever it is. Alaska just does an annual check that everyone gets. And so that's kind of the fundamental selling point of a sovereign wealth fund.
Let me pause you.
For it.
Let's use Alaska as an example. So you say the input comes from oil revenues. So like a tax, like a gas tax?
Yeah, so the way that Alaska essentially established its initial funding for the fund, and like one of the regular cash inflows of the fund is essentially a royalty that they charge on the cultivation of oil and gas. Now you're not double taxed. So for instance, if you're an oil company in Alaska and you are drilling for oil, for instance, you can deduct the amount that you owe to the sovereign wealth fund from the amount that you owe from the sovereign wealth fund. You can deduct your property taxes and your state and federal taxes as well. Because obviously we don't want you to pay because the actual rate is 25%. So if you sell $100 worth of oil, you're going to pay 25 of that to the Alaskan state, and they're going to put it in the sovereign wealth fund. But again, they don't want you to get double taxed. So if you're paying corporate tax on your profit, property tax, you can deduct the taxes that you owe from this, which is just a royalty on the sales that you have, essentially.
So it's not, I go to the pump and there's like here in Pennsylvania, we have one of the highest state taxes on gas. It's not that. It's not that when I go, it would be $2 a gallon, but there's this 3% tax. So now, I'm going to be paying $2.30 or $2.03, and then that money's going. This is just directly coming from the people that are the direct producers of the oil.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of reasons why essentially natural resource revenue is like a really good pool of money to take from to fund this. One of the reasons is, like you said, you can't really pass it through as effectively as like a gas tax, where like pretty much every dollar of a gas tax is just regular people paying that. But obviously in theory, you could fund an investment fund with whatever revenue you could think of. I mean, you could put income tax money into it. You could establish a sales tax and put money into it. It's just that normally sovereign wealth funds are funded by some like structural economic advantage. So a lot of times it's natural resource wealth. But take Singapore. Singapore has a gigantic sovereign wealth fund, but they don't have basically any natural resource wealth. They're just a small little sort of city-state, essentially. But because they're such a powerhouse in terms of trade, they have a huge amount of foreign currency reserves, and those reserves are just sitting there to facilitate trade. So what they do is they take that money that's just sitting there, and they invest it into various public equities and fixed income and bonds and things like this, and then they take that return to fund. They actually use it to fund general like government operation, all the public services they offer and things like this. But obviously you could just give a check to people as well. But that's all to say that Alaska uses resource wealth, but you could use really any number of ways to fund a sovereign wealth fund, just whatever your preference is.
I don't know how this is different than most of what our taxation on the federal level is. Like, it's not the consumer. Okay, so I understand how it's not the same as consumer tax or something like that. But you're basically just saying, like, we'll take something, in this case, energy production, and the producers of that will say, okay, you have to pay a royalty, which is in effect a tax. You have to pay a tax on that. Yeah, and then we'll take that and we'll manage that money and then we'll divvy it out to the people. How isn't that the status quo?
Well, it's a matter of what you're doing with the tax revenue and the long-term implications of where that revenue is going. So, for instance, if we compare and contrast Venezuela to Norway. Now, both of these countries are undoubtedly extremely oil-rich, right? They have a lot of oil, and obviously that's a very lucrative thing a lot of the times for, a state to have a large, big giant reserves of oil and gas, right, that you can drill from. Now, the difference in these two countries is obviously how they manage the revenues. Venezuela, they'll drill oil, sell it, and then just take that oil and immediately put it into like the administration of the government, welfare benefits, things like that, like whatever it might be. Sorry, I just answered a question my wife was asking real quick. And so they'll take that money, essentially in one hand right into another, right? Whereas Norway, what they've done over the last, they established their fund in the early 90s. So for the last, 30 some odd years, they've taken the profits and royalties associated with oil and gas exploration, essentially the same profits and royalties that Venezuela gets. And they've said, we're going to put it into this fund. Now, what that does is two things. It diversifies the cash flow. So oil is like a bad thing for countries to rely on historically because it's very volatile, right? What happened to Venezuela, in part, one of the reasons they collapsed was certainly the structure of their government, what I'm describing now, but also is the fact that they're super reliant on oil in an unsustainable way. Like oil collapsed as a revenue source, and so they couldn't afford to do like anything that they had been doing because all of a sudden they've got like half of their government revenue is just gone, right? Same thing happened to a marginal degree in Saudi Arabia, although they do have a sovereign wealth fund, but that didn't happen at all in Norway because they were able to absorb that shock of the oil collapse much better because instead of, taking, I think that in Norway it's like $100 billion a year or something. Like they took the profits and royalties, that $100 billion a year, instead of just putting that right into the state, they diversified it in an investment fund. And because it's grown so much over time, it's grown to like, I think $1.5–2 trillion. They can take the returns to that fund and put that right into the state or right into people's pockets. And so they don't really experience the volatility associated with oil and gas because it's almost like a national 401k, right? You put money away for a rainy day, you take a 3% return when you retire, and that money's always going to be there to help you because it's well diversified, it's structured properly, and it's ultimately like savings essentially.
So it sounds to me, right, and I know that it's not this simple, but it sounds similar to me as like Social Security, where the idea is they raise this money, then they put it aside for something that they're going to divvy out directly to people. Is that a reasonable comparison?
So it's not an unreasonable comparison. What I will say to add some, let's say some clarity to this is that Social Security is fundamentally like a distributive program because you're taxing current workers and giving that money to people who retired, right? Whereas a sovereign wealth fund is not, let's say like necessarily distributive in that way because in Norway today, Norway's oil industry could literally disappear today, right? Like nobody works in oil. There's no more money from oil. It's gone. But they would still have $250,000 per person in this sovereign wealth fund that they can spend into the economy. That would never go away because it's just accumulated assets over time, right? It's like, and you can think about it like retirement. I use that example because you can think of it like, hey, I'm able-bodied. I can work for 40 years. But if I'm not able to work and I don't have any savings, I'm fucked, right? Because I don't have any support. Let's just say we don't have Social Security in this scenario. But in this scenario, it's like, hey, we understand oil and gas is a temporary cash flow that we can receive to us, but we don't want to get too dependent on that because it will go away one day. Either we're going to drill all the oil, or we're because of climate change, we're just going to voluntarily stop. But we still have like trillions of dollars in collective wealth that we can still use even if oil and gas disappears the next day. So it's just wealth management. It's more responsible wealth management as well, if you ask me.
Well, I think I have a decent understanding of what's going on with it. So some of the questions I would initially have are, there's two sort of levels of the question I would have. One is, are the people that are managing the investments, how are they held accountable? And then the other level of criticism would be, it sounds similar to what we already have, where we have money that is brought in, huge amounts of revenues that's brought in, but it's spent frivolously. Or like Social Security, where they spend it, and it's not there, and they have to reinvest and things like that.
Right.
So if you had, in both of these cases, theoretically, whether it be the government market or the private market, if I, the individual, Rob, if you're like, okay, so here's the deal. You could go with company A and invest, 10% of your earnings into this company, this private company. And let's look in our crystal ball. 30 years from now, you would receive, a 30% return on investment of that. But if you had this sovereign wealth fund, if you let the exact same type pool of money, but this time it was managed by a government entity, and that could bring you 70%, clearly you'd be a fool not to take the latter. The question is, where is the guarantee that that money would be spent on things that would benefit me and would be invested wisely? So to start with, I'll just say, to start on the first end of that, we have now a government that is trying to force things like ESG scores, environmental social governance. So I don't know that the fiduciary responsibility to me is first and foremost on the government's mind when I send money into a pool. They might have other concerns that they say, well, our concerns weren't just about getting you the best return on investment. Our concerns were actually windmills. And they didn't work out. Oh well, That's sort of the problem I have with government management of money in our current system. It seems like there's a lot of, as we've talked about in the past, there's a lot of fraud, there's a lot of regress, and I don't think the government is a good manager of money, so I don't see how the sovereign wealth fund would avoid that.
So I think that the best response to this, perhaps like speaking to you, because I would say that you would be motivated by, let's say, empirical examples, right? And so, as I mentioned, there's like tens of thousands of examples of government managing investments, right? Now, there's of course examples of governments managing investment money, or let's say like money in general, and the government does like obviously bad things with it. So the government invests in things that aren't productive, or the government invests in things that go like turns out they're bankrupt, or whatever the thing is or something. What I would say to that is that, however, when we're talking specifically about pools of assets that the governments manage, whether it be like the 10,000 plus examples of university endowment funds or state level managed funds like pension funds and actual sovereign wealth funds, like Texas has something similar where we have a big pool of assets that is invested into the market, but that money actually supports specifically public schools, and it doesn't just go into a direct check like the Alaskan Permanent Fund does. That's their sovereign wealth fund. And so there seems to me to be many more examples of how you can structure these pools of assets to where the government is managing them, let's say, like you're saying, like appropriately, right? The government isn't politically, partisanly investing this money. Alaska is a very right-wing government, so is Texas, right? But even though it's a very right-wing government in both of those places, you don't really see political motivations in how they're specifically investing their money. Same thing with Norway, right? And I think that's because we can design these systems in such a way to be relatively apolitical. Now, don't get me wrong. If you look up like Norway political debate, sovereign wealth fund or something, you'll find like the far leftist, like Stalinist socialist party saying, oh, we should liquidate the entire fund and we should just give everyone this $250,000, or we should completely divest from, these 100 different companies because of ESG reasons. But like these are parties that like this is a fringe political thought, because from Alaska to Norway, from like a right-wing perspective to a left-wing perspective, because the government of Norway is like certainly more left-wing than Alaska.
Sure.
It seems like people, when they enact systems like this, are very reticent to get on board with any politician that says, yeah, I know for the last 40 years we've been responsibly managing this wealth, but for this political reason, I'm going to totally get rid of that, or I'm going to totally divest from that. People really like these structures, and that's why they're very stable over time. You just don't tend to see governments that just like dismantle their sovereign wealth funds, even like authoritarian governments that in theory could do these things. You just typically don't see that. And so that would be my response, is just that it seems like governments can manage public invested dollars. And when I say public invested dollars, I don't mean taxpayer money. I mean like the money in sovereign wealth funds, in a way that's responsible. The Alaskan people have received a check from the government for like 40 years in a row. Norway's done the same thing for the administration expenses for 30 years in a row now. And there are many examples of, public essentially endowed or, public investment dollars that are responsibly managed without having to worry about basically those things going bankrupt. Like thinking about it mechanically, there's no way for like the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund to quote unquote go bankrupt, because their returns are much higher than what they pay out. They only withdraw like 3%. It's just like a 401k, right? You don't withdraw like 20% of your 401k in the first year, because that's not going to last until you die, right? And so what the Norwegians do, obviously, which is pretty much what every single sovereign wealth fund manager does, is, okay, well, we're going to expect a return of, let's say, between 4 and 10% on a given year, depending on what the stock market, bond market, fixed income market is doing. But we're only going to actually take 3% of this fund as a return to fund either checks to people or government operations or whatever it is.
I still don't get it, but I can't get around how that's not basically just the status quo. So, for example, right, like, because the appeal to this sounds like, if I'm listening, and I don't claim to be someone who's a deep economic thinker, so the appealing part of this would be, like, particularly when you're talking about Alaska, is, well, they get a check at the end of the year, right? They're not paying more in gas taxes. The people that are producing, by the way, there is an interesting argument specifically when it comes to energy production, because let's say that we allow a lease to, ExxonMobil to drill in the Gulf. Well, that's government-owned land, so the government should get some sort of benefit, right? They shouldn't just, some private corporation shouldn't be able to take the government's resources and make a profit on it without a portion of that profit going to the government. In this case, the government is the people, right? So that, for example, a national park, if you were to drill on a national park, that's me and yours land and all of ours land, right? So why should a private company be allowed to get all the profit? So that, I think that's a unique quirk there, which I think that it's worth talking about and discussing exactly how that works, because I've had questions about that a long time. You know, what is the taxation, or what does the government get back from allowing private companies to drill natural resources that are owned by the people of the country? But in general, this idea of just sending money to people, like, that could be done in the status quo. For example, we have an income tax. So say they did this tomorrow. They said, we're not going to increase your income tax, but what we're going to do is 50% of the money from that income tax we're now going to put in this sovereign wealth fund, and then we will put out dividends of 3% of whatever that earned, or the total of that at the end of every year will be cut based on how many people paid into it or how many people were in the country. We'll cut a direct check to you, right? So maybe that comes out to, I get a $700 check and my neighbor does and you do and we all do. That probably, I would be able to argue, probably I would prefer that to what we spend that money on today. The question is, what programs would you cut? And if you're not going to cut programs, if you're going to have the exact same sort of income tax and the exact same tax structure, but then also have this sovereign wealth fund, the question is, like, that money's coming from somewhere. It'll get passed on to the consumer at some point.
Well, I think that the difference is that so yes and no. So the money that you might theoretically raise, let's stick with the oil royalties example, right? Mm-hmm. So if you look at, like, what's the total, I actually looked this up just as a primer for this conversation because I was interested, right? So it's like, what's the total amount of revenue that, like, American oil and gas companies made in 2022? So that number is $365 billion, at least from what I saw. It's like $300 to $400 billion. And obviously it was a pretty good year for oil and gas companies, right? So if you look at if we were to say 10% of the revenue from oil and gas companies year to year would go into the sovereign wealth fund, well, we would end up with, let's say, between like 10 and like $40 billion a year going into the sovereign wealth fund. Now, in theory, you could take that $10 and $40 billion a year and just, like, immediately give it to the government to spend on the current administrative state that you see. However, especially my conservative argument for this is that the administrative state, and we can both agree on this, I'm sure, is like the last place that you want to just throw extra money, right? Like, we want the administrative state to be as small as possible. And so, you know, I would certainly make the conservative argument to say that, like, hey, if we build up national wealth, or like we tax to such an extent that we can give people, say, $1,000 a month in a UBI check, it would totally be reasonable to say that certain benefits just shouldn't exist anymore. Like, if you're getting $500 a month from the government, and it's a little bit of a misnomer to say from the government, because this is like from collectivized wealth. Like, if you're getting $500 a month from the people's investment fund, essentially, we probably don't need certain administratively burdensome programs like food stamps, because you're getting $500 a month. Who the hell spends, like, who's really poor and impoverished that's spending $500 a month on food? Like, probably not that many people, right? And then if you were going to say, you know, oh, well, what about children? Well, you can always pair something like this with like a child tax credit, where that's kind of a separate thing, right? But I would agree that, like, a sovereign wealth fund can certainly be used as a tool to eat away at the administrative state. And when it comes to cutting benefits, like, it's just as easy to say, oh, you know, I've heard people who argue for a UBI say this, like, oh, for every dollar you get from a UBI or from a dividend from a sovereign wealth fund, we're going to cut your Social Security by 50 cents, which is to say that you're always made better off. You're never getting less money from getting a dividend check or a UBI, but it doesn't make sense to spend dollar for dollar the same amount on Social Security. If we're giving everyone $1,000 a month, we're going to cut your Social Security benefits by $500. So let's say that, you know, you're an elderly person and you're evaluating this policy. Okay, well, I get $3,000 a month from Social Security. You're proposing giving everyone $1,000 a month, but you're saying you're going to cut my Social Security. It's like, well, yes, but you're still going to get $3,500 a month total, because you're going to, instead of getting $3,000, you're going to get $2,500 a month from Social Security, but then you're getting the $1,000 a month from the UBI. So we can spend less on these administratively burdensome programs, but actually end up giving people more discretionary money to actually use and spend in the market as they see fit.
Okay, so just to be clear, though, I don't think that the sovereign wealth fund, and again, I'm just looking into this for the first time, but listening to you explain to it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, I'll pause. The existence of a sovereign wealth fund isn't necessarily entailing that the end result is you get a check. It could be, in other countries, the way it's done is they might not personally send you a check, but they're investing it in goods and services, right? So,
yeah, you could certainly say, like, and that's one of the reasons why I think, like, at least the specific model that I advocate for would be very close to the Alaskan model, where, and they actually, I think they did change this recently, but again, it was with the consent of the people in Alaska, I guess, so it's like, how bad is it really? But the point is just to say that the model that I would advocate for would be the historical Alaskan model, which is you take the returns of this asset and just give everyone a check, right? It wouldn't really fund the administrative state. I can see a conservative saying, well, fuck, if you're going to build this trillions of dollars of collective wealth and you're just going to like send it right into bureaucrats' pockets, I mean, of course I can understand why it really, not just a conservative, but like anybody would be like, what even is the point of a program like this if that's what you're going to do with the money, right? So
okay, so let me see if I can work backwards through this. I think that there's basically 3 steps to this, right? There's the initial step of somehow money getting into the fund, or money going to the government. Then there's the second step of the best way to do it, in your estimation, would be sort of a sovereign wealth fund, where they're taking money, they're investing it, just like a 401k or a retirement fund, and then they are taking dividends from that, and they're doing something with that. And then the third would be, what do they do with that money? And you say the best thing to do with it would be to send direct checks to people. So let's start on the third part of that and work backwards. I don't disagree. I think that regardless of what we think about how much taxation or how much from people should be going to the government and how the government should be investing it, to me, I think that if we had tomorrow the exact same tax system that we have state and nationally here for me, and they said, look, we're going to cut programs by 50% and literally take all of that money and just send everyone a direct check, I think as a conservative, that's better, because I think I will invest that money in ways that benefit me, or at least I have the potential to do so, more than the government will. I think the government will spend it on ways that don't necessarily have my best interest at heart. So in effect, that's allowing me to keep more of my money that I would have paid in taxation. So I think, yes, that's something that I would be more in favor. So for example, if we cut all government programs by 50% tomorrow and said, okay, but that means that everyone gets a check for $4,000 at the end of the year, I say yes. I might disagree on how much taxation we're doing, or how that second step of how they're investing that money. But on that third step where you're saying, and again, I know this isn't unique to sovereign wealth funds, but I agree. I think that we should cut government programs and allow people to keep more of their money. And in this sense, that would mean sending people their money back more.
yeah, and exactly. And I think it's important to recognize, especially from like a populist conservative perspective, which I think is I think that you, Rob, are like a good example of like maybe where like the median conservative is. Like I think you probably, at least like, you're very representative of the people that I see in my family, right? In terms of what they think about politics and things like this. I think the populist, like Trumpist conservative perspective is arguably a bit more, oh fuck, I was muted from my audience, but not a big deal. Basically that perspective is much more like amiable to something like collectivizing certain forms of wealth, right? Because in the case of, oil and gas revenues, right? Some like neocons might say, oh, but if you tax a 10% royalty, then this money is not going to trickle down to people, and the government will like literally never be able to spend money appropriately. And because of that, we should just let all these oil and gas shareholders capture basically all of the money from oil and gas revenues, even if it's on public land, right? Which is something that I don't think appeals to sort of the average, person, let's say. But when it comes to a sovereign wealth fund, you could very much make the argument that like, hey, however much taxes that we're spending on food stamps, for instance, this is a program that could get rid of that and therefore lower your taxes, and we don't spend money on like an administratively burdensome program anymore, right? And so glad to hear that your perspective is
yeah, I agree. I'm there, but let me push back just a little bit on this portion of it, right? And then I have more to say on portions 2 and 1. But I disagree with you that the end result, like, this is sort of a separate conversation, but I think it's worth having. Like UBI, which in effect this would be something similar to. We're sending you a check every month, Okay. I don't think that it'll work the way you're saying. I don't think that we'll be like, hey, tough shit, we sent you that check. If you can't afford food, tough luck. I don't think that's what would happen. That's not what this country would do. This country would still say, well, we have a moral, we morally obligated to still take care of people. So they're not going to turn people away. They're not going to end the WIC program. They're not going to end programs for, you know what I'm saying?
To be fair though, if we can at least agree on the first step, that like, hey, we got tax money that could in theory go to, general government revenue. Why not instead invest it in something that's like long-term beneficial for the country's, wealth management, and obviously we're giving people money they otherwise wouldn't get. If we can agree that first step is positive, we can debate all day about whether or not we should cut food stamps or cut Social Security. Of course, I agree that those are more like controversial conversations, right? But if we can agree on the first step of like, hey, this is a good idea to start a program like this, right? Then I think we can agree on actually what is a pretty, like, I don't think it's particularly radical if you look at many other governments, but like we can agree that actually on a pretty substantial change in our economy, one that ultimately like a socialist or a conservative could actually agree on if we had like a single issue vote, right? That's the most important thing for me.
But the devil's always in the details, right? And the reason, if we're like, obviously, me and you don't have the authority to bring this up for a vote that it'll get passed or anything like that. I think even if we have inflated senses of ourselves, we both realize that's bullshit. But if we're talking hypothetically, whether we want the government to do that, I don't trust this current government to stay at the same size or to shrink. And I think what would happen would be that it would end up massively growing. So just like Social Security, right? Social Security gets put in and we're like, well, that's it. It's just this one program and it's for the good of people. But that didn't stop the size of the government growing. And in fact, they've cut into that fund many, many times, as you know. And so I think how this would play out, on paper, I agree with you. This sounds good. We're going to spend... This is obviously a bullshit hypothetical number, but we're going to spend $20,000 a year as a government per person on people's well-being. And the status quo is, well, we'll do that through, infrastructure services and food stamp services and yada, 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 yada. But instead, we'll cut those in half and now send a direct check of $10,000 and say, okay, now you only get half the services. I agree. I think that would be better. What would happen would be that $10,000 would go out and people would spend in ways that weren't wise. And then particularly lefties in government would say, well, listen, we can't just leave these families suffer. We can't leave these people go. They have children. They have older people in the house. We still have to fund these programs. So actually, we're not able to cut them by half. So maybe we could cut them 90%. And so that's a net 40% increase in the size of government because now we're sending out these checks. And instead of cutting 50% to offset the 50% check that we're now sending out, we've only cut 10%. So I agree with you in the philosophical starting point. I agree. But I don't think that that's where my starting point would be, because my starting point would be, how would this be practically implemented? And I'm not convinced, based on what I see is popular opinion, particularly on the leftist side of our government and the Democrat side, and even many Republicans, that they would be fiscally conservative with it.
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, it's totally fair to say, like, how do I put this? Like, I would agree that, like, for instance, I'm in favor of the welfare state. I think that many aspects of the welfare state should be expanded and universalized in various ways. But obviously, if like there are ways that you could implement, like, foundationally the programs that I advocate for that I would say are just like bad or are pointless, right? So, really, I would say that something like food stamps is definitely a net benefit. I think people are better off because they have access to food stamps than they would be in the world where they don't. But I would say that there are certainly some states where, because we kind of block grant out food stamps, it's just so difficult to get food stamps that it's almost like, why do you even have the program, right? If you just want to say you can't get food stamps, why not just say that versus have all these administrators basically waste their time? And that's one of the reasons why I think almost like naturally what you're describing wouldn't really happen, right? Because when you look at the example of Alaska or like other countries that have some sort of cash assistance or sovereign wealth fund type dividend that they give to people, what do people spend that money on? It's a good question to ask, right? Because if you're just giving poor people money and they spend it on irresponsible bullshit, then obviously it kind of questions whether or not you should give poor people money. But I mean, it seems like when you give poor people money, whether it be from a sovereign wealth fund or be in the form of a UBI, like every study available to us seems to show that when people get cash assistance, no matter what form it takes, they tend to spend it on things that they just really need, right? Take the child tax credit as an example. This was a really good experiment for like the wrong reasons, because it was a program that started and then stopped. And so you can see the different spending habits, how like immediately how people changed their spending habits when they got it and then when it went away. And the child tax credit, what happened was, people took that money and spent it on things like school supplies, tutoring, food for their children, clothing. They didn't really tend to spend it in like irresponsible ways. It seemed like children just led, a margin, however proportionally better life that you get when you have all of a sudden like an extra $300 a month to spend on your children, right? And so I would say on the one hand, I think people will spend this money responsibly. On the second hand, I will say that I think that this would almost like naturally lead to an erosion of many different forms of the welfare state, because I agree that the way that the American government does the welfare state is, let's say, unique. We would say it's bad for maybe different reasons, but it's certainly bad in my own view as well. But I think that a lot of states where if you had this program that was giving, say, people $500 a month, I think a lot of people would just choose literally not to use welfare anymore, right? Because welfare in a lot of states is so arduous to actually obtain. And oftentimes you have to be so poor to even obtain welfare. So it's like TANF, for instance, temporary assistance for needy families, the thing that Clinton did. I think that you have to be, I want to say it's 50% of the poverty line or below, right? Which is like $6,000 a year. I mean, how many people are that poor? Like not the majority of poor people are that poor, right? So you don't even qualify for the program. Some programs like food stamps, you'll have these, it's like you can't make more than 20 grand a year, but if you have, let's say, an asset worth more than $2,000, you don't qualify, which basically means if you have a used car, you don't qualify for food stamps. Even if you qualify for these programs, oftentimes it's like you have to go to your government official and you have to show them, you have to do drug tests and you have to show them you're applying to so many jobs and you have to show them that your income hasn't changed substantially. It's like just such a personal burden to get welfare in so many instances that I think a lot of people, when given a certain amount of money per month, would probably honestly just choose not to engage in those programs. But again, I think I think it's important for this conversation just to iterate the point that it sounds like you agree basically with the model that I'm proposing, but what you're essentially just saying is I'm kind of just doubtful that like a good sovereign wealth fund model actually will get proposed, which is totally fair, right? Totally fair to expect that. I'm doubtful that this happens in America anytime soon for a number of reasons. I would just say it's a good policy to advocate for, basically.
Okay, so I have a lot to say on that, but let me start with this, and I'll ask you a question on this. Would a compromise be if you could get enough right-wingers, or it doesn't even have to be right-wingers, if you were able to get this passed, but it came with the stipulation that whatever percentage of this money, government money, goes out to people, that is the direct percentage of government programs we will cut. And that's enshrined in law. And so if 50% of this money goes out in dividends to people in the form of a check every month, there has to be the exact offset in government programs. Would you vote for that?
Well, I wouldn't say yes to that because I don't think it should be dollar for dollar. Now, again, we're actually agreeing on the same endpoint, right? We're agreeing eventually these programs would erode away with a sufficiently high level of like money that we're giving people. It's just that you're saying for every dollar you get from a sovereign wealth fund, you should get $1 less in like food stamps and Social Security or whatever it is. But I'm just saying, let's just say for every dollar you get 50 cents less or like whatever that percentage less is, because you still end up with eventually these programs being done away with. It's just that you don't ever end up in a scenario where somebody is like strictly worse off or the same. Like you want people to be made better off by this program. And I think that's why I would push back a bit on that.
See, I don't think that that's accurate. You say eventually these programs will go away. So let's take like, what country was it in Scandinavia? You said...
Well, I'm saying no, but Rob, just to be clear, like I understand what you're saying. Practically, that might not happen, but I'm saying like something that I would agree to if we were like people in Congress. You were the minority leader, I'm the majority leader, or vice versa, agreeing on this package, I would just say instead of dollar for dollar, we could just make it dollar for 50 cents, and eventually those programs would go away under that policy. But of course, I agree that, like, practically speaking, a lot of the times you're probably not going to cut, dollar for dollar welfare in exchange for, a check like this or whatever the circumstances.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So as someone who wants less administrative state, I don't think this achieves that. I think that what will end up happening will be the growth of the administrative state that they're going to
No, but I'm just saying that's a practical position, but I'm saying, like, on paper, you can agree that what I'm saying would achieve what you're saying, just albeit at a slower rate, but of course it would achieve the same thing. You're just saying practically, like, game theory perspective, it's probably the case that wouldn't be the policy that gets supported, which is open to debate. I'm just saying that, on paper, I think we agree actually on kind of the direction.
The direction. I agree with that. We agree with the direction that more money, people making decisions with their own money is better. And so if you have to choose from plan A or plan B, and plan A is the government manages your money and creates programs and says, oh, here are programs that are available for you. Or plan B being, listen, the government has this money and they'll give you that money so that you can make choices for this in a weird roundabout way. Tell me if
I totally agree.
This sounds almost like the school voucher debate, right? Where people are saying, we want you to send us money for vouchers to choose our own school for our kid. Right? It's a similar thing where the government's still sending you money, right? But instead of saying, here's the public school that your kid could go to, it's here's $10,000. Now you could find a school on your own for your kid to go to. I would prefer the latter. Now there's a question of, should you be allowed to just keep your money, more of your money in the first place? But on this level, I agree with you. Philosophically, the direction we should head is to allow people to make those decisions for themselves as much as possible, which would mean lowering the administrative state in these big programs like, welfare programs and things like that, and instead giving direct stipends to people, which they could make those decisions for themselves. I just don't think practically it would work that way. I think it's near impossible to end government programs once they start. Now, the other thing I will say, though, is I do fundamentally disagree with you talking about the motivations of people. I could just say I don't have studies in front of me or anything like that, but maybe there are parts of the world where welfare is as hard to get as you're talking about. That is not my experience anecdotally living in a town where probably 40 to 50% of the people that I know are on some form of government assistance. I find it to be very easy. I find it very easy to game the system. I know many, many people that are working under the table that are getting government assistance. I know people that were furious because they got a promotion at work and went from 20 hours a week to 30 hours a week, and that it was almost directly offset by a decrease in their food stamp. So they threw away the promotion and said, nope. I would rather have the food stamp than have to work the extra 10 hours a week. I think that you could see all sorts of abuse in even just one program, the food stamp program, where there's tons of evidence of people that are abusing the system, selling food stamps to get cash, then doing who knows what with it and things like that. So I don't think that that's true. And I could also say, I also question the idea of whether people are spending money that comes from the government. Maybe there's a difference in the child tax credit, but I get a lot of my a lot of research I do is from a show called Judge Judy. If you watch I'm joking obviously, but if you watch Judge Judy, and I see this anecdotally all around me, when people were getting stimulus and checks and things like that, sure, there were a lot of people that were spending prudently, but there were also a lot of people that were like, oh boy, I'm going to Disney World. Oh boy, I'm getting a new sound system for my car. And then 2 months later, it was like, well, shit, I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay my landlord. This is bullshit. And so the idea, yes, there are certain people that I think legitimately, if you give them money, will spend it in, they'll take care of the basic needs before, going and doing entertainment things or quality of life things, but there's an awful lot of people that doesn't seem to be the case.
No, that's totally fair. But again, I think that the problem that you first mentioned, where people kind of game the system, where like they'll accept less pay just to get more welfare. The thing is that that's like in our current system, that's a completely rational thing for them to do, right? Because obviously, let's say that you take a $1,000 a year raise, but that bumps you out of like $5,000 a year in welfare. Obviously, you should not take that raise and you should keep the welfare. Like, that's a problem in our welfare system. It doesn't happen in every system like that. Again, I think that that's part of like just the American sort of like, let's say, stinginess with how we structure welfare, right? Where you can structure a system in such a way where that doesn't actually happen. So that's one of the advantages, for instance, of a UBI, where like no matter what your circuit, like even if you're a billionaire, trillionaire, you still get the $1,000 a month. Even if you're the poorest person that's ever lived, you're still going to get that $1,000 a month. So you're ultimately always incentivized to work more or to get a promotion and get a pay raise because you're ultimately going to always receive the same level of assistance, right? And so the system that I'm advocating for that you kind of agree with on paper would actually solve that problem. And with the second part of, well, what if, essentially, like back to this question of like, what if people spend their money irresponsibly? Now, I would totally agree that, let's say that you gave, like, however you do it, whether it's a sovereign wealth fund or just like you tax and spend $1,000 to people, if you give people $1,000 a month, you're absolutely going to find examples of people spending that money on like stupid bullshit. Some of these people are literally going to take this money and spend it on drugs and like overdose and die, right? Like that's a consequence of giving people money. Some people are going to do it in like catastrophically irresponsible ways. But I think, again, that just goes back to what I would feel like is a more fundamentally conservative argument, which is that 90% plus of the time, how do you put it? A person is going to responsibly spend their money, especially if they're like very, very poor. Like most people who get in $1,000 a month, like just based on the studies that I'm referencing, are going to responsibly spend this money. But even if they're not, I think that the conservative argument is, but this is the people's money, right? Especially with a sovereign wealth fund, like this is money that is cultivated from public resources that they are taking advantage of and that we're collectivizing and giving to people in the form of a check. And so if people want to take that money and go and spend it on $1,000 worth of MAGA hats or fucking 1,000, we're going to buy a big new truck that we can barely afford. I mean, fuck, that's their money to do with what they please.
I agree.
Right? And so that's, there you go.
Yeah, but then the flip side of that is, then there's no bailout. That you made the poor choice. Now there's not some assistance program coming in the future. And even what you said,
yeah, exactly,
to the first part, right, where you were like, I do agree with you. If we were choosing one or the other, the current welfare system or a UBI system, yeah, the people I'm talking about that get the promotion, they're not going to get any government benefits differently based on if they get the promotion or the more hours or not, so they probably keep the hours. The problem is, that problem won't be solved if those programs are still attached. So if there's still a food stamp program, they would say, okay, I'll take the $1,000 and I still don't want the extra hours because it cuts into my food stamp. So I agree with you. If I'm choosing one system or the other, I'm choosing the more UBI or sort of the dividend system of the sovereign wealth fund. But I'm just speaking to that point, to the point of, the difficult, the abuse. Of like,
right. Yeah.
And I think that it's as someone who agrees with your interpretation there, the idea of like, hey, we'll send you the money, and if you spend poorly, that was on you, right? Like, I agree with that, but then there is a counter argument, which is more of I think a left-wing argument, which is, imagine we've had experiments like this sort of in like places in California, like San Francisco, where they've just given money to a lot of these homeless people, and it has led to an increase in overdoses and things like that. And so the question might become, in that situation, maybe you don't want to just leave these people have money. Maybe you have the program, because the program's harder to turn into money, that you could then use to buy drugs. So maybe you have the soup kitchen as opposed to, here's $500, go buy groceries for the month. I don't know. It's an interesting debate, but not really what we're talking about here. But that is a good point though, because I do think that I do think that some conservatives, like I've met a decent number of conservatives that are in favor of UBI, and I do think that from a conservative point of view, they do go a little overboard with it, where they'll basically say, like, it's almost like a Thomas Jefferson style government, where it's like the only thing the government does is military, police, and send you your $1,000 a month, right? Like that's the only thing the government should do, right? But obviously, like the examples that you just pointed out, like a UBI does not solve every social problem that we have, right? What a UBI does is people who don't have money, it gives them money. That's all it does, right? Now, obviously, homeless people, one of the problems that they have is, relatively clearly, not having enough money. But of course, that doesn't mean that these people shouldn't have
housing facilities that are geared towards them. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't have specialized jobs training programs. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't have drug counseling available for them. Like, $1,000 a month isn't enough to do all the things that I just mentioned for homeless people, and it's certainly not enough to solve all the social ills of our society. The public school example, I think, was a great example where, like, someone like me who would say that our forms of welfare and cash assistance should be essentially pure cash assistance, just give everyone a check. But I wouldn't necessarily say the same thing about public schools, because I would, from a leftist perspective, just say, I think that the government can effectively administer public schools, and insofar as they don't do that, I think there are ways to amend the administration of public schools to make them better, relative to a system where you basically just make every school private and give people, let's say, $12,000 a year to essentially buy a school where they send their kid, right? But I don't think that's the case with a UBI and with a sovereign wealth fund dividend. I don't think that the government can effectively administer means-tested, asset-tested welfare programs, at least not the American government, because our welfare programs are fucking horrible, right? Like, they're... And again, the part of the problem with this conversation, Rob, is that, you live in Pennsylvania.
Right.
I don't know if you've lived there
I
don't know if you've lived there your whole life, but, I've lived in Texas my whole life. We literally have different welfare systems.
Right.
Because the federal government block grants it out, and so, I can tell you from my experience, it's the exact opposite. People have a fucking really hard time getting welfare in Texas, but obviously I had a friend who lived in California. She said, oh no, actually getting welfare was relatively easy for me. But again, that's because I live in California, where they do make it easier to get welfare, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that's also part of the argument for a UBI, is that I just, fundamentally, if we're going to say to ourselves, we want to help people who are needy and who are poor, so we're going to give people, $500, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 a month, whatever it might be. I don't think that should be more difficult to get if you live in New York, or less difficult to get if you live in we should all have the same ability to get welfare
if it's federal, right? And I mean, if the money's coming from state, obviously the state should get to decide how it's divvied out. But yeah, the federal dollars, there should be a uniform. You would think.
Well, that's where the American government they take that's essentially the American philosophy on a lot of different forms of our welfare is food stamps, for example. That's essentially a federal program, but we allow the states to administer it how they want. And so that's why you see a state like Texas, it's really, really fucking hard to get certain forms of welfare. But then obviously California, they make it a lot easier, right? So that it's probably shouldn't be the case, because it's hey, if it's a federal program for food assistance, we should probably have the same standards, right? But Clinton was actually the one who block granted it out and kind of made it fucky.
I'd have to look into that's interesting. I did not know that, honestly. But on to sort of the second. So that's sort of almost the UBI portion of it, or should people directly get money? The second point, I think, which is the bulk of what you're talking about, is okay, we've passed the point. We're working in reverse. So we're past the point that there is an input of money, right? Should the government do sort of status quo, divvying out how they do it, so they take this money and then they have a budget and they spend it on things? Or should a portion of that money, perhaps a significant portion of that money, go into a sovereign wealth fund, which is basically just sort of a national level 401k? Do you think, in your estimation, that without any increase in funds, if we took the exact same revenue we have right now as a federal government in the United States, and we took a portion, let's just say 10%, of the revenue we get from taxation, and we put it into a sovereign wealth fund, do you think in a handful of years we would start to see a net increase in the wealth of that money versus if we just spent it on the ways we are now?
Yeah, we absolutely would see a net increase. So that's what you've seen. That's essentially the motivation and empirically what you've seen in pretty much every example of a publicly managed pool of investments, let's say. I'll keep using Norway and Alaska because those are just the most prescient examples. But essentially, yeah, so there's the basic cash inflow to the sovereign wealth fund. Let's say that's $100 billion a year. Now, you could do like Venezuela and just take that $100 billion and just immediately spend it on government administration and welfare. Now, that money probably has some multiplier effect, right? You're going to invest in, say you built a bridge with this money, or say that you built a good internet infrastructure, good investments that lead to positive returns. That's definitely true. But on average, right, especially when you're talking about bureaucratically bloated states, the multiplier of that money is probably going to be relatively small, right? Norway, they take their money and put it into the administrative state as well, but I think that, and we might disagree here, but it seems like empirically the case that the more democratic and transparent a government is, the better they spend money. And intuitively, that should probably be the case because obviously, if you're not very directly held accountable for misappropriating funds, well, you're probably going to misappropriate funds, right? We see this in private corporations. We see this in public entities as well that aren't very transparent and democratic. And so that's why the Norway administrative state and their welfare and stuff like this, it's not quite as corruptly or poorly spent. But that's all to say that they still take the returns to the fund. So they could take that money, spend it on administration, but instead of doing that, they take that money, put it in a sovereign wealth fund, and it returns about, say 4 to 8% per year. Essentially, it's the difference between, it's why a lot of financial investors will tell you, hey, if you have I don't know, if you get a $5,000 bonus from your work, don't necessarily just put that $5,000 into a zero interest savings account. No, put that $5,000 into a money market fund, right? Where you can get 4 to 10% return on that money, because that's 4 to 10% of money that your money earns for you that you don't actually have to go and work for. Mm-hmm. And so these funds over time, essentially, when you look at the principal amount of the money in the fund, the sort of amount that you're taking the return from, the X amount of money times 3%, this X pretty much increases linearly over time, because not only does it continue to get inputs from, whatever the revenue source is, right, royalties from oil and gas or whatever it might be, the money that is invested is earning a return in and of itself, just like public investment managers or private investment managers do as well.
Mm-hmm. Again, and this is going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I think that with a lot of when I look at the sort of in a macro level of government systems, bigger government systems versus smaller government systems, I think one of the reasons that I prefer the smaller government system is because I think that people should have the right to make decisions for themselves as much as possible. But if we were to accept a benevolent, intelligent governmental class, right? So if we just say, if we could be assured that both in a small government system and a big government system, that we have people running it that are competent, very good at what they do, and they're benevolent. They are there for the purpose that's stated, to benefit the people of the country. I think that this could make sense. It's something that could work. You even mentioned it. In more democratic, transparent societies, it's going to work better. Of course that's true. A government that you could see what they're doing, that's accountable, that's going to operate better when you're giving them large sums of money and they're investing it for the people, than a government that was more secretive or that was more corrupt or something like that. That clearly is true. So the question I have to ask myself is, given what I know of this government in this country, do I think that this money would be managed by competent people in government? And do I think it would be managed by benevolent people? I do not, on either of those cases. For example, I think that it would be very easy. We see all of the no doubt insider trading. We might not be able to specifically point to it, but no doubt with members of Congress with the large, large net worths that they end up having off of, middling salaries. I could see a world where it's okay, now they have this big fund to invest, and they're investing it with their friends, and their lobbying efforts are increasing because now, oh boy, I manage this wealth fund, and I want them to invest in this wealth fund, so I'm going to spend more money getting the people I want elected. I think that it would be a nightmare in our country. I think that it would absolutely be corrupt, and maybe this is a discussion we can have once we had people that trusted our government more. But I don't know what the latest numbers are. If you take, presumably this would be ran through Congress, as they have the power of the purse. What's the net approval rating of Congress? 20%?
Yeah, I don't know what it's obviously, I think Congress has pretty much always had a pretty low approval rating, let's say. But I will say that, of course, I would agree that, if you're saying essentially, I think we should be entirely skeptical of anything the government does, right? Mm-hmm. So I would never just trust it's the government, just kind of trust them on this one, right? Because that would be stupid, right? Because obviously the government, any institution, I wouldn't trust a corporation, I wouldn't trust, a public school, just whoever you're talking to, I would always judge what they're saying based on my priors and based on, obviously, like the structures and incentives that are at play with what they're saying, right? And so, of course, I would say be entirely skeptical of pretty much any time you ever give money to anything, whether it's a private corporation or the government, right? Now, I would say that, and similar with this proposal, I would never be in favor. If you said, if you said, Econoboi, we're going to do exactly what you said, except there's going to be no transparency. We're not going to tell people where we're investing the money. We're just going to kind of vaguely send them a check. It's like, no. You have to have the transparency. You have to. Or I'd be really skeptical of what the government's doing with this money, because just like how you might not trust Biden to manage trillions of dollars of wealth, I might not trust Trump to do the same thing, right? So we have to have structures where we can kind of both trust it, right? And so, take Norway, for instance. I think Alaska's the same thing. If you looked up right now, if you looked up Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund, the first link is going to be I think it's like a .no website, the Norway government website. You can go to their fund today, and you can look up literally everything it's invested in. Everything. Like, you've got $1.5 trillion, like USD equivalent. Obviously, they don't use the dollar, but the USD equivalent wealth. What is every single dollar that's invested in? And you can see, hey, what are they spending? Because you have to administer the fund. How much are you spending on administering the fund? Where's the money actually sitting? Where's the return going to? Who are the administrators administering it? All of that is 100% public information that you can scrutinize at any time, right? So, for instance, if the Norwegian government says, we're going to make a big trade, we're going to sell our Apple stock, and instead of buying Apple stock, we're going to buy Samsung stock, that's something that you can see the government doing, and you can say, hey, I think that's fucked up, and I can give my feedback on it and whatever. Like, it's just a transparent process, just like kind of any investor making, investment decisions. And so that's a very important thing. I would suggest that I think that there are ways that the American government could do a sovereign wealth fund in a way that's transparent, in a way that's democratic, in a way that we could trust no matter who is in office. So I think that we can perhaps combine what Norway and what Alaska has done to do a justice to this type of program, because we seem to agree on paper. It sounds like a good idea. So one of the things that I would recommend is, from leftists to conservatives, something that you do if you don't trust the government, but you want to do a government service, oftentimes, is you start a government corporation, right? And so this is what you'll find in Alaska. I think it's called the Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation. And so the right-wingers in Alaska who started this program said, well, we don't fucking trust the government to administer this money. Like, we get what you're saying, governor who's proposing this, but it's the government, we don't really trust it. So what they essentially did was started a corporation, right? So it's like, hey, we're going to run this fund literally just like it's a private investment fund, but obviously the returns go to the government. And so the way that we determine, who runs the fund, well, it's a board of people who are elected by, either people directly, or it could be appointed by, I would suggest, like the Federal Reserve, or, some like independent political body that's appointing these people. If you really didn't trust the government, you could just say the people on this board should be directly elected, like we elect the president. People just vote on who runs this fund and go from there. But the point is, like, it should be as politically independent as possible. So I agree, right? So whether that's like what the Norwegians do, they take this money and they just essentially say, hey, the Federal Reserve equivalent, they have their own Federal Reserve central bank. Our central bank is going to appoint a board of people who run this fund. And this fund, under the politically independent central bank, is going to run the fund and then manage the investments, and then the returns just go into the treasury, and that's how we distribute them, right? But there's a number of ways you could do it. The point is, though, is just to say that I'm agreeing, be skeptical of the American government in terms of their ability to do things like this. However, certainly there are ways that we can conceive of doing this reform in America, in an American context, that, I think would be essentially not corrupt, and that the money would actually go to where you'd want it to go to.
See, I feel like there's already safeguards that are supposed to constitutionally be there now, and there's a bunch of laws about auditing where our government spends money, and yet still we see how poorly that's done. And this seems to be adding another step. Now, arguably, you could say, yeah, but this step could be more transparent, because right now it might be difficult if you send $5 million to, study the effects of something at some university, it's hard to really audit that money as easily as if you literally say, look, here's our spreadsheet every week. Here's the stocks we invested in. You can look. I still don't think that's
much easier.
Right. I still don't think it would solve. I think that still you would see that people will be using it for personal benefit. And I think it wouldn't be able to solve the idea of people in lobbying to get these board members to invest in their companies that otherwise maybe shouldn't have been the case. Here's a question I have. This is maybe you'll be able to answer this on a more of a big picture level in general and how investments work. I don't really use the stock market other than I have a 401k from my work. I never understood how it isn't, regardless if it's legal or illegal, interference into the stock market to have someone like Jim Cramer at Mad Money or some big show to go out there and say, invest in this, right? Because you could artificially seemingly increase the value of something by
like pump and dump.
Correct, right. So you're not persuading someone that the company is good and that their stock evaluation is the correct evaluation based on the goods and services they're providing. You've inflated it by being persuasive and by people investing. How wouldn't this be magnified 1,000-fold? Right. Wouldn't it seem like if the U.S. government itself is personally investing in stocks, that it's going to shoot to the moon any stock that they invest in? Because the argument will be, from me, the private investor would be like, well, if the U.S. government's backing it, they're surely not going to regulate it. They're surely not going to do anything on their level that would harm this stock. And simultaneously, it must be a stock that they have faith in, and they're leveraging one of the biggest funds in the world. So I'm going to invest in that. Which, wouldn't that have the potential of messing up the actual real evaluations of a bunch of companies?
Yeah. So that's a great question. So the answer is, of course, certainly yes. That could be a really big problem. So, and we see this honestly with, a lot of different examples where governments have socialized all of investment, right? Where it turns out it turns out the government just doesn't really pick investments as well as the government plus the private market. The private market is always a really good tool to allocate dollars because, you could be in a democratic, transparent system, but maybe because of the constraints of that system, you just can't invest in the thing that you want. I was having an argument with a socialist just the other day who said, why can't every investment decision be made by democratically run corporations, right? And my answer to that was, well, because you might be a guy who just has a really good idea, but you can't convince a majority of your workers to support it. But in my system, you have the option to go out and just do that idea if you want. It's a good thing to have private allocation of capital in a lot of circumstances, right? And so you're right. If the government has, if you look up the financial accounts of the United States, I think that there's I want to say there's $130 trillion of financial wealth. And financial wealth is basically the things that the sovereign wealth fund would be investing in. Mm-hmm. So stocks, bonds, ETFs, fixed income. When I say fixed income, I just mean debt instruments like real estate and, things like that you can invest in as well. And so certainly if the government says, today, hey, we're going to put $1 trillion into Apple stock, well, obviously Apple stock is going to go through the fucking roof, right? Because you as an investor, you see that announcement, you say, oh shit, the government, they're going to buy $1 trillion of the stock that I own. Well, I'm going to hold it because they need to buy it. That's what they just announced, right? And so of course it's going to go up. But if you look at the way that sovereign wealth funds and public investment funds are really managed, right, is that the goal of the fund isn't really to have, let's say, controlling interest in any particular investment or company. So the goal isn't to buy 60% of the stock in Apple so that we can make Apple stock decisions, right? It's, owning, say 1% of Apple stock is part of thousands and thousands of different investments that we make to balance our portfolio so that it's low risk but decent return. We don't want volatility. That's why we're choosing to take oil money and put it into a sovereign wealth fund. And so when you look at the Norway as an example, because it's just easy to find the data, of their $1.5 trillion, it's split between 9,000 different investments. And you'll see, we own 1% of Apple stock. We own 1% of Exxon stock. We own 1% of this, that, and the other. We own, 1% of this real estate investment trust, and we own 100 different real estate investment, and we're just like trying to perfectly balance out our portfolio so it's as low volatility as possible.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick? Do they have it written in that they're only allowed legally to own a certain percentage? Is that the way their fund's set up?
So I don't think the wording is quite so specific. I think that they do have wording in their statutes, which is essentially that you have to properly diversify these investments. And any investment manager, when they hear something like properly diversify, government endowment, public pension money or whatever it is, right? They're going to essentially take that money and de-risk it as completely as you possibly can, which is to say they're going to have a very horizontally distributed portfolio, right? We're going to have a little bit of investment in like 1,000 different things, but never like a huge amount of investment in any one particular thing. So from a conservative perspective, if we're writing the bill to establish this fund, I think it would be, if you were concerned about that, like it would be perfectly appropriate to say, oh, because we don't want the government telling companies what to do, either we're never going to use these shares as voting shares. So it's like, hey, even if we own 40% of Apple stock, we're never going to vote with 40%. It's just that the 60% that are private owners are just going to determine what to do with it. Or you could just simply say, if the government invests in public equity, which is kind of what we're talking about here, the government can never own more than 10%, right? Because if you look at private investment funds like BlackRock and Vanguard and places like that, they never own a majority share of any company. It's always like, oh, we might own 11% of the stock at this company. Like it's never a controlling share because they actually don't want that exposure. They don't want to like be too all in on any one investment. So something like that could be totally appropriate to put in any sort of set of rules for these investment managers to follow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly if you were going to do something like that, you would want that sort of language in there to keep them legally binding. But even at that level, 5 or 10% owning a massive corporation like that would still potentially reevaluate the perception of the public of those stocks in ways that could really mess up with sort of the private market. But I guess I would come down to this at the end. I just don't trust our government to be able to do that. For example, and I'm sure we'd have disagreements on this, but I feel like because of his politics, our federal government is coming hard after the companies of Elon Musk. And I think that we have a system now that allows government to pick winners and losers based on the regulation level, based on the investigatory level, right? If we add a third level, which is also we could pick winners and losers based on the investment level. Now we could directly invest in companies that we like and make sure we're not investing in potential competitors of the companies we like. I think that I don't trust our government to be able to do that in a responsible and benevolent manner. In addition to that, I think that there is no safeguard, even if it's written into language, that this money that would go into this fund wouldn't be spent fraudulently, or I guess that's not the word, wouldn't be spent on things that are deemed bigger priorities by our government. For example, we have safeguards in the form of the Bill of Rights that say what our rights are that the government can't strip away from us. But they didn't give a shit when they wanted to do lockdowns. They just said, well, it's an emergency, we have to do it. I think that I could easily foresee, just like they've raided Social Security, that they would say, well, this is an emergency. Now we're in a conflict with Russia, or climate change is an emergency, or there's a new virus, and so we're going to dip into that money. And so for me, again, if I'm just looking at it in a either or scenario, an A or a B, does it make more sense instead of the government to directly put money into programs to have investments that could grow that? Sure, a percentage of it. I don't think either of us are suggesting like the government should never spend money on roads. That's not what we're saying. But does it make sense to diversify? Yeah. I just don't think that it will be done by competent, benevolent people, and I think that we would the scandals that we would get, I think, in the first 30 years after doing this would be epic, I feel.
Yeah, they could be. I think that, again, it's very difficult for corrupt actors to act corruptly if the operations of whatever institution we're talking about are actually transparent, right? So I think that oftentimes when you look into the story of whether it be like people working at corporations raiding the corporate treasury, is a saying we've heard before, or people working in government like stealing public dollars for whatever like erroneous purpose or whatever it is. Like it's typically always a class in how did they get away with it, and the answer is oftentimes, well, nobody could really see what they were doing, right? And I think that that's where I do rely a bit on the argument of, if we're talking about a big pool of assets that are invested in like public and private businesses and fixed income and real estate and things like this, like it's always constantly available information. Even like publicly traded corporations, right, have to have regular quarterly public reports, right? You could do the same exact thing with publicly invested dollars that I'm describing as well. And ultimately, if you do something like that, it just makes it so difficult, especially like mechanically. You said you worked. Obviously, I know that I don't. I do know what your exact job is, but not literally where you work. But
Sure.
just to say that, like for me, I've worked in organizations where I've managed treasury money, and like for me, for me as a treasury manager, right? If I wanted as a treasury manager to steal money from a corporation's treasury, it would be literally impossible, because at least where I've worked in the past, there's like so many checks and balances on who do you need the approval from and where do you need to go to and what title and permissions do you need to even like request money to be sent a certain location, right? That there's like always an ability to create these types of interpersonal and let's say like exogenous checks and balances to make sure the stewardship of money.
What's that word mean? Exogenous. I don't know that word.
Well, just like outside of, right? So
Okay.
there's going to be like outside factors that pressure internal actors to act properly, and then there's going to like, for instance, the threat to going to prison, right? Like that's
Sure.
an outside factor where it's like maybe I don't want to do this because I don't want to go to prison, right? But then internally, right, there's going to be a lot of structures that would keep you from, literally raiding the corporate treasury or raiding a fund for, bad purposes and stuff like that. So, and then in addition to all the transparency, it's just very hard to get away with. And so there's ways to structure it. I would say that you made another point about what was it? It was not just like the government stealing the money. It was also what was the second point that you made? I had something that I wanted to talk about as well.
Well, yeah, that they could take the money, or that they could pick winners and losers. So, for example, they might not like someone like Elon Musk, so they would invest in his competitors or something like that.
So that's a great example of a problem, not just like from a conservative or left perspective, right? Because my thing is, like, I don't want like a leftist manager of this fund to be investing in leftist companies, and I don't want a conservative manager of the fund to say, oh, we're never going to invest in renewable energy. It's like, no, I want you to invest in the things that are like good for balancing a return and achieving diversity of the money, not like social diversity. You get what I'm saying? Like diversity in investment, right? That's what I want you to invest in. If that's renewable energy, if that's oil and gas, like whatever, just it should be a horizontally distributed money. And so the way that you could achieve that problem is not only by the things that we've already talked about, like you can only buy a certain percentage of money in this and that. You could also say the shares that we buy are non-voting, so we're not even going to vote on that. I think it's also important to understand that even if you don't do either of those things, we have to look at like what do institutional investors, and in this case I'm essentially saying the government would be an institutional investor. An institutional investor is just a really big investor. What do they really do with their voting rights, right? Like look at BlackRock, look at Vanguard. A lot of conservatives will have this idea that BlackRock and Vanguard are like, trying to push ESG policies and things like this in their corporations. To some degree they do, but 99% of the time when you look at a vote and like what shareholders actually vote on, it's not really things like investing in ESG. It's things like who do we elect to the board? It's things like, what do you call it? Like compensation packages for CEO. Oh, like do we relocate the headquarter of the corporation? It's just not really things that are in the scope of like direct operational decisions, because you're hiring management for that, right? You don't really have management decisions that shareholders make, right? And that's something to keep in mind as well. But even if you were scared of the government potentially doing that, it's just as easy to say, hey, this process is super transparent. We've seen other governments do that. Hey, this process has like a lot of checks and balances. We've seen other governments do that, including American governments. Alaska obviously is a subnational American government. And and Texas is the same thing, like all these other funds, right? And also to say, hey, maybe we should make it to where the government can't even use their voting power. It's like, hey, you own 3% of Apple stock, whatever. You can't use it anymore. You can't even vote on changes in the operations. You're just relying on essentially all the other investors. But it's also important to say, the last thing I'll say is that we're really just talking about equity, right? So equity is going to be a pretty sizable percentage of any, well-invested, balanced portfolio. But I'm also mentioning things that literally don't come with any voting power because there's nothing to vote on, right? When you buy a bond, it's just a fixed income instrument, right? You're just getting a interest payment every month. There's no like voting happening there, right? When you buy, let's say you bought an apartment complex as part of a real estate investment that you're making, there's no, or not an apartment complex, you buy a real estate investment trust. That's a fixed, or not a real estate investment trust, that's a bad example. If you buy let's say a mortgage-backed security, there's no voting happening there, right? You bought a package of mortgages that pay a return. There's nothing to really control or vote on. It's like buying a CD or putting money in a savings account. There's no voting happening. So you're right to be concerned that the government could distort things if we invest a lot of money in public and private equity, because that's business. Equity is controlling interest in a company. But there's just so many regulations that you could put in, and really, I say so many, it's just, in theory, the diversity of them is great, but there's really only a couple regulations that you would need to implement, which all these other countries have done pretty successfully, in order to make sure that stuff like you're describing just doesn't happen. So empirically, there's a lot of examples of the fear that you have being realized by the people crafting these systems, and that problem being solved by basically just like smart regulation.
So just a couple things to hit on real quick here. The idea that this would be transparent. We have transparency in things like campaign finance laws now. So I could go to Open Secrets and you're regulated. And I've done this. I've ran for Congress. So you're regulated to be transparent about where you're getting donations and things of that nature. And yet, still, because we don't really have a press that's either, depending on how you look at it, interested in these things, or I think they're corrupt. They don't give a shit. They know these things happen. We're still shocked when we find out, and it happens all the time. Whoops, it looks like there was a potential conflict of interest here, and someone that, lobbied to this person. And so we have, in our specific country, a system that's set up to be transparent, and people are shocked at how often they find that there's all sorts of influence peddling going on. So I don't think, I would think that a good compromise would be, and I won't get heavily into ESG, I'll just say this. Perhaps if our government came out and said, okay, we're going to take the things we already have on the books that are supposed to be transparent and start enforcing them and making them more transparent for people, and we're going to publicly decry ESG, and the members of Congress that have talked about the importance of that will say that, pass some sort of legislation that says that it's illegal, that only fiduciary responsibilities are what these sort of companies should be doing. Maybe then they would be in a better position to do this. A couple other things, like the idea of people taking money out, that's not necessarily what I was talking. So I'm not saying that Chuck Schumer's there and he takes $50,000 that's out. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is our government cannot be fiscally responsible. That's why they're constantly in debt. That's why they're printing money. That's why Social Security gets raided into all the time. I don't think that this government, even if there are governments around the world that are more frugal and are capable of doing it, I think that if all of a sudden there was an extra $5 trillion sitting in government's coffers, they'd spend the shit. They would. Right. And if there were safeguards put in, they'd find ways about it. There are safeguards with the Social Security money. They're supposed to be able to balance a budget. There's all sorts of temporary, exemptions that they put constantly when it comes to budgetary concerns. So that's more of what I'm talking about, not necessarily individuals going in and taking money out and stealing money. That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the government transparently giving themselves the authority to raid that money. And the last thing I'll say is I just think that this would massively increase the lobbying problem that we have in this country, because regardless of how many safeguards we're told that are there to make sure that there's this sort of distinction when it comes to sort of public officials and then the management of money, there's all sorts of, for example, wasn't it Trump, didn't he supposedly put his stuff in a trust when he went to work? Isn't that true? That was something that they advocated for, that a lot of his funds he put into a trust that he didn't have access to?
Well, I think the argument with Trump was that he didn't do that, but people were saying you should put it in a blind trust, but he kind of broke precedent by not doing that.
Okay, but nonetheless, even with a blind trust, you still have some sort of idea, right? And there's still people that are going to be skeptical. There's still going to be companies that are lobbying. I just think that it could be true in both the scope of somewhere like Norway or Alaska, with the size of the fund that they would have compared to the entire United States government, and possibly those places being more competent or more fiscally responsible or less corrupt. I think the scale of what we're talking about doing this in the United States, to me, is just so immense that I don't think that they've proven that they're fiscally capable to be able to do this. Yeah. Now, if you were to tell, again, I think what you're suggesting to me philosophically sounds smart, because basically, and I'm way oversimplifying this, but we'll see if you agree with this. Basically, what you're saying is, here is a proven way to be investors, right? To save money, to get interest, make that money work for companies that would be doing good. But also us, as all of the shareholders in the government, we're going to make a return on our investment. This is different than like going out and maxing out your credit card and just being like, yeah, I need this now, so we're gonna borrow money. So what you're suggesting is, instead of borrowing the money, why don't we take money that we have or increase funds and then invest that money and then use that dividend for the stuff that traditionally we're borrowing money for? And I philosophically think that is a better way to go about it. I just don't trust the actor in this case to be able to do so. And I think it'll be done on a scale that would be,
I mean, that's totally well. Look, I mean, that instinct is not, I don't think that's a bad instinct. Like, I'm glad, really all I was hoping for this conversation is like, can we agree that at least in theory the policy sounds good? Because of course your instinct is, I would say, like in general, that's a perfectly reasonable instinct. Like, for instance, people will say, should we release the, I think it's like national reserve money that Afghanistan.
Hey, real quick, you can keep talking to my audience. My phone's ringing here at the office. I'll be right back. Just give me a couple minutes.
Yeah, no worries, bud. Man, Rob's getting an office call at I don't even know what time is it. It's 9:30 EST. That's a late office call, but everyone's job is a little bit different. Rob's chat, how are you feeling? Rob's chat, my own chat, how are y'all feeling? Let's see. In my chat, John Jack says Social Security was never touched; it's a complete separate entity. That's, I mean, true and not true. So it's true that the government has never made Social Security insolvent by borrowing money from it, and actually borrowing money from Social Security has led to an extension of the solvency of that fund. However, according to Rob's point, he could just as easily say, well, if you have $10 trillion in invested assets, the government could just take that $10 trillion and promise to repay in treasuries, which would be a net bad thing for the fund. And so, I get what you're saying, but I don't really think it's relevant necessarily to our discussion. Let's say this is, it looks like Rob's chat is they're debating each other and not really talking to me, I guess, which is pretty funny. Let's see. See how that's a problem? Can't even mention campaign finance reform without getting called a Marxist. Oh no, respect. I'm not sure what somebody's calling you a Marxist in the chat talking about campaign finance reform. Oh my goodness. Well, whatever it is. Urban planners know how to spend funds better than average people. Engineers know how to spend funds better than average people. Technical experts. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but obviously it's not, I'm not really making a technocratic argument, right? It's more just practically speaking, what could be a better way to essentially distribute money. So, all right, Rob, looks like you're back.
Yes, I got to do a fire drill at 2 a.m. today. So that's that was my company calling. So I'll have to wake up at 1:30. I'll probably just not go to bed. I'll wait until 2 and then do the fire drill. But yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation. Obviously we're coming.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, really quick though, I was gonna say, because the point that I was making was, in Afghanistan, for example, some people make the argument that I think that there's some amount of national reserves in cash that are controlled by the U.S. government and
Western
entities because of reasons. I guess I don't really know the exact details, but people will argue, hey, we're basically impoverishing Afghanistan's population because we're not allowing the government to access these funds. But obviously, what any reasonable person would say is, yeah, but I don't want to give the Taliban billions of dollars, right? Because I can't trust what the Taliban will do with this money. And so I think that general skepticism of like always be skeptical of basically anything the government does, totally agree with. Obviously, it sounds like our big disagreement really is just essentially what is the probability that the American government, because I just referenced the Afghanistan government, what's the probability that the American government could actually do a system like this properly? I would say that probability is much higher than you, but I'm glad that we came together and said, this certainly on paper it sounds like a good idea. We just have to judge the exact proposals if it ever ends up getting proposed. Like, how does the American government actually propose this? And in theory, they could propose it in a way that would work, but obviously in practice, if the American government officials did propose something like this, you're saying probably it's going to be a pretty fucky way to do something like this, and it'll probably not really work out very well.
Well, and we're also looking at I just want to be clear. So I don't know if it's how you would have delineated it, but just for me, just hearing this for the first time in my head, was breaking it down into 3 parts, sort of the input money, then how that money is invested or used, and then how do we give the benefits to the people. So, I think I agree with you in principle with giving money to the people would be better. I agree with you in principle that the government saving would be better than sort of just borrowing, which is how I'm interpreting the second point. But where our big disagreement's going to be is in the first point, because I believe that we should massively shrink the size of government and allow people to keep more of their money, right? And so I would be for massively shrinking I would get rid of the income tax. I would get rid of all sorts of government programs. I will say that one of the things that I criticize Republicans for all the time, Republicans want to lower taxes but not want to lower programs. You can't do that. You have to be honest with people. If you're going to lower their taxes and lower the amount of revenue and want a balanced budget, then you have to articulate what programs will be cut. Democrats, on the other hand, they want to increase programs, but never want to tell you that will be needed increased revenue, right? They're not, your taxes won't go up, but we're going to have all these more programs. So both sides, I think it's a philosophical disagreement on how to run things. Do you want more taxes but more programs, or do you want less taxes and less programs? Both sides bullshit you. They act like you could have your cake and eat it too. You can't. But that's a conversation for a different day, because I know we could talk for hours. But I'm saying,
it's also not related, right?
That's right. Exactly.
You could hold the view that we can have a giant sovereign wealth fund that's funded by minimal taxation, because I'm talking about like 30 to we could have a few $100 billion a year going into a sovereign wealth fund. That's like only a small percentage of what the total government collects in revenue, right? You could have the position, we should send a few $100 billion a year into the sovereign wealth fund, but also have like very low taxes on everything else, right? Like these are compatible positions for a conservative.
It would be interesting, right? Like put it to like a populist, people like me be like, how about instead of funding Ukraine, we took that money and put it in a sovereign wealth fund? And then you got to check at the end of the year. Would you? I'm just making. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree. When we're looking at it versus the status quo versus if we added a sovereign wealth fund and we had these assurances that it wouldn't cause the increase in government, I think that philosophically I'm more on your side than the status quo for the reasons that I've outlined. So no, I think it's a good conversation. And listen, it's difficult, right? It's easy to just be like an ANCAP. It's easy to be like, government should never exist. And it's easy to be a communist. Government should take care of everything. People shouldn't have private property. But if you're neither of those, you end up with these interesting discussions of thresholds, right? Well, how much government programs should we have? And exactly how should they operate? And so oftentimes that getting in the mud and trying to figure out like these sorts of conversations are like the practical stuff that should be occurring on the real world stage. It's one of the reasons I argue against what I perceive as corruption so much, because I feel like someone like me or you these conversations aren't really happening at a policy level because there's all this macro shit going on, that's policy smalacy. It's like, what's Congress do anymore? It's basically just, fuck it, leave the executive decide what to spend money on. I think it's set up poorly. But so now I appreciate the conversation. I did want to ask you a couple things before you got. I assumed I had you till 10 o'clock. I just want to get your opinion on a couple things, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm good to go. Let's do it.
Okay. What do you think? Where do you see our economic outlook for like the next year and a half or so going into the 2024 election?
Yeah, I mean, it's always really difficult to honestly make any sort of definitive economic predictions, because there's so many things that go into it. I would just say that, I would say that we would probably continue to see this disinflation, right? That inflation's probably not going to go up, substantially in the next year and a half or anything like that. Which is to say that I think that the inflation spike that we saw in 2021, 2022 was like a spike and not really representative of where we should set future expectations. I would say that in terms of output and to predict a recession, I would personally put majority odds on there being some sort of recession in the next year. It just seems to me that with the rate environment that we're seeing today, with like such high interest rates and how that affects the housing market and how that affects the just investment decisions of like so many different entities, that it wouldn't surprise me if we saw some sort of recession in the next 12 months. Now, predicting the severity of that recession is very difficult because I'm also saying there's a strong chance we won't have a recession. But if we do have a recession, I would predict it wouldn't be a very severe one. I would predict like maybe the recession would lead to, let's say, 5% unemployment, not 10% unemployment like we saw in the Great Recession in 2008 and 2009. And so that's kind of what I would say is I'm certainly, I've got some skepticism about what the economy looks like going forward. But there's obviously, we've talked about this before. I think that there's redeeming qualities of this economy that have sort of pulled through. Some of those redeeming qualities would be that wages for the lowest income workers have gone up, even including this amount of inflation that we've seen. And it seems like we've seen, even though I just said levels of investment are worrisome given how high interest rates are, because of various Biden policies, we've seen levels of investment go up substantially in a number of sectors that we would kind of want them to go up in. So like manufacturing investment has increased it substantially. And, I would say that that's probably generally a good thing. Investment in a broad swath of decarbonizing sort of investments in general has gone up a lot, which from a liberal leftist perspective, I think that's a good thing because climate change is a really big problem. And I think that there's also been some good movements in investment in housing as well. But so that's kind of my general thought.
I think that if I just give my prediction, I agree with you about the recession. I don't know how bad it'll be, but I think that it'll get bad enough that they'll have to officially announce that we're in some sort of recession. I think that we're likely to see inflation rates between 3 to 5%. Do you think that's about where you're guessing year over year in the months to come?
That's a good question. So I did say disinflation. So I would say that if I had to put like a really tight prediction on it, I would say within the next 12 months, if we're talking about general CPI, I would expect it to range from, let's say, 2 to 4%.
Okay.
I would say that my range would be a little bit lower than yours, right. But yeah, 2 to 4%, I would say.
I think that it's worrying because, obviously, I think the thought was that the raising of the rates would be able to substantially deal with interest rates. And it did to some extent, but I think a lot of that also has to do with, inflation rates. I think a lot of that has to do with how high inflation was. So, for example, just a natural curve would be if inflation goes 10% year over year in year one, it's going to be real hard to replicate that number. So there's going to be a natural decline in that number. So I think that there was always going to be a fall. But I'm worried that the raising of rates didn't lower inflation as much as we would have thought. What was last month's number? Like 3 something, right? If I remember, 3.5,
yeah.
3.6, something like that. And I think that was above estimations. And I think that, at this point, the fear was that raising rates would cause a recession, but would deal with inflation. And I don't think it's dealt with inflation enough. You talked about wages for low-income people increasing, but they're also the people that are hurt the most by inflation. And just because the rates of inflation have decreased, they were hammered so hard in these first 2 years since 2020 that people are really struggling. And I think that the economy is going to be a huge weakness for Biden going into 2024, which I have 2 questions for you. One, do you agree with that? And second, Do you think that the way, because I've seen articles coming out just today, something I've been saying for over a year now, do you think the way that Biden's messaging has been about like the term Bidenomics and bragging how good the economy is, do you think that's a mistake? Because perceptually, a lot of voters that are struggling think that comes off as callous and not caring.
Yeah, it's hard to say. So I would say, and I'll send you a video, actually, one of the one of the people I know in like the broader economic space made a video recently about inflation, and the video was, is this the end of inflation? I think he gives a pretty, let's say, like reasoned and balanced analysis that, you know, whether it's you or me, like I think both of us could actually agree that what he says in the video is pretty good. In terms of predicting inflation, I would say that in terms of the messaging from the Biden administration, it's very hard to say what is like good economic messaging because, like take Trump, for example. Like I think a lot of people had criticisms of Trumponomics and like Trump's management of the economy, despite the fact that like nominally a lot of the metrics that we would look at to determine if the economy is good or bad seem to be good, right? So for instance, we had strong GDP growth. I think that median wage growth was, I want to say it was decent under Trump. I could be wrong. I have to review the numbers again, but I think that was pretty good. But then what a lot of leftists would say is, okay, well, look at so many of these other groups of people struggling, right? Like look at income inequality, look at stagnating wages on the bottom end. And then with Biden, you kind of see the opposite. So I agree that inflation, all else equal, inflation obviously hurts poor people more than rich people because rich people can absorb the cost better. It's just that this is a very unique case where unemployment is low and the labor shortages that we're seeing are disproportionately in industries that lower income people tend to occupy. So even though we have seen inflation, which again, all else equal, does disproportionately hurt lower income people have actually had like higher levels of discretionary income like pre and post pandemic than middle income and upper income people, because middle and upper income people's incomes hasn't increased beyond the rate of inflation. It's really in real terms decreased, right? And I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing, despite the fact that a lot of the metrics we would look at for economic health being good, like, oh, low unemployment, high GDP growth, or like, let's say, relatively speaking, high GDP growth, right? These things are positive indicators. Disinflation, that's a good thing as well. But you do see a lot of middle income people and upper middle income people who are like, man, dude, like, yeah, I make 80 grand a year, but fuck, I made, 75,000 last year and inflation was 10%. So I'm kind of getting fucked here, right? And so a lot of these people are really upset. Totally fair for them to be upset. How should the Biden administration message in that regard? Hard to say, right? Because on one hand, you want to be able to recognize, yeah, not everything's perfect about our economy. There's a lot of things that are in fact bad about our economy. But like a politician is literally never going to admit any wrongdoing ever. Pretty much like, just like just speaking practically. And so the question at that point is like, okay, well, should Biden talk about the positives in his economy? I would say yes. I think that there's some strategic importance to pointing out the good things Biden has done. For instance, I was talking on a panel with Ruminate and a bunch of other people the other day that like, if I was Biden, Biden actually released, his administration, they released a map of where infrastructure money is being spent. So part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, where is this money actually being spent? And I want to say they did the same thing with the IRA. And like, if I was Biden, I would go to every single swing state, every single southern wet or red state, and I would go to all these infrastructure projects and be like, look, this was because of the bill we passed. This is literally the thing we did having material outcomes. And I would also stress, these Republicans didn't vote for it. I joked, I was like, man, I'd wear a T-shirt that said Republicans voted against this, like at the the groundbreaking ceremony for whatever infrastructure project, because I think people like infrastructure projects, and I think from a politically strategic point of view, it's good to point out, hey, Republicans were against these things, right? Because obviously electorally that's advantageous. But I agree it's a rock and a hard place, and I also agree that the economy on net will certainly be a problem for Biden headed into November, and I'll totally predict right here, right now, I've been predicting this for a while. Look, no president has ever won re-election when there was a recession. It's just never happened. Even if the recession is quote-unquote mild or severe, right? It's never happened. If there's a recession, the president who's in power ain't going to win, right? And so I don't care what the polls say. I don't care what literally any of the pundits say. If there is a recession on, let's say, November 10th, 2024, whatever the day before the election is, the next day, Biden will lose. Basically, no matter what. That would be my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested to see your numbers that show that, like, the way you phrased it seemed that you were suggesting this, that, like, for someone in the lower working class, that they have more disposable income now than they would have, like, pre-pandemic Trump numbers, because even though, in general, people's disposable income's down, the way the job market's worked out with people on the lower end, their increase in wages has allowed them to be in a better position vis-a-vis inflation than perhaps someone in the middle and the upper class. And I don't believe that's true. I believe that my understanding is, although their wages may have gone up percentage higher than the middle and upper class, because they're affected more by inflation, that they actually have less disposable income now than they did pre-pandemic numbers. And even still, there's a separate question to be asked. This is a question that I have for a lot of left-wing people in general on economic issues. Let's say that it's true that the gap has been shrunk from the upper and middle class to the lower class, but the lower class is still worse off. Is that a better thing? Right? So it could be, the middle and upper class have been hurt more by inflation and stagnant wages than in the past 2 years than the lower class. But to me, the only thing that the lower class are going to care about, particularly when it comes to voting, is, do I have more dollars to buy shit now than I did have before? I don't think they're going to look at it and say, well, I'm slightly worse off than I was in 2019 because even though I'm making more money, things cost more. But the middle class is more worse off than I am, or they've declined. I don't think that's how they'll look at it. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Are you literally saying that, like, 2019 versus 2023, that the lower class, because of their rising wages, have outpaced inflation, that they're better off now financially?
Well, no, I'm really saying both. So naturally, if you have, let's say that we were looking at the bottom 33% of earners, so people who make, obviously you understand, so the bottom 33% and then the top 33%, if we were to imagine a scenario, which is kind of what we're seeing today, where real incomes for the bottom 33% are increasing in real terms, and in real terms, incomes for the top 33% are decreasing, then of course the inequality in society has shrunk, right? Because you've got, relatively speaking, higher income people making less and lower income people making more. But of course, it's the case that I'm also saying the first thing that you said, which is that if you looked at the inflation adjusted income of lower income people, right, that bottom 33%, that has gone up in real terms aggregately, let's say like aggregately amongst low income earners pre and post pandemic. So like a lower income worker today, if you were to pick a random low income worker today, that person is making more money in real terms adjusted for inflation than that same low income worker from 2019, before the pandemic, before inflation, before all that stuff.
I'll have to look. I don't know that I believe those numbers. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I will have to look. I know anecdotally that's not how it looks where I live. Certainly, any economy is going to have outliers, right? So I could point to some people that's like, sure, they're making more money now. But I don't know. I'll just have to look into that. It's not something that I looked into before I was talking to you today. I'll get you out in this, because I did want to get you out by 10 o'clock. Especially now that I got to do paperwork for this fire drill. And I think Pisco wants to come on and get his ass handed. It won't be as cordial of a conversation with him. But do you regret endorsing policies of lockdown policies? And do you still think that a lot of the economic pain we see is because worldwide we embrace so many of those policies?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of lockdown, so I would say that, and I guess I should be a better... I guess I should be more curious about the effects of lockdowns, because I haven't engaged in what I'm sure is like a growing body of literature on the sort of material effects of lockdowns in terms of like how many people did lockdowns save? Did they even save people versus like what were the economic effects of lockdowns? But from what I've been able to read, essentially it seems like it's the case that yes, lockdowns did save like some number of people. And some countries did lockdowns better than others. Kind of going back to our previous conversation, I wouldn't be surprised if when you studied the effects of lockdowns, you get wildly different results, because like a country like New Zealand, because of how their government works and how government functions, maybe they just can do lockdowns better than the American government, right? And so maybe it makes sense for New Zealand to do lockdowns, but not America. But it seems like even in America, it's the case that lockdowns do save, let's say a pretty good number of lives. But of course, they did also cause a lot of economic problems. It kind of leads me to the conclusion that even if it was the case that America could, let's say like the advantageous position is for America not to do lockdowns. Well, if every other government does lockdowns and America doesn't, like, what's the difference here? Like, because America's economy is still completely fucked if every other country does lockdowns besides America, right?
But
still a completely fucked economy.
But
yeah,
far
I'm just wondering.
less.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree less. It's just like, what is that difference, right, between the two scenarios, and how many extra people are dying because essentially we don't have a lockdown economy, right? And so that's what's always been difficult, and that's why I kind of just rely on, well, sort of almost like from a first principles, like moral perspective, it just seems to me to be the case that if we can save a sufficiently large number of people in exchange for like economic deterioration to some degree, like it's probably worth it. But obviously we would both agree in principle that if the economic deterioration we see is so big and so bad that it's really kind of worth those people dying, right? That it might just be like, from a utilitarian perspective, it might just be better to just not have lockdowns. That's the literature that I have to look more into to really come to a more definitive answer. But that's my instinct, is essentially that the lockdowns probably saved more people than they killed, let's say, from like a strict perspective. And the economic pain was probably worth the people that were saved by lockdowns.
Well, let me ask you this. We'll just do it worldwide, because you're right that you could divvy it up. We can't control, me and you can't control anything, but we in the United States couldn't control the reaction to the rest of the world. So worldwide, how much do you think lockdowns and those sorts of policies are responsible for the worldwide sort of economic, I don't know what word you would use, regression, stagnation, woes? What percent, if you had to put like just a ballpark figure, like a percent, how much do you think that the economic problems we're seeing are a result of those sorts of lockdown policies?
Well, I mean, I would say that, I mean, it's an interesting question, but I mean, it's probably not a great answer. So, I would really just say that our current economic circumstance is always going to be based on essentially the previous day, right? And so, of course, it's the case that you can tie literally all of our economic problems probably back to when we decided to lock down. And so I'm kind of perfectly willing to say that, yes, like a lot of our economic problems, from the inflation that we see, from the labor shortage, from because of those reasons, the income stagnation amongst certain groups of people in our country, of course that's, that originates from COVID and the choice to lock our economy down, and the combination of those two things. Again, it just kind of comes down to a strict calculus of, were the worldwide lockdowns essentially worth the economic pain that we caused because we saved however many X number of people by locking the economy down.
And what you're saying is you haven't read the literature of how much how many were saved by the lockdowns, but the way you would evaluate that is you weigh a cost benefit. You say how many were saved first on lockdowns, and then what was the pain caused by lockdowns. So I'm saying, if you say to me, yeah, probably 50% or more of the economic problems we have are a direct response to sort of COVID lockdowns and things like that, then when you do your research, you're going to have to think that it was justified, that there were a huge amount of people who were saved by lockdowns. I don't think that literature exists. I think that it's marginal at best.
I mean, I think I've seen some estimates which show like, lockdowns in America saved 100,000 people. Lockdowns in the world saved, I've seen that number in the millions, like, 1 million or millions of people. And so, even at that point, and I don't know if you would consider yourself a utilitarian, but like even at that point, it's like, okay, let's say that the number is 10 million people globally were saved because of lockdowns. It's like, okay, well, how do we do it's also subjective, like how do we do the accounting for the economic problems that we saw in terms of how that led to like a worse life of people to live? How do we weigh that versus people dying? And also how many people died because of the poor economic situation?
Right.
Like, because there's going to be some number of people who, like, people talk about deaths from despair, like because you locked people down, people killed themselves. Because you locked people down and people lost their jobs, people killed themselves. Because you locked people down and people lost their jobs, people turned to drugs and then overdosed, right? Like, so
food shortages. There could be food shortages. Things like that.
There's going to be literal deaths that were caused because of the lockdowns, and then there's also going to be like a lowering of the quality of life, because I mean, of course, I would say everyone's quality of life was lowered when we had to go into lockdown, because you were locked down, right? You couldn't do the things you wanted to do, and that, even if you didn't kill yourself, like that sort of psychological, potentially physical torment, like, people talked about, oh, because we locked down, people who had abusive spouses had to like be with their abusive spouse more often, and like maybe they didn't get killed by their spouse, but like how do you weigh the cycle, and there's a way to do it. I'm totally open to, and I've always been open to the idea that lockdowns like were not worth it, and it would have just been better to not do it. But then obviously you would say, or not you would say, but like you would have to contend with this argument, which I feel like is kind of an equally, like it's an argument that I would put a lot of credence into, which is the idea that, well, let's just say the strict like material calculation is that, yes, it was better, all else equal, to not have lockdowns than to have lockdowns. But because of the way that COVID adapts and, let's say, evolves over time, it could have been the case that we had significantly worse variants of COVID get developed in a pre-vaccine era that would have killed so many more people, right? And that's like a total unfalsifiable thing. Like, you could never say if that would have happened or not, but of course the probability exists. So, well, fuck, like, it's like, do you always come to the conclusion that lockdowns were good because in theory there could have been a variant that was worse? Like, that's probably not a satisfying answer, but I don't know, you get what I'm saying. It's a hard question to answer.
That's why I don't look at it through strictly utilitarian calculus. Any time that you are massively restricting people's rights based on an unknown fear, the burden is on you to prove beyond, I would say, a reasonable doubt that restriction is necessary, and to show your work for a cost-benefit analysis at the time, proving why it's necessary, and there aren't other steps that could be taken to alleviate or to diminish the problem without restricting people in such a way. Yeah. And I said this from the get-go. I said from the get-go, I was like, the argument that will eventually be made will be, well, it's non-falsifiable because we don't know what we don't know. And so had we not locked down something terrible. And so that's always an argument you can make to justify any sort of government restrictions. Yeah. You could say...
And that's why I said that wouldn't be... Like, I always ultimately will understand that argument, right? And I perhaps would also be sympathetic to that argument. But it's not going to be a very satisfying argument, because ultimately you're just saying, well, the risk of not doing lockdowns always could be worse than doing lockdowns. But obviously... Well, then we would just, it's like almost like we would just perpetually lock the economy down. Like, if we lock down permanently, we're always eliminating that potential chance for a worse COVID variant. But in a post-vaccine society where, you can be basically, inoculated from the disease to a great degree, to where you're probably not going to die from COVID if you're vaccinated or you've had a previous infection. Well, in that society, lockdowns don't really... Like, we kind of are making the decision that, yes, that risk exists without lockdowns, but there's just, like, a low enough probability of that, and our quality of life is a lot greater without lockdowns, that we're kind of choosing to exist with that risk every day because of vaccines. We can greatly minimize that risk. So, I'm not in favor of perpetual lockdowns. I think that, in states of emergency, of course, it's probably reasonable to use them. I think that some countries did go probably... let's say overboard with like how long their lockdowns were and how strict they were. Because goodness, I think that, when did the UK open up? It was like mid 2021 or something. Yeah, they locked down for way longer than Americans did. Right. And that just seemed probably like, especially again, in a world where you've got ready access to the vaccine, like that seems pretty ridiculous if you ask me. So, but again, we're both Americans, right? We have, Americans have, we have fundamentally different views of civil liberties and freedoms that kind of puts us into kind of a similarly conservative camp if we're talking to like a British person or a New Zealander, right? We're like, for instance, neither of us are in favor of hate speech laws, but how many hate speech laws exist in democratic European countries? Like, people there seem to think, oh yeah, no, hate speech laws kind of just make sense, but from an American perspective, it's like, no, like no, you shouldn't be fucking making people go to court because they, even if they did something abhorrent, they did a Nazi salute in public or something, like that's just not something you should be prosecuted for. And so, I would tend Yeah, go on.
I'll just finish it. There's a lot to say to push back on that, such as there's the idea. I don't think there's good evidence that, with natural immunity, people being affected, that we had much more risk for variation in new strains of COVID than we did with vaccination.
No, I'm agreeing with that. That's what I said. I said with a prior infection and vaccination, your risk of dying from a future infection is much lower. So with either of those things.
But you said, had we not locked down before the vaccine, then there could have been more variants. But if people were getting natural immunity, which is shown to be superior to the vaccinated immunity, I think there's no evidence to suggest. I mean, anything's possible. But there's also the fear of what they call leaky vaccines. I forget what I've read an example of this before, but when you have a vaccine that's only somewhat effective, it encourages mutation of viruses to then become more virulent, particularly against uninoculated populations. So if we're looking at that with just guesswork when we're making the decision, I don't see why you would just include I'm not saying you're doing this, but I don't see why people would say, well, one of the factors is we just don't know how it could mutate if we don't lock down before vaccines, but you could say the same afterwards. You could, but it's a long discussion. I think that it's interesting to me that there wasn't a discussion like this that occurred before the lockdowns, at least not in a policy level around the world, particularly in the United States. And I think that it's amusing people that are sort of focused on economics, not just you, but people, that are actual economists that you see that are out there, putting in their 2 cents of where we go from here. I don't think there's been a lot of mea culpas from that crowd, that they endorsed policies that now we're going to be struggling with for years to come, as I predicted economically. Yep. And I think that that's a disservice to the industry, disservice to that sort of science, that instead of saying, listen, we're going to do our best, obviously we can't be perfect, we're going to do our best to be honest about what the ramifications of this might be and what the cost benefit is. Instead, it was just shut up and take it. And I think that it did a lot of harm. And I think that I'm fine for it, because I thought that a lot of these institutions and economists were full of shit anyways. And so it really just buttresses that point to me. But from the sake of someone like you, or someone that is one of these economists, I think they should realize the harm that they've caused, because people like me are going to be out there going, you see, where was all this,
Well, I mean, to be fair, anytime we've ever talked about lockdowns, I've always said, obviously there's a great cost to locking down an economy, right? So, I mean, I've said that every time we've talked about it, and I've always brought it back to it's just going to depend on the weighing of those costs versus the cost of not doing it, and that is a difficult conversation, because you don't have that counterfactual. Because, I mean, frankly, in the whole world, there was really, I'm not really aware, but there's not really many examples of pretty much any government just not doing any sort of lockdowns or restrictions. They all had some combination of lockdowns, masking, vaccine requirements, right? And to be fair, maybe as reaction to the effects of the lockdowns, maybe conservative thought in this country, which is much more likely to be anti-lockdown, will develop into actually being anti-lockdown, because, I mean, conservative governors of states, they might have opened up earlier, they might have done less restrictions, but looking at all the Republican governors and Trump himself, who obviously allowed the lockdowns to happen in the first place, it seems like most conservatives even kind of thought you should do some amount of lockdowns, vaccine requirements, mask kind of things like that, right? And so, maybe we'll have another pandemic, and we'll be able to see truly experimentally the result of, let's say, I don't know, maybe Minnesota locks down, but then the Dakotas don't lock down at all, and you can really compare what the differences are. But right now, we're just kind of working on intuition to some degree, right? So.
Yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate the conversation. I enjoyed it, and hopefully we can talk soon. Yep. Can you tell my audience where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. So, for me, I'm Econoboi. I talk to robnoerr every now and then on panels or personally, but obviously I do my own streaming and content creation as well. And so if you ever want to check my stuff out, hear what a progressive thinks about economics, the economy, politics, things like this, you can always go to Econoboi on YouTube, Twitter. I don't know, where else do I make stuff? Twitch, I guess. Yeah. Twitch.
I put your Twitch. I just put your Twitch link in the chat. Yeah. I didn't know you had a YouTube. I'll look for it here real quick and put it in as well.
No, that's where most of my stream views come from, is YouTube nowadays. But yeah, if you want to, whatever platform you want. It's Econoboi and everything. And yeah, no, it was really good talking to you as well, Rob.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you so much to Econoboy's audience. Feel free to stop in my channel anywhere. It's Normal America with Rob Noerr, or just Rob Noerr as you see it spelled, ROBNOERR. So great talking to you. Hope everything's going well. And yeah, we'll talk soon.
For sure. All right, have a good one.
Yep. I always forget and do that. Now you all can see my... Luckily, I'm never having crazy conversations that I don't want made public on those Discord things. You know, I could be more harsh on the lockdown and thing like that. I don't think it's necessary for tonight. I've been harsh in debates that I've had with them. I think that history will vindicate me that my stance of being against the lockdowns was the correct stance to have. As far as... excuse me. I think I'm starting to get a cold. As far as sort of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, I thought there were interesting things to say about it. Clearly, though, I'm distrusting of the government and massive government programs like that and think that it would be spent. But in theory, like the philosophical principle, if the government's going to take your money and either give you a program or send you a portion of your money back, I would prefer the latter. And in theory, open the door. And in theory, the idea of investing money instead of just constantly borrowing for our government sounds better. So thanks, EOD, for putting his link up there, too. I appreciate it. All right, Pisco, are you still here? Well, come on and make a fool of yourself. If you're there, feel free. All right. You come on in and make a fool of yourself. Now, I'll explain the rules when you come on here. All right. Here we go.
Hey, my friend, how are you?
Can you hear me? I'm doing good. I'm good. So here's what we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
We're going to give you 5 minutes uninterrupted to outline your case, right? So that I'm not going to straw man you. You can outline your case. Just so the audience knows what we're talking about is Representative Bowman pulling fire alarm and what the possible motivations were. I think Pisco has once more demonstrated to a laughable degree how much of a hack he is in making excuses for this sort of thing. And I'll explain what you're doing and why you're doing it afterwards, in my estimation. But it's seeing as how I'm ridiculing you, and I'm absolutely ridiculing you, I figure I would open the floor to you for as long as it takes within reason. I can't be here for 40 minutes. But for like 5-10 minutes to outline your case, uninterrupted, of anything you want to say about this situation. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, 100%. So just to give you guys a little... Well, you already explained the situation, didn't you? I was hearing you sort of give a factual recap.
I didn't go into too much detail. Earlier I did when there was only like 10 people watching. But
so I'll paint you a picture into how I was introduced to this topic. I saw a tweet from someone from Politico saying someone was caught on camera pulling the fire alarm. And it was at a time where I was very closely, as you know, if you've been following my Twitter, I've been very following this budget stuff very closely. And I knew 100% that the Democrats were complaining about not being able to read the bill. And I knew that prior to this tweet, the leader of the House, the leader of the Democrats, and the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, was doing an hour-long speech about nothing, and they were taking turns doing their little procedural moves to try to buy time so that I'm sure their lawyers and staffers can read the bill. And so in that context, I read this tweet that says, hey, someone pulled a fire alarm and we have footage of it. And I was like, the very first thing I say is, this is outrageous if true. Then some time passes and the spokesman for the now identified Congressman Bowman gives the following statement. Congressman Bowman did not realize he would trigger a building alarm as he was rushing to make an urgent vote. The congressman regrets any confusion. And I thought that was one of the most horrible statements that you could ever make. In the first statement you make after an hour of this just sort of festering, you don't explain why you whether or not you pulled the fucking fire alarm as opposed to just pushing on the door, which there's a fucking picture of him pulling on the fire alarm, and you don't really explain the mechanics of it at all, and you just say he didn't realize it would trigger a building alarm, as though that answers any questions. And so I was immediately of the opinion that this is suspicious as fuck and that this makes no sense. I drew a diagram that said that it makes no sense that you would like go to pull an alarm before it to like make it faster to your vote. I thought it was stupid as hell. And then he like comes out and says something like, I don't know, I didn't know, or whatever. I thought I needed to do it to open the door. That's his actual statement on why he did it. That in order to open the door, he thought that you had to pull the fire alarm. Okay? So let me just start off by giving you exactly what you want. If he was pulling the fire alarm to delay the vote, that is criminal in my opinion and should be prosecuted.
Do you think it? I know I told you. Yeah. Would you say that it violates? What is it? 18 C 1512
official proceeding.
Yes.
Yeah. If we can prove right, and if in his actual, suppose we know his intent was to delay the vote through this improper means, right? You can delay the vote through procedural, but this is improper. You would agree, right? Like there would be legitimate things.
Of course.
I would think that just based on my reading of that statute, unless I'm missing some horrible case law, but I don't have any reason why it wouldn't apply to that conduct. If Donald Trump was supposed that like a Trump supporter, I always switch the parties whenever I'm thinking about this. If a Trump supporter was trying to do the same thing, essentially with the electoral counting, right, on January 6th, would I say something similar? Maybe. Yeah, probably, right? Now, this doesn't get into the question of like whether or not it would make sense to charge him or the amount of evidence, but if you just assume those facts, I think it's quite clearly like a corrupt thing that's being done to not within the rules in order to obstruct the voting of Congress, which in any other context I think that's like what it's designed for. That's number one. Number two, I'll give you what you want. If he pulled the fire alarm knowing that it would sound an alarm just for convenience, right? Just to open the door, but he knew it would sound the alarm. You follow me?
Yeah.
I think that's potentially criminal. I think I'm a lot less read up on the false alarm statutes in DC. That's why I cabinet and say potentially. But at least for my like just intuition, that would seem to be a crime to falsely pull on a fire alarm for the purpose of your own convenience when you know there's no fire or danger. Even for the convenience, should be investigated, criminal, disqualifying. The first one's disqualifying, obviously. He should resign or be expelled under the first one. And under the second one, he should definitely be, it's disqualifying to the voters, and there should be serious conversations about, he's so unhinged for someone to do that. And the third, so first of all, that's what you want, right? What I just told you in the sense of if the situations are those ways, there's consistency there, right?
Yeah, the first part is what I want. This was done to obstruct an official proceeding. I don't disagree with you. Like, let's say there's no Congress isn't in session and he's just hanging out eating pizza with his staffers and he's just like, fuck it, I'll pull the alarm. I agree that's probably some sort of crime. I don't think that would be obstructing an official proceeding. I don't think that's what happened here. But sure, I agree with you in the sense that there is probably a criminal statute for falsely setting off an alarm. But what you said so far that I want, and it's the reason that you're going to obfuscate here, is yes, just like many non-violent people were charged January 6th for serious time, like being in solitary confinement, being imprisoned, having to pay huge fines, being on probation, was for this exact charge, and we were told how serious this charge is, which is delaying an official proceeding. It carries a sentence of up to 20 years. That's what happened here in my estimation. And you're saying if he pulled this alarm to delay the proceeding, you would be for charging him for this. So that is what I wanted there. And now you'll explain why that's not the case now.
Well, I don't know if it's not the case.
Okay.
So just to be clear. But second of all, I just with reference to what you just said, up to 20 years, I think that the maximum ones are for seditious conspiracy. I don't think this would qualify for seditious conspiracy.
No, I agree. I agree with you. For example, the people that are saying Enrique Tarrio and this guy, no, that's not an apples to apples comparison. There are apples to apples comparisons of people that were charged exclusively with the statute.
Yeah.
But yes, the statute calls for up to 20 years. Julie Kelly,
I think it's 5.
Yeah, so I think people were getting 2 years, 5 years, 6 months, were some of the sentences.
I think it's up to 5. I could be wrong about that, though, so I don't know.
Well, this says,
I mean,
the statute says imprison not more than 20 years. That's what the statute
so I don't know.
says.
So I don't know which statute you're referring to, but
Just to be clear, and you can explain this if you want to the audience, just because something says up to doesn't mean that's the normal.
Get it.
Right. So there are sentences that say up to 30 years, but the average might only be 4 years.
Well, and that's also, I think, something I would take into consideration is even if this fits the framework of the statute, there could be other reasons why one is punished more or less harshly. I don't think this would be the fat category. Like, I think it's funny because I'm laughing at various aspects of it, but it's actually not funny if that was his intent. If that was his intent, pulling a fire alarm, at least when I was a kid, it was a serious fucking deal. If you were doing that prank, and it's like your senior prank, and you would be fucking expelled, you wouldn't walk graduation. This happened in my school. And so I've always had this sensitivity to fire alarms and for it being fucking dangerous. And I grew up in a town where there were a lot of there's a big firefighter culture, and a lot of people who volunteer for it. And so we don't fuck around with fire stuff. And I think that it's a problem. And it's obviously, if he did it with the intent to delay, it's a huge problem.
Okay. So far, haven't really said anything I disagree with, and I'm taking the step of mocking you and calling you a partisan hack. So clearly, something that's going to come up here, the disagreement's where we're going now. So go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So in my, just to put some context and defend me a little bit, I was saying all this stuff about how stupid the statement was, about how it didn't make any sense, about how if it happened, it's outrageous, and I was getting a ton of flack by Democrats who are followers of mine who were talking shit about me. And so I know that it doesn't really matter or / is relevant that there are crazier Dems than me, but in your eyes, but I just want to be clear that I'm going to give my opinion, whether you believe it or not, regardless of whether some people are going to try to gaslight me or some shit. And my Twitter feed shows that. On to the actual brass tacks. What I said in my tweet there's 3 conceivable situations that I can see so far for why you pull that fire alarm. Number 1, because you want to delay the vote. Number 2, because you want, out of convenience, and you're trying to open the door, and you know it's going to sound. Or number 3, out of convenience, and you don't know it's going to sound. And I thought all 3 of those explanations, all of 3 of those rationales, in each one of them, he looks awful, horrible. And in each one of them, it's just so preposterous. You're stupid on the same level of stupidity for all 3. That's my position. That he as an individual is in the same magnitude of stupid for all 3 of these different scenarios that I'm laying out. The most obvious one is the one that you probably think is the most preposterous. For you to believe, regardless of whether or not you think pulling an alarm would open a door, for you to pull an alarm and think it won't sound an alarm, to me is just the height of ridiculousness. It is so preposterous. These alarms are so obvious. Everyone knows what they look like. Everyone knows what they do. That to me, it defies all logic for someone to say, I pull that alarm and I have no expectation that an alarm is going to sound. That is so ridiculous to me that, if you think that, you are literally one of the stupidest. I don't know what to say. Agree with me so far?
Yep.
Okay. On the second scenario that I laid out, which is he knew it was going to sound, but he did it anyway. That's almost the only one where, like, I guess you're so stupid because it's such a lack of judgment that no one's going to follow up on this alarm, right? And that you're just doing it to get to a place faster. It's just as stupid from a vantage point of why the fuck are you doing it, and from the vantage point of such a lack of judgment that it's disqualifying and possibly criminal for false alarm. Which leaves us, right, with answer number 1, which is your answer. Therefore, it must be because he wants to delay the proceedings. And I understand why you get there, and I understand the horrible appearance it is that the Democrats are, it's not even contested that they're trying to delay at this moment, and it's at that exact time that you're pulling the fire alarm. I understand that. The only thing I differ with you is I also think the explanation of he wants the delay has a bunch of fucking holes in it and is ridiculous. And no matter what, in order to believe number 1, he's just as stupid as number 3. But anyway, I'll stop it there for your interventions, and I can explain further. Yeah.
Okay, so one of the things I'll say that you missed when talking about your scenarios 1 and 2. So 1, you correctly say, if you're full of shit if you didn't know pulling an alarm would trigger an alarm. Your second scenario is, well, he just didn't give a shit. But what that avoids is, he would also have to believe that pulling a traditional-looking fire alarm, which, by the way, he was a principal at a school and would have seen dozens and dozens of these.
That irony is not lost on me.
Thinking that pulling that would open a door. Like, that's nonsensical.
Well, that's even worse for him. It's even worse for him because someone posted a picture of a bunch of signs next to the door, and one of the signs in one state of the world says if the alarm is on for whatever amount of time, the doors will open. And so that sign would seem to imply a connection between the sounding of the alarm and the unlocking of the door. But if you look closely at the pictures, it appears that the signs that have that connection between alarm duration and unlocking of doors aren't actually there. There are the signs from outside the door and the signs saying this is an emergency exit. But the signs that say, press on the door for 3 seconds, alarm will sound, doors will open in 30 seconds, which is, it's not that confusing of a sign. That's actually not visible in the picture that shows him pulling it. And so
what's being reported is as follows. We'll see. But what's being reported is the video surveillance shows him go to the signs and then pull them down, then push on the door and it didn't open, and then goes over and pulls the fire alarm. Now, the obvious reason for that is a lot of times there are emergency doors. When you open them, the alarm goes off. I believe what he was doing was trying to give plausible deniability. Oh, I'm sorry, I just went out that door and the alarm went off, right? And then when it didn't work, he said, fuck it, I'll just pull the alarm then. But there is no chance at all in the realm of any believability that he thought pulling that fire alarm, which he had seen in schools, would open the door.
Trigger an alarm.
Well, that's one section of it, wouldn't trigger an alarm, but would open the door, which is his argument. He thought that pulling that alarm would trigger the door opening. That's fucking nonsensical.
Can I ask you a question? Because I really don't know this. I really don't know. What would open the door? Because clearly the door can be opened. And so if triggering the alarm wouldn't open the door, what would?
It looks like, based on that sign, holding the handle for 3 seconds. What opens most doors? Pushing the handle.
No. Wait, does he not push the handle? Or does he try
it looks
once?
like he tries to push it once. This is what they're saying. I haven't seen the video. I've just seen the picture. But they say he goes up to the door, pulls the signs down, pushes on the door once, and then goes up and pulls the fire alarm.
Okay.
But there is just... Will you agree with me that it is absurd to think that he thought pulling the fire alarm could have opened the door?
Well, I don't think that's absurd given the sign, but I do think now that I know that, it knocks out one of my scenarios. Because then clearly he knows the alarm's going to go off. If he's reacting to the sign and saying, and the sign says that the alarm needs to be out for a certain amount of time for the door to unlock, then to me it seems like beyond a shadow of a doubt, he knew an alarm would sound. And that's to me almost... Okay,
and again, I'm just saying what I've seen reporting suggesting what the video showed. So I'm not taking that as gospel truth. Nonetheless, the facts that we do know, I don't know how you could sit here with a straight face and try to make the argument that he possibly thought pulling the alarm would open the door.
Hang on. Is it obvious to me that an alarm sounding has no connection to an emergency door opening? That I thought was not the question. I thought the question was, does pulling the alarm open the door without sounding an alarm? That's what I thought.
No. Those are two different questions. There's question one, to answer your scenario, did he think an alarm was going to go off? That's absurd. If he thought pulling the alarm wouldn't trigger an alarm, that's fucking ridiculous. He's saying, his scenario, his defense is, I pulled the alarm because I thought it would open the door.
Oh, well then that's less. Then that puts it in scenario 2, which is you don't. For me, which is you don't care. You're going to sound an alarm and you don't care because you just want to go through that door.
But
but
because why would you pull the alarm to go through the door if you could just go through the door? There is zero connection
door's locked.
But there's zero again, that's my point. There is zero connection to him thinking, the door's locked. I'll pull the fire alarm and that'll open the door. Because you've outlined 3 scenarios, and 2 of those scenarios have to do with him trying to egress the door. And in one scenario, he thought, I will egress the door and an alarm will go off. And the other, he thought, I will egress the door and there won't be an alarm.
Yeah.
I'm saying that both of those scenarios are belied by the fact that there's no fucking connection to pulling a fire alarm to opening a door.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So then here's my response to that. The signage to me matters. The signage to me matters. Because the signs that I saw which say if alarm is on for 30 seconds. Listen, he's an idiot no matter what. Listen, he's never not an idiot. It's never not a horrendous look for him. But the signs do say when the alarm is on for 30 seconds, door will unlock. Don't they?
Let's see what the sign said. Again, the sign that's not even up on the door in the picture.
That's what I said. That's what I thought. Before this conversation, I thought those signs weren't up. And so I was like, why would you fucking pull an alarm and think a door opens? The sign says, emergency exit only, push until alarm sounds for 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 30 seconds.
Okay. Where does that say? Pull the alarm on the other side of the wall.
Bro, I totally agree with it. No, I 100% agree. It does not say that. And it seems to envision you pushing on the door to sound the alarm. And then afterwards, after you push on the door, the door will unlock. But what the one thing it does do is there is a connection in the sign between alarm and unlockage of door. That's what. But I didn't even think that sign was up. That's what I didn't know.
Well, if the sign wasn't up, then this whole argument's out the fucking window.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and if the sign's up, it defies credulity to think that this person who doesn't, by all appearances, doesn't have any sort of cognitive issues to the point where he's basically incapable of walking around, could read that sign as someone who is a principal and has seen fire alarms that look exactly like the one he's pulled probably hundreds of times in his life and think that it opens a door. So I'll ask you this, now that we've got that out of the way. You've outlined 3 scenarios. Which one of those 3 scenarios is most likely?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
And that's why you're a hack.
No, hang on. Because we haven't even talked about delay scenario. And I haven't put, because right now that has been the delay scenario has just been like a fucking elephant in the room that we haven't talked about. And let me tell you what I think are all the problems with that.
You could, by all means, I'll give you the floor here. This is why I think you're a hack.
Why?
Because to claim that, well, it's equally likely that these 2 scenarios, for example, it's equally likely. Scenario 1 is he didn't know that pulling an alarm would trigger an alarm, and he thought that maybe it would open the door. That's a ridiculous scenario. But it's also as ridiculous to think that while they wanted this vote delayed, that him pulling a fire alarm would have been reasoned to try to delay the vote. Those are both equally ridiculous scenarios. That's why you're a fucking hack. It's laughable.
So if there's those signs there, then it's conceivable that there's a connection between alarm sounding and door unlocking. It is still stupid. Because it's an emergency door, whether or not it's the
get to the problems you have with the delay.
No, but because the reason I'm saying this is because you're characterizing it as you think alarm pull doesn't sound alarm. I think alarm pull sounds alarm, and I'm not sure whether alarm pull opens door. Me talking as Pisco, I know that.
Then don't ever go into public. If you think that pulling a fire alarm opens a door,
don't be performative.
Please, no. Performative.
Don't be performative. Hang on. What I'm saying is, I know pull alarm pulls alarm. Do you know that pull alarm doesn't unlock doors?
Yes.
It never unlocks.
Yes, I absolutely 100% know that pulling a fire alarm, the type that I've seen hundreds, if not thousands of times in my life, do not open a door. Yes, I absolutely know it, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
So then I don't know enough about security and fire alarms in the sense of whether or not they can trigger openings of doors. I don't know that. I know they trigger alarms, and what I was trying to be sold to by a bunch of people was he thought that pulling that alarm wouldn't sound an alarm and would just open the door. But again, when you read that sign that's on the Congress, it does say after 30 seconds of the alarm sounding, the door will unlock. And so I don't. Can you explain that sign given what you just told me?
Yes, if you push and hold the lever of the door for 3 seconds, it will trigger the alarm, and then that door will unlock 30 seconds later.
Help me out here.
You need help?
So hang on a second. Do you have to hold the door for 30 seconds? Or
It says push until alarm sounds. It's setting on a handle. It says 3 seconds. So that means you push that handle for 3 seconds, then an alarm will sound. Then the door will unlock 30 seconds later.
30 seconds after you hold it for 3 seconds, or 30 seconds after the alarm sounds?
30 seconds after the alarm sounds, which triggers after you hold it for 3 seconds.
Okay. Then the alarm. First of all, I don't know that that's true. But then the alarm is triggering door unlockage, isn't it?
I don't know. I would say the trigger of the
Then
door
don't sound
unlockage.
stupid.
It is absolutely stupid. I will repeat myself. Looking at a door that you're thinking, I would like to go out that door, and then looking over and saying, "Oh, there's a fire alarm over there."
Wait.
I think I'll pull that alarm.
Don't dodge, Rob.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm not dodging. I'm being quite specific. I couldn't be more specific. In this and every other situation, to any person ever coming to that door or other doors, no, I don't believe that anyone would think that pulling the fire alarm would open that door.
No, but I'm not talking about that right now. I am not talking about pulling the fire alarm at the moment. Can you hear me say that?
I can hear you saying that.
About pulling the alarm. So for this self-contained part of the conversation, I do not want to talk about pushing the fire alarm.
Okay.
I just want to talk about what the alarm triggers. And my question for you is, if you push on the door for 3 seconds and then let go, I'm assuming an alarm will sound. Fair?
That's what it seems to suggest.
Okay. And then after 30 seconds of that action, it seems like the doors will unlock.
That's true. 30
Fair?
seconds after you held the handle in for 3 seconds, it seems to suggest the door will unlock.
Okay, so it sounds like an alarm triggered by the door will unlock the door. Fair?
No, it sounds like there are two things that occur. The pushing of that sets forth a mechanism that will eventually unlock the door, and an alarm will ring. This would be as dumb as saying, like, oh, well, if there's a sign on a door that says push the door for 3 seconds, then an alarm will ring and the door will unlock 30 seconds later, then that would be the same as me blowing a rape whistle. That's an alarm. That too could unlock the door after 30 seconds. No, it's not the alarm. It is the act of holding the door handle for 3 seconds that sets forth the motions, not pulling an independent alarm that is on the other side of the wall. I answered your question. Now I want to ask. I answered your question. Now I'm going to ask you a question. You came up with this theory under the assumption that this sign wasn't even there.
Correct.
So can you explain to people how you're still making this argument if that sign wasn't there?
If that sign is not there, to me, it is so inexplicable why you would pull an alarm and think that it unlocks the door more than you just pushing on the door for longer or for more. And so, to me, that's why I thought that scenario was really, really implausible. That you would think that there is some connection between the alarm and the door, absent some kind of signage that implies that connection. Does that make sense?
It does not make sense, and then you could have that belief and think that that's equally as unplausible as potentially delaying the vote.
Okay, because the level of stupidity required to... first of all, I've just said the level of stupidity is the same for both. I don't know the relative likelihoods of either. I've said. The level of stupidity, it's just as preposterous for him to come to the conclusion that this opens that as the following, which is you are in a separate building from Congress, right? You have no reason to think, if you don't even know how to open this door, apparently, unless you do and you think it's whatever, right? And you're just like playing a game to try to show or to give plausible deniability that you're trying to exit. There's no reason for you to think that pressing an alarm there is going to cause the desired effect of an alarm throughout the halls of Congress. The buildings are separated by space. There's circumstantial evidence that he uses the door frequently. No one has refuted the fact that the door is usually open. The fact that it's so unnecessary for you to do this kind of thing when the Democrats obviously have their own procedural ways of delaying sufficient enough time for you to have your lawyers or your staffers read the bills. So you're, as well as being really, really dumb, you're just really rash and lack total judgment. And there's just no evidence no contemporaneous statements that like, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like, there's just nothing, no reason, no basis to think that what was actually motivating him was an intent to delay. And so the level of stupidity required for someone to use that fire alarm as a mechanism of delay is similar to the level of stupidity required to think that an alarm is connected to a door opening absent signage. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I'll explain what you're doing for everyone, and then I'll tear to shreds this obviously bullshit explanation from your part. What Pisco's doing is this. He understands, like almost everyone, that the overcharging of January 6 people is a fucking joke. That it's been oversold to people. That this idea...
No, I agree with all the charges. I agree with all charges.
Right. He understands it, though. He could say that. But if it's just because he cheers for the corruption and double standard when it benefits
They weren't overcharged. I agree with the
I sat there... Did I not sit there and listen to you explain? You can dispute...
That's true.
Okay.
But when you characterize me...
I'm telling the audience what I believe my opinion of you is and what you're doing.
Okay.
You entered this conversation knowing I've been mocking you all day for being a ridiculous fucking partisan hack. So to come in and get a chip on your shoulder like, wow, you're characterizing me. Right, that's why you're here. Right? Did you not know that's... Right. I'm telling you why you're a hack.
You're ridiculing. One is ridiculing my opinion. The other is saying he knows that the charges are ridiculous when in fact my actual belief and my stated belief are both that the charges are almost to a charge appropriate for every defendant.
So we got Pisco on his high horse interrupting me. Now I'll tell you what Pisco, bad faith sack of shit hack, really thinks. What he really knows is that the calling of this as an insurrection was bullshit, and the overcharging of people based on this statute particularly, where people have been on their high horse in the mainstream media and the Democratic Party saying, obstructing an official proceeding, oh my god, it's so horrible. That's part and parcel to all of their explanations that justifies things such as the mass censorship that we saw with the Twitter files, that justifies sort of the mass incarceration of people that are Trump supporters, all of this shit. They have to keep that narrative going. So it really, really, really hurts their narrative if someone on their side just broke the same fucking law. That's not good for them. That's why they could say, sure, I'm sure there's some sort of law pulling a fire alarm. Certainly he broke that. Whatever that is, charge him with that. But they can't have him charged with that. And spoiler alert, he won't be charged. I'll guarantee Bowman's not going to be sitting in solitary confinement waiting to be arraigned on the fucking charge of obstructing official proceeding. Guarantee it. We all know it. We all know. But that's the double standard that people like Pisco are going to cheer for. So now he's got to spin this story and say it's equally likely that he thought that pulling the alarm wouldn't trigger the alarm and would open the door as it is that he wanted to do this to delay a proceeding. Now, the reason Pisco gives that this couldn't delay a proceeding, he gives a couple reasons. One, they had other strategies that they could use to delay. That's true, and they employed multiple strategies, but there were multiple Democrats that were doing everything they could, coming up with things that would be able to delay this strategy. And by the way, as I said at the opening of this show, I don't even disagree with them. I think that they should have had time to read the bill. It's one of my big pet peeves in Congress, them trying to bring bills to a vote before people have had the chance to read it. So I actually sympathize with the Democrats. Of course, they wanted to pass their big bill from Kevin McCarthy that basically did everything Democrats wanted. Of course, they ended up wanting it, but they also wanted to make sure that there wasn't some sort of trick in there. So I get that. So they were employing multiple things that they would be able to do this. And they've engaged in stunts before, even though they have legislative options to be able to delay votes, like sitting on the floors of Congress and other shit, and other elaborate things that they've done. So it is not in any way whatsoever dispositive, or even something that you should consider to a strong value that, oh, because there were other procedural things they could do, no one would ever then pull a fire alarm to try to delay the vote. That's number one. Number two, he says...
First of all, no one says no one ever. No, I just want
number
to be clear.
two...
No one says no one ever. It's just circumstantial evidence. That's all we have of intent.
Number two is what we see is he says, but this wasn't the exact building. Pisco, true or false? Is this building connected?
Underground, I think.
Okay,
maybe,
so it is. You could get entirely to where the voting area was occurring within the exact same structure. There is a tunnel that connects it. So it would be reasonable to believe that pulling a fire alarm could cause the building and all that's being connected to stop what they're doing or to evacuate. Number three, even if somehow he knew that it would only trigger in the Cannon building and not in the specific area where the vote was happening, it would give justification for delaying the vote further when they would say, there were people in the Cannon building that wanted to get here and be able to vote and be able to see this, but because there was an emergency and there had to be an evacuation, now we need time for that to get sorted out so those people would be able to get back here and to be able to do these things. Now, he says... Again, Pisco's version of this that I'm making fun of him, he says it's equally likely that he didn't know. That is exactly what you said.
No,
that is exactly. I'll read your tweet. Let's bring up your tweet.
I said it's equally preposterous.
Let's bring it up. So
it's just as preposterous to think this was a ploy to.
Okay, so you basically said exactly what I said, right? He says. The entire reason that I called him a hack, it would be fine if he said, look, I could come up for arguments, but clearly the most likely scenario of the three is that he wanted to delay.
I'm not willing to say that.
Right, which is exactly what my criticism is. So he's saying it's equally preposterous, it's equally unlikely that he didn't know that pulling the alarm would trigger the alarm, and he thought that pulling the alarm would open the door. That is as equally likely or unlikely or preposterous as he did this to delay a vote. It is fucking ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. Absolutely laughable.
Let's just take this one step at a time. First of all, on everything related to January 6th, I agree with almost every charge that I've seen on January. Maybe you can point to me to a few individual defendants where I'll say that was overcharged, whatever. But by and large, I think the charging on January 6th has been just fine. Just totally fine, totally fair for the conduct charge. 100%. January 6th was an insurrection. I think it's an insurrection so much that I think Donald Trump is not able to run under the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Because you know his intent, unlike Bowman. No, he thought that was how he got into the building. He thought by denying the election was how he got into the building. Right, you understand. He thought that's how you opened the doors, right?
So hang on a second. So your statements implying that I am backing away from the charging decisions in January 6th or the labeling of this as an insurrection are categorically false. I do not for 1 second repudiate the Department of Justice, who's doing good work in charging these criminals and these terrorists who engage in an insurrection in January 6th.
You see, just real quick before you go, you see, first off, he's full of shit. He knows it wasn't an insurrection. Second, you see the benefit of the doubt he gives to Trump and January 6 people? You see, compared to Bowman, well, it's equally unlikely that he thought that the fire alarm wouldn't trigger an alarm and open the door. Fucking laughable. Laughable.
Rob, the difference is I just showed you a sign. Look, I'm fucking dumb. And that sign...
That we agree on, finally.
That sign, right? At least to someone who is an idiot, which I think you have to be an idiot to pull that fire alarm, no doubt about that, seems to imply a connection between the amount of time an alarm is ringing or the amount of time since you press an alarm, either triggered by the door or, and I don't know, right? Maybe not triggered by the actual alarm, but the triggering of the alarm via the door seems to imply that the door will be
a sign that you acknowledge when you came up with your explanation here you didn't even think was up on the door. Proceed.
But hang on a second. You have just said that you don't know whether it's triggered by the alarm or whether it's triggered by some mechanism.
I know that pulling the fire alarm doesn't open the door and would obviously trigger an alarm. I do know that.
But the whole reason why we're engaged in this conversation
Please get to points that are relevant.
Because you're so scared about this point. Because
I'm not scared about the point. You're rehashing the same point. I'll make it as clear as possible. You ready? No, I think it is absurd to think that pulling the alarm wouldn't trigger the alarm and it would open the door. No, I don't think that the sign that we don't even have evidence that was there would have given reason to justification for someone to believe that pulling the alarm would have opened the door. I just answered, but you're too busy interrupting me. I literally just answered, but you're too busy interrupting to fucking listen. Yes, I did. What was the second thing I said there? Go ahead.
The second thing you said is, I do not think it's reasonable enough, that signage, to have the linkage between the alarm opening the door. That's not what I am getting at. That is not what I'm getting at.
Okay, well then by all means.
Okay. So the what I'm asking you is, do you think that an alarm triggered by the door causes the door to unlock?
I will repeat what I just said. That no, the reason that I will repeat no.
Say yes or no.
No. No, I don't think that pulling the fucking fire alarm opens the door. And let me go further. Let me go further. This is exactly this is something that Pisco does. Right? This is what he does. He says, "No, I heard what you said, and that's not what I'm going to say." And then he literally says the same thing. So I will repeat. His argument is this: well, the sign was confusing. It's not a dodge. It's nice filibuster by you because you know that when I'm answering the question specifically and you don't like the answer because you're a fucking hack. It is not a dodge. It is not a dodge.
What did I ask?
You asked, do I think that the alarm could have unlocked the door?
No, that's not what I asked. You're an idiot. You didn't hear me. What did I ask?
You asked if I thought that the alarm triggering could unlock the door.
No, that's not what I asked.
Okay, then ask. Go ahead.
Do you think a door-triggered alarm can unlock that door?
So just to be clear, the difference that you had when I said, do you think the alarm triggering could have unlocked the door? That you said that's not what you asked, because what you really asked was, do you think a door alarm triggering can unlock the door? That's what you're saying. No, it's not different. It is not different. The adding of an adjective. No, it is not different. It is not different. The adding of an adjective does not make, what you're doing is making it more specific. I'm asking a more general question. Shut up. I'm asking a more general question to which the answer is no. So, for example, if you said, do you think trees could cause shade? And I say yes.
You might have wished that I asked
I'll just mute you. I don't give a shit. I'm going to answer what's going on here to prove that even in this meta conversation, you're full of shit. So if you said to me, Rob, do you think that trees could cause shade? And I said, yes, I think that trees could cause shade. And you said, but wait, that wasn't the question I asked. That wasn't the question, and I said, I must have misheard you. What'd you say? I said, do you think big trees could cause shade? And I would say, well, yes. I answered that question because the broader category of trees causing shade, I said yes. So the adjective of adding big tree would not change my answer. Similarly, me saying no, I don't think the alarm opened the door or would open the door would also be an answer to, do I think a door alarm would open the door? You fucking idiot. Everyone can see how disingenuous and how much of a hack you are, even in this meta conversation. I correctly identified what you asked. Just because I left out one adjective in that question doesn't mean that I wasn't substantively answering exactly what you fucking said.
Well, okay, so they're different questions. And the reason why I ask whether a door-triggered alarm can unlock a door is because I want to see whether or not you think it's possible, even technologically, for that to occur and this door to have that set up.
Sure, it is possible technologically. Now I would like to ask you a question. I would like to ask you a question. Now I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think it's possible? No. I answered your question. I answered your question. We'll do a quid pro quo here. Do you think it's possible that aliens could have taken over the
That's
Democratic
possible. Yes,
Party.
it's possible.
And
Yes, it's
let me
Yes,
finish.
it's possible.
You didn't let me finish the question. You didn't even answer.
possible.
Right?
Whatever you're gonna say
Do
is
you
possible.
do you think it's possible that aliens infiltrated the Democratic Party
That's
and then
not
use
aggressive
mind
question.
control?
I'm
Use
on
mind
point, he's not.
control
I'm
on
on point, he's
everyone.
not.
Use mind
Performative,
control on
performative,
everyone in the DOJ and
You're
the
floundering,
January
Robert.
6th. I'm not floundering. It's what
are
you're doing
floundering.
is exactly what I told people you do. You try to obfuscate and say, well, theoretically, anything's possible. And so Bowman wasn't trying to delay the vote. He could have literally thought that reaching over and grabbing the fire alarm was going to not trigger the alarm. Let me ask you a more specific. Is it possible, theoretically, that pulling a fire alarm won't trigger an alarm?
It's possible.
Oh, okay, but you said that it defines credulity, or it would be ridiculous to assume that Bowman would have thought that. But you're admitting now it's possible.
Not if these products
Fucking
exist,
idiot.
Rob. Do you know whether they exist or not?
Do I know whether or not that there are alarms that when pulled that it won't trigger the alarm? Yes.
No, that's
For example,
not what
I had
I
a
asked.
smoke detector this morning. I hit the button and it didn't go off.
Hang on. Do there exist locks that are triggered by alarms? Do they exist?
Probably.
Do you know whether they exist? Is it possible that they exist? You say so. Like, is it reasonable that they exist?
It's yes.
Okay.
Does everyone see? Does everyone see? What do you get it? Do you get it?
You know
Now
what about
ask
that,
yourself
right?
this:
You know what
is
about
Pisco
that, right?
jumping through these
You know
hoops when it comes to
exactly-
Trump?
you know
or just
exactly what
no?
I'm about to
I
go.
know. I do know exactly what you're doing. You're saying if something
No.
is technologically possible, then that's dispositive, and that proves that we
No,
don't have
no one's
evidence
saying-
that what
no,
Bowman did.
wait, no one's talking about dispositiveness. You keep whenever we're in these conversations, engaging conversations, you immediately whenever I say anything, you turn it into the dispositive question. He's saying that because of this, then we can never discount that, or only this, then that. No one is speaking in dispositive terms. But all I'm saying is, to me, to a lay person,
Does everybody see? Do you guys see? Look at him go! Look at him go! Technically, there's devices that this could be possible. Wait. Do you see? Do you fucking see? Does everyone see what this guy is? Do you see? It is unfucking believable. Go ahead.
Rob. How does that door unlock? You said a mechanism on the door knows after you push it 3 seconds that it will unlock in 30.
Yep. I didn't read anywhere where it said pull the alarm on the wall.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right, I just said, yep, go on to your next question, yep. No, the mechanism on the door, and so theoretically, if the mechanism on the door, it could be that it's not the mechanism, but it's the alarm. And then if it's the alarm, and you push the door, and it didn't lock, you could think, well, maybe I would pull the alarm on the wall, and that would unlock the door. And so that's maybe what Bowman was thinking. Yes, I understand, I can make your bullshit arguments better than you. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I absolutely can see. Do you see what he does? How he tries to get into these, like, well, hypothetically couldn't this and hypothetically couldn't this. So maybe Bowman, do you see?
I have a very simple question for you. If it turns out that the door functions by unlocking trigger to an alarm, as opposed to a mechanism on the door specifically, what will you say?
I will say that it is an absolute absurd belief that he thought that pulling the fire alarm wouldn't trigger an alarm and that it would open the door. And that if the alarm is what triggered it, then he could have followed the mechanism. He could have followed the sign that wasn't even up on the picture at the time that said that the way you trigger the mechanism for that alarm is to push the handle in for 3 seconds.
Rob. So if it turns out that the door unlocks via an alarm being present for 30 seconds. Suppose that it's true that triggering alarm for 30 seconds unlocks the door. What will you say?
I will say that it is absurd to think that he thought that the alarm on the wall was what would trigger it.
Even if that's
exactly
how it works?
The sign...
Even if that's how it works?
Yes, even if that's how it works, Pisco. Even if that's how it works. Even if you're a ridiculous hack that will make any excuses to justify Democrat. Now, I just outlined a bunch of reasons why this would still be done to delay. I notice you haven't talked about any of those.
Yeah, so referring to your points about, well, it's still possible that even notwithstanding the fact that the buildings are separated, or given the fact that all nod of Congress is there, given the fact that he would have to have poor judgment, or given the fact that they could have multiple tactics, it's all still possible that he had the intention to delay. I agree with you. It's still possible that he had the intention to delay. I'm not disputing whether or not it's possible that he had the intention
That's
to delay.
not what I'm saying you're disputing. What I'm saying you're disputing is you said they were equally unlikely.
No, but what you've said is the points that I raised are invalid because it would still be possible to have the intent of delaying, notwithstanding the fact that these conditions exist. I don't disagree with you. You could still have the intent to delay, even notwithstanding the facts that I'm laying out. All I'm trying to show you is circumstantial evidence that I would think, make it less likely that that's the case. And in fact, you would have to be a complete idiot and moron, just like with the alarm situation, for the delay situation, for you to even employ this tactic. That's all I'm saying. And ultimately, the burden of proof is on you to show the delay. And what you have is, no one's that stupid, right? And it's not an argument that I think is like a horrible argument, because I think you would have to be really, really dumb to pull that fire alarm in the way he did. But all I'm saying is that's the only thing you have.
Mm-hmm. So what he does is, again, changes what he said. He said that it was equally unlikely that he pulled the alarm thinking it wouldn't go off and the door would open by pulling the alarm, as he did that it was also equally unlikely that he did this for some sort of delay. That's why I was mocking him. Of course, he could say, like you see him making ridiculous arguments here, a person could say this: yeah, I guess hypothetically there is an infinitesimally small circumstantial things that we could look at that would mean that maybe he wasn't doing this for delay. That could be, but still, that's far the most likely scenario that we see now. Had he said that, there wouldn't have been mocking or derision from me. No, but that's not what he said. So that's not what he said. Instead, he said all these scenarios are equally unlikely. That's what he said. The correct response to that is to call him a fucking hack and to laugh at him, because that's what that deserves. Now what he'll do is he'll say, "Oh, I'm not saying it is possible. Of course it's possible that Bowman could have been delaying. Of course, I gave reasons. I gave circumstantial reasons. I've always said that. Pisco gave circumstantial reasons as to why he thought the delay situation was implausible. I refuted those reasons. All he has to say in response to that is, well, of course your refutations could be true. He doesn't talk about why my refutations are absurd or unlikely or anything like that, like I could do with his scenario, that he thought pulling the alarm wouldn't trigger the alarm and would open the fucking doors. Like I could do that. That my refutations are refutations, because yes, they are. Even you admit that it's incredibly unlikely that he thought pulling the alarm wouldn't trigger the alarm. Yes or no?
I think it's borderline impossible.
There we go.
Wait.
But then it's a refutation when I say yes, it's borderline impossible.
Wait, no. You didn't even know what I was going to say.
You think it's borderline impossible? That's not.
Right now.
You tell me. Once more. As always. Once more. I will say. Okay. Once more. I'll say again exactly what you're going to say. You're saying I was saying it's virtually impossible that he thought that it wouldn't trigger the alarm.
They're two different issues.
Oh, so I was right once more about what you were going to say. You fucking hack. You're so predictable. Exactly what you were going to say or not. Now you're going to say this. Now you're going to say this. You ready? You ready? Now you're going to say this. It's two different issues, whether he thought the alarm would trigger, whether or not he thought the door would open. That's what you're going to say next.
No.
Okay, go ahead then. Let's hear it. Watch him say exactly what I just said in different words. Go ahead, Pisco. It's two different issues. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm correctly pointing out I'm having a great time, because this illustrates how much of a fucking hack you've been in every conversation of these double standards we've had. But go ahead.
First of all, I am being...
It's two different scenarios. Go ahead.
I'm being completely fair and balanced.
It's two different things. Go ahead. That's what you were saying.
So the level of intent required for sounding the alarm versus the level of intent for delay are separate things, not the separate intent for unlock. So would you agree now that, given what I just said, you were wrong about what I was about to say.
No, because
Agreed?
I guess I was because no.
Okay.
I agree because what you just said is absolute nonsensical gibberish. I thought you would put a coherent thought out. My mistake. My mistake.
Wait. Is it coherent to talk about the difference in the intent of sounding an alarm and the intent in delaying the proceedings? Are they separate things that are both relevant?
That has nothing to do with what the conversation.
Are they separate things that are both relevant?
That has nothing to do with the conversation that we were having. That has nothing to. We were talking about which of these three scenarios were most likely. That's what we were talking about.
One of those scenarios involves intent to delay proceedings.
That's right. And the other requires the intent to pull an alarm thinking the alarm wouldn't go off and the door would open.
Yeah, that scenario to me, as I've always stated, is incredibly hard to believe. I've called it a hard pill to swallow. I've said you've had to be the stupidest person in the world. I've said it's incredibly implausible. And people have shown me signs and shown me this and that. And I've seen the pictures with the signs, without the signs. And I have been consistent that when you pull an alarm, if you think pulling an alarm does not sound an alarm, that's just insane to me. That's been my position consistently. Wholly separate from... That has not
been your consistent...
How is it? You can see my tweets.
That's right. And what your tweets show was you just added the word intent there. So I'll add the word intent as well. What your tweet said was this, that the intent, the scenario that his intent was to pull an alarm, thinking the alarm wouldn't go off and the door would open, it beggars belief. But the scenario that the intent was to delay the proceedings equally beggars belief.
Beggars belief, yes. It
does not equally beggar belief.
No, hang on. So just to be clear, right? That he would think the reason why I find it so implausible that you wouldn't think that a fire alarm would trigger an alarm and open the door is someone would have to be so stupid, and it has to do with a person's subjective stupidity. That's why it's so impossible. Because I don't think an elected congressman or someone who's been a teacher thinks that pulling an alarm doesn't sound an alarm. Okay, that's my position. I also think, on the basis of the first scenario about delaying proceedings, that someone would have to be to that level of stupidity to engage, or maybe that angry. Maybe that's your argument, that he was so angry and so enraged in this about this delay or not being able to read the bill, for him to do scenario number one. That the levels of subjective stupidity, carelessness, thoughtlessness, rashness on both are in the same magnitude. That's my position, and I don't think it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and I'll answer why. So again, the way we got here was, I said the scenarios that Pisco's outlined that said are equally as probable or improbable, I've given refutations to those scenarios. He said, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. Please. He says, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. I said, sure, I did. For example, I got you to admit that it's all but impossible. We both agree with that. It's all but impossible to think that this guy, who was a principal at a school, even if he wasn't, that's just a cherry on top, that's probably seen these alarms thousands of times, thought that by pulling it wouldn't trigger an alarm, and that it would allow him to egress the door by opening the door. That is fucking ridiculous. So that's my refutation. I then look at I look at your arguments against the delay theory. I outlined specific arguments as to why, and to which you just responded saying, well, yeah, I guess it's possible. But you haven't refuted any of the things that I said in the other scenarios, which is a lie. I've refuted them to the point where I've gotten you to admit that it's all but impossible. So I went very specifically through your objections to the delay theory, and you have no answer to it. None.
Yes, no. But wait, 100% I do.
Let's hear it.
The objection to the not alarm sounding scenario, which was one of the three scenarios I gave, is that I think it beggars belief that someone wouldn't know that an alarm would be triggered by them pulling that alarm. That to me is just crazy preposterous. As between the scenario in which he thinks it will unlock the door, that there's a connection between the alarm and unlocking the door, that is not as crazy as the thing I just said, right? Thinking that there is that pulling alarm won't sound an alarm is much crazier than thinking an alarm will also unlock a door. And the proof of that is the signage.
The signage that
But
you did when you
agree? Do you not agree?
The signage. No, I don't agree. As I've already said about the sign.
It's
What
just as-
I've
it's
not.
just as-
I've already said why. By the way, let's just be clear with the audience. The sign that you didn't even think was up there when you made your initial tweet. That sign, the one you're talking about. Oh, okay. So when you knew in your initial tweet, you knew that sign was there when you thought it wasn't.
No, Rob. That's why I had two scenarios for the egressing situation. One where he has an awareness that the alarm is going to go off, and one in which he doesn't have an awareness that the alarm is going to go off. And that precisely, it's precisely the fact that those two situations exist should show you that I'm not discounting the possibility that he was aware of an alarm going off. I'm including that possibility. That's why there's two options for egress.
Right. I understand.
Or not aware of the fact that the signs were or were not there isn't relevant because I've laid out both of those scenarios.
Right. And what I'm saying is your initial tweets and your initial, when you came in here talking about this, said that you thought all three scenarios were equally unplausible. Now and that's what shows you're a hack. Then what you'll do is you'll try to fit any new information that comes in into your claim, what you said. So now you're like, oh, no. Scenario 3 that I outlined is far more implausible. But scenario 2 now is more plausible. When initially you were saying they were all seemingly equally implausible, which showed you being a hack from the get-go when you believed that the sign wasn't there. Now, it looks like the sign wasn't there, so we'll see. But we're just talking in the hypothetical event. Yes, it is beyond dispute. The fact that would you agree with this? Let's talk about the facts we know. Let's talk about the facts. Do we think that Bowman...
You will never stop on things.
Of course I do. Of course. I let you stop. I tried to give you time at the beginning to outline your whole theory, and you just talk and say nothing. So you constantly want to do... Go ahead. We'll stop at what I said, and you could ramble on for 5 minutes and say nothing, and then we'll get to the next point. Proceed.
What I think is preposterous beyond words is to think that an alarm being pulled wouldn't sound an alarm. I don't think it's as preposterous to think an alarm might trigger an unlock. Do you agree that those are different levels of preposterousness?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like one is 99.9999999999999. The other is 99.999999998. Yes, there is a very just like there are no two completely similar things or completely same things that ever occurred on Earth. Right. Yes, I guess there is a differing level of those.
Are you sure that the doors? What is your level of confidence that the doors don't work don't get unlocked by the presence of any alarm for 30 seconds?
My level of confidence that pulling an alarm on the side of the wall that doesn't open that door is pretty fucking high.
Wait. So are you beyond words confident that if you were to press that alarm for 30 seconds, if you were to press it and then let it go for 30 seconds, that door would not unlock? That's your position?
My position is that...
How confident are you?
Open.
Open what?
The door would not open.
All right, unlock.
The door would not open.
I don't know.
He pulled the alarm thinking the door would open?
No. I'm sorry. Unlock. Aren't we talking about unlock?
Well, how did he think if he pushed the door? So your argument is he tries to get out the door, it's locked. Then he says, I have to hold the alarm for 30 seconds, then it'll unlock, then I push the door and open.
Stop going to his specific conduct to muddy the waters. I am asking you a question about your level of confidence about, regardless of this situation, the technical schematic of the fucking door, which is, if you pull that alarm and it goes off for 30 seconds, will that, under the conditions in the weekend, will that door unlock?
I don't know. I would say most likely no. I'm 80%.
So you're not even... Okay, so there's a 20%... What you're saying is that there's a 20% chance that you think that he might be right about it.
No. See, I like what you do here, right? So when we're talking about the actual situation, you say, no. We're just talking hypothetical. Hypothetical, is it possible that there's a mechanism out there?
20%. You said
hypothetical.
20%.
This is what he does. Hypothetically, is there a possibility there's a mechanism that does this? And then he says, oh, okay, then he was right. No, what he did was someone who walked and wasn't thinking, let me analyze this situation. Hypothetically, there could be a device out there that if I pull a fire alarm, will unlock this. How many times have you came across a door in your life that was locked and said, I'm going to look for a fire alarm? How many times have you done that? See if it'll unlock that door. Zero. Oh, but that's what Bowman Bowman did. That's what you. So you admit that there's a 0% chance, a 0 times in your life that you've done it. But in this specific situation, that's what you think's happening.
No. Hang on. So it's totally different. It's totally different. Given the fact that the sign is there, that seems to imply. I didn't know this, Rob. I came in thinking that the sign wasn't there and that his explanation was fucking dumb and stupid and much stupider. But you're telling me now that the signs were probably or likely there.
Why would he tear them? Why would he pull them down?
I have no. I don't know.
Well, wait, it has to fit into your scenario. Why would he pull them down? It has to fit in your scenario. He sees the sign. So this is Pisco's scenario. Bowman comes walking up, tries to get out the door, can't get out the door, sees the sign, rips sign down, then says, I'm going to pull this alarm over here, and then pulls the alarm. That's Pisco's theory.
Hang on.
That's equally as likely as he tried to delay the vote.
He could have been removing the sign because he's about to open the door, and the signs are propped up against the door and are loose. That could be why.
Oh, that really?
Wait,
so now you're.
Why would he take the signs, Rob? Why would he take on the signs otherwise? Why else would he take the signs down?
Well, if that's what happened and he took the sign down, the reason he did it was because he was going to make the argument that he was trying to trigger. I'm telling you, he wanted to trigger the alarm. He thought by pushing the door it would trigger the alarm. When it didn't do that, he took the signs down and pulled the fire alarm and was just going to say, "Oh, I didn't read the specific sign. I didn't really see them there. I didn't see the sign sitting there. That's why I triggered the alarm."
Oh, because you think he doesn't know there's video or camera or anything?
It doesn't matter. He could say both. Oh, I knocked them down. So?
So he knocked them down and be like, oh, I knocked those signs down.
Yes, and I'll bet, Pisco, you'll be here next week if the video comes out and that's his defense saying, yeah, that's plausible. That's what you'll be saying.
Wait. That he knocked the signs down to cover his tracks?
No, he'll say, I knocked them down. I didn't see them. That's why you would knock them down. You would knock them down because the whole point was you were trying to intentionally trigger. You were trying to intentionally trigger an alarm. The first thing, because I've seen doors where this happens, where it says if you open this door, it'll trigger an alarm. So that's what he was trying to do. Open the door to trigger the alarm. That's less blatant than pulling a fire alarm. So when he tries to open the door and it doesn't work, whether he be frustrated or angry or he just wants to knock them down so he can claim he didn't see the sign, he then goes over and pulls the fire alarm.
Why wouldn't he just hold the door for 3 seconds if he was acting with pure plausible deniability? Why wouldn't he just hold the door down?
Because he's stupid and wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so then
here we go. Right, and there are different levels of different levels of stupid. Yes, if you are trying to commit a crime, you don't always make the best decision. So that would be like saying, but why didn't the robber just unjam the window, switch the lock off to climb out the window? Well, because in the heat of the moment of committing a crime, you're not always thinking as clearly as possible. But that scenario is worlds more plausible than he thought pulling the fucking... He had to take that door to get to the vote when he knew that there were other votes. We both agree that he wanted the vote... We both agree that he wanted the vote to be delayed, just like all the Democrats. So we know he wanted the vote to be delayed. He knew that there were ways to get there that are just as fast that were within the same building, but he sees an alarm, a door that's locked. He tries to get out it, right? He then pulls an alarm and he says,
now you're summarizing to get us out of the specific.
No, I'm not summarized to get us out of the specific. I just gave you a rationale as why he would do that.
Yeah, no, but I want to address that because on the one hand, he's stupid enough to, instead of pushing on the door to sound the alarm, pull the alarm to sound the alarm. But he's also this Machiavelli guy who is only next to the door. He came to this door specifically for plausible deniability. That's your story. But he doesn't want to push the door to trigger the alarm because he's so stupid. I just don't know.
No. He tried to push the door. Stories are correct.
But then why doesn't he just hold it for 3 seconds? Why doesn't he do a triggered alarm?
Because in the commission of a crime, he wasn't reading everything down to a T like you think he was. You think that he was reading all of these signs, but he was misinterpreting them. That's your rationale. I'm saying if he was in such a hurry, he's in such a hurry, he's reading the sign, but he misinterpreted. What I'm saying is in the commission of the crime, he's like, fuck, we need to do something quick to delay this. He goes up, he pushes on the door, thinking, yeah, this door's locked, it'll be an alarm. It doesn't work. So then he just turns, knocks the signs down, pulls them down, whatever, walks over to the fire alarm and pulls it. He probably wasn't thinking, oh shit. I mean, why... You make it sound real quick. You say, for example, you say it's absurd to think there wouldn't be cameras there, correct?
No. I don't think it's absurd that there would. I think it would be absurd to think there. I think there would be cameras.
Right. You would think that Bowman would have known.
Cameras.
Why would he think that after the cocaine mishap just the other day? There weren't no cameras there.
They're different places.
But still, we're talking about secure buildings in the United States.
Oh, so now I have to come out with the assumption because of that cocaine thing. I can never read into someone's expectations of there being cameras on you.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is, you fucking know it was ridiculous. There weren't cameras on that cocaine situation. That's all I was trying to get you to admit. Which we all know it. We all know it, and that's just another example of your hackery and the DOJ hackery. We fucking know it.
You think the Secret Service is lying about the cameras that exist?
Yes, I think the Secret Service absolutely knows whose cocaine that was. Absolutely.
No, that's not what I asked.
Yeah.
What did I ask?
That cameras don't exist. That the cameras weren't there.
Is the Secret Service... You're like... I don't know why you never repeat back the question I asked. I asked, do you think the Secret Service is lying about...
Whether there are cameras there. Right, that's what I just said. Yes, I believe that even if there wasn't a specific camera on the specific site that cocaine was there, I believe there is absolutely camera footage that shows the small amount of people that would have been in that area at that time frame that they're intentionally not releasing and covering up. I absolutely believe that.
Okay. I don't have reason to come to that conclusion.
Now, what I'm going to tell you about Bowman is this, right? What you're trying to do is, and this is something that people that are hacks often try to do, they try to equate stupidity. They say, well, if you say that this person is stupid once, therefore they couldn't have committed a crime, or it's most likely they didn't commit a crime, because that stupidity would mean that they would be unable to do that. So, for example, in this case, you're saying, if I think that it's stupid for Bowman to pull that alarm thinking that the cameras wouldn't see him, then it's equally likely that he was stupid that he pulled the alarm and thought that it would open the door. That's nonsensical. What happened was... I'll explain. One, because in the commission of a crime, you might not be thinking whether or not there are cameras there. I could point to you thousands upon thousands upon thousands of examples that I could point to people doing things in front of Ring doorbells. Okay, great. So then that argument's dispensed. Second, he probably thought it wouldn't be a big deal anyways, that because this sort of shit there's never people in his position that ever face any sort of consequences whatsoever. He figured if he pulled this, we have plenty of examples of people in positions of authority, particularly those that happen to favor establishment level politics, of getting away with obvious crimes. So he probably figured if he pulled this, it wouldn't be a big deal, that he would just be able to say, oh, my bad, it was a mistake, that the camera footage would never have been given out to the public, and he would have just said, oh, it's all just a mistake, just like his letter that he put out there now, and that just like he was correct, that his media then goes out and makes obvious cover-ups for him. So he probably thought that there would... And by the way, he probably was right in the fact that he probably will face no serious consequences. So he was probably right.
This story is embarrassing him. It's all over the place. It's being talked about by a lot of people. It's not being hidden or anything. So just to be clear, I don't know if he's right or wrong about that, but I just want you to understand what you're saying. You're saying, right, that there's, in your mind, a 20% chance that he's actually correct that an alarm might unlock the door. That's what you're saying. That you're actually...
No, that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. What you're doing, you just added there. Wrong? You said that I think there's a 20% chance that he was correct. That's what you just said.
That he was... No, sorry.
There is a 0% chance that he was correct in his actions.
That his estimation of whether the alarm would open the door, you're saying that estimation... You're putting I'm not going to hold you to it, but a 20% chance that the door actually operates that way.
It is irrelevant to the fact that in the moment, it is irrelevant to the fact, it is irrelevant to the fact that whether or not he was planning and thinking that pulling a separate fire alarm than the one on the door would have opened that. No, I would think that it's near impossible to think that pulling an alarm that's not connected to the door when there's a sign that potentially says that the alarm on the door will trigger and then unlock the door would unlock that. Is it possible that those mechanisms could be connected? It is possible. It is no way whatsoever, any sort of evidence whatsoever, other than a potential .000 something percent chance that this factored into his fucking reasoning.
Quite clearly. I asked you quite clearly. So I'll ask again, and if people want to do see if the answer is different this time, I'll ask it again because I think I'm getting different answers. But the question was simply this: what percentage chance do you put on? If you pull the alarm to the side, not the door triggers now, the alarm on the side.
He's still going! He's still going! What? Still he goes, making these excuses. Still he goes. I answered the question I don't know how many times. Is there a chance? Is there a chance?
I'm asking about the 20% number. What are you?
Right. How many times have I answered it? And I understand. This is what you do. When you're an obvious hack, you find something, even if it's totally unrelated, and you're like, but you said 20%, therefore it's all good. You said 20%.
No,
yes, I will repeat. I will repeat for clarity. For the bad faith hat, Pisco, because he has to keep going in circles, answering the same question, asking the same questions, because that's how desperate he is. Yes, is there a chance, maybe a 20% chance, that the unlocking mechanism was triggered to an alarm? Yes, maybe a 20% chance.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I got it. Therefore, Bowman did nothing wrong, and I did it. What a fucking pathetic hack! What an absolute pathetic fucking hack! Go ahead, hack Pisco. There you go. He's laughing because he knows. He knows what a fucking hack he is. Go ahead.
Okay, if you're putting that at 20%,
it's a 20%. Yeah, Bowman was thinking that. He was sitting there thinking, yes, I'm analytically thinking here. Yes, I'll pull the alarm. I know the alarm goes off because I think that there's a 20% chance that me pulling this alarm will unlock that door in 30 seconds, even though the sign that was supposedly up there wasn't there. I think that... Now, I'll ask you again, Pisco. We could just do this all night. Pisco, how many times have you came across... Hey, Pisco, no, wait, you're afraid to answer. I'm afraid you're changing it. Let me answer. Hey, Pisco, how many times have you came to a locked door and said, oh, I'll pull a fire alarm to unlock it?
0 times.
Oh, 0 times. Okay, but that's what he wants you to believe Bowman did.
No, that's not what I'm getting
at. Hey, Pisco, how many times have you came to a locked door and said, I'm going to pull a fire alarm to unlock it?
I would never do that.
Oh, you would never do that. But that's what you're saying Bowman did.
I'm not saying he did that. That's not my position.
You're saying that is equally as likely a scenario as he did it to delay.
That's a different position. That's a different position. But I just want to...
Hey, Pisco, how many times have you came to a locked door? No, wait. Why won't you answer the question? Answer the question. I think I'm getting different answers, so I just want to go back to it.
Yeah.
How many times have you came to a locked door and said, I'm going to pull a fire alarm to try to unlock it?
I've never done that.
What do you think the percentage chance were, like, if you walked into a building and a door was locked, that pulling the fire alarm would unlock it?
Based on but without any signage, I would never do that.
Oh, so it's 0%. Okay, so 0%. So you just said 0%. Okay.
No.
You said 0%. So just to be clear, if the sign wasn't there, you admit that there's a 0% chance that Bowman did that to unlock the door. Just to be clear.
No.
What you just said? You just said 0%.
No.
If that sign wasn't there, no. You just said if there wasn't a sign, 0, no chance. That's what you just said, right?
No.
So I just want to be clear. That's what... Oh, now you're changing your answer. Everyone heard him say it. I just want to be clear. Pisco just admitted if there wasn't a sign up there... I'm not melting. You just said it. Let me ask you again, Pisco.
Wait.
If there's no signage, what are the chances that you would think...
What do you want me to do?
Okay. Is it getting frustrating having to re-answer the same shit?
I'm not getting to where I want. You're not letting me get to where I want.
Because you fucking delay, obfuscate, ask the same questions because that's what you want to do. Just like always. Just like you always want to do because you get blown the fuck out because you're such a partisan hack. So get where you want to go then. Go.
This is where I want to go, right? So either, right, if you think that there's a 20% chance that it's possible the system actually works as he says he thought it worked, you actually think that's 20% chance like that?
You just said so. Okay, just to be clear, we're back to 20. Just to be clear, if that sign wasn't there, you admit that he's totally full of shit. That it had to be that the only plausible scenario at this point is that he delayed. Just to be clear, if that sign wasn't there, just to be clear, Why not?
Hang on.
Why not? You said it would be a 0% chance.
No.
That's what you just said. You just said 0%.
You're not letting me get to where I want to go.
Right, I understand you want to get off this point. I understand you want to get off this point. I just want to... You said if there's no sign, 0% chance.
I will explain the 0, and then I want to get to where I want to go with it. Is that okay?
Sure.
When you ask me, would I ever think... You're asking me, personally, would I ever think that pulling an alarm would trigger a door absent some explicit text that says that would never be my default assumption. I would never be like, there's a door there. Now, if it's an emergency door, I don't know. 5% chance, I'm not sure. But if it's just a random, but hang on, I don't know about whether emergency doors are triggered by alarms and they're unlocking mechanisms.
You see how he changes his answer? So now if you came across a door and it was an emergency door, now there's a 5% chance. It was 0 before, but if it's an emergency door, it's a 5%. Got it.
Actually less. It's less than yours. You said 20%.
I did. I was being honest. I'm not a ridiculous hack that changes my answers like you, like you're doing. So I just want to be clear. So now your argument is, so Pisco went from 0% chance. Now he says 5% chance because he realized, this is what Pisco often does. He realizes, oh fuck, I just conceded that sign wasn't there. Then Bowman's absolutely the only plausible scenario. That's what Pisco realizes. So now he has to backtrack. Now he has to say, shit, I need to change my answer. I need to. Can you explain why you changed your answer?
Yeah. So 0 backtracking. You were asking me any random door whether I think pulling an alarm would unlock.
Let me ask you this: when I said random door? When I said when you assumed I meant random door, would that include all types of possible doors? Would an emergency door be one of the types of doors?
The emergency doors I assume are unlocked. I don't know why emergency doors are locked.
You assume emergency doors?
I'm not a security fucking guy, bro. I don't know this shit.
So wait, when I said you come across a door, it's locked. You assumed in your head, you said, Rob can't mean emergency doors because all emergency doors are unlocked.
Coming up on the slide with numbers, bro. I don't fucking know about security.
I don't know. I thought every emergency door ever was unlocked.
Bro.
Do you see how far they'll go? Do you see the fucking lengths that these fucking hacks are willing to go? Do you see it? I thought all emergency doors always were. Even though we're talking about a specific fucking emergency door in this very scenario that was locked. But in Pisco's head, he thought every emergency door ever was unlocked.
Rob.
It's so good. It's so good.
Can we turn this
down? No, I'm having a blast, Pisco. I do this for my amusement. I'm having a blast. You can turn my volume down on your Discord.
No.
You do it. You want me to tell you?
I'm having
right-click on my picture on Discord and then slide volume down. I'm going to keep laughing at your hack.
Okay. Just to be clear.
The only emergency door ever that was locked was this one. But when you asked me that question, I was thinking, Rob can't mean emergency doors because every emergency door I've ever seen is unlocked. Just not this one. The only one I can speak to is this specific one that wasn't.
When I said that, I was trying to...
Go ahead, I gotta get a drink. I'll still be laughing. You'll hear me. You go ahead. You keep talking. Okay.
When I said that was to...
man.
When I said that was to signal how little I know about security apparatuses and emergency doors and egresses and all that stuff. I assume when you need to open the door for an emergency, it opens. I don't know any fucking shit about the relative proportions of what that system is or what are the odds that an alarm triggers an alarm or does not. For me to pretend to know that and pretend to be an expert in emergency doors and
this fucking laughing at your hack ass.
And alarms.
Man. Go ahead. Let's hear it. Dance, Pisco, dance. Here, go ahead.
Okay. So
go ahead.
I'm not a security expert. I don't know the relative percentage.
Only security experts would know that not all emergency doors are locked. Wait. No, I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered.
I've never seen you like this. I've never seen you like this.
Go ahead. All right. Go ahead. Keep going.
Didn't you criticize Food Shop because she's doing this exact thing to you?
Keep going.
Go ahead. I just think it's disrespectful.
I'm being very respectful. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why are you being a jerk?
I'm not being a jerk. I'm just putting an appropriate soundtrack. I didn't know. I'm not a security expert. I'm definitely being rude. Pisco, I'm telling you, let me No. Let me be as clear as possible to you. You are a bad faith partisan fucking hack that even when the most obvious shit is put in front of you, you refuse to accept it. You will never accept any level of corruption. You won't accept any level of corruption, even if we have video evidence of things like Joe Biden taking a bribe. You won't accept anything, and this proves it. It fucking proves it. And the way that you are just go ahead, talk. Go ahead. I could use a good laugh. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, someone who doesn't know anything about security, like what my priors are about whether doors are triggered by alarms, and that is, I don't really know much about it. But you seem like it's a decent.
No, that's not what you said. I'm going to cut you off right there. That's not what your claim was. Your claim was, as a non-security expert, you assumed that all emergency doors were unlocked. That was your claim. That was your claim. That's what you claimed.
Hang on a second. You know I know about this door, right?
I'm saying, did you or did you not say? Did you or did you not say, as a non-security expert, it was your assumption that all emergency doors were unlocked?
I said that I don't know why you would lock an emergency door. That's what, but I'm not an expert.
I understand you didn't say a simple yes or no will suffice. Okay. I'll ask the question again. A yes, no will suffice. You can then elaborate. You can elaborate after. I'll ask you. What I would like you to do is say yes, no, then pause for 2 seconds, and then by all means expound. So, Pisco, did you not say, as, quote, a non-security expert, you thought that all emergency doors were unlocked?
Something to that effect, yes, for public.
Wait. I noticed that you didn't start with yes, no. I know that that's really hard for you. Let me ask the question again.
No,
Did you not say, as a non-security expert, you assumed that all emergency doors were unlocked? Just give me
rude as hell.
A yes or no, or no, and we can move on from this point. Go ahead.
I said something to that effect.
Yes, you said. There you go, audience.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll mute myself. Go ahead while I laugh, and you can go and finish your point.
Wait, Rob, can I get the respect of you listening to me? I don't know why, just to sort of step out of the games for a second, why you are being so rude to me right now.
What did you think that I was, when I was legitimately spent 10, 15 minutes today putting posts about how this shows how people like you are hacks. You're even one of the good people I debate, and how this shows what a fucking partisan hack you are. We did, and it's led to things like you saying, well, the reason I changed my answer when I realized, because everyone knows what happened. You said there was a 0% chance if that sign wasn't up that you would ever think someone would assume a pool of fire alarm to open, right?
Rob, you're not even letting the conversation. I'm not having a conversation about the conversation. Like, I'm not even having a conversation about the topic right now. We are stepped out of the conversation, and I'm having a conversation about how you and I are relating at the moment, right? It is full meta, unfortunately. I don't like to have these meta conversations, but I do not think that I would ever disrespect you to the extent that you're doing right now.
That's okay.
In our conversation.
That's fine.
And I don't think that it's merit. Like I want to engage on the issues one by one. We get really heated, but
the reason you wouldn't disrespect me,
I actually like you.
I like you too, but here's the thing: the reason you wouldn't disrespect me like this is because I have never even approached levels close to your partisan hackery with things like this.
I'm trying to
and the Martha's Vineyard. You're trying, and you're being bad faith in your explanations. For example, let me tell you what you just did. Where you're going with this? I could hear it. Like I know. I
didn't even let me get there.
This is what you were getting at. You were saying, "Oh no, Rob. What I said was." There's a 0% chance that I would. But that doesn't mean that someone else, in this situation, Bowman, might not come to that conclusion. Now, that's a materially different argument, which I'm right, that's where you were going. That's materially different than what you tried to do originally, which was you said 0% for you. Then when I pointed out, well, then it would seem absurd that Bowman would be different, you were like, actually 5% for me. You changed your number. And I said, what's your rationale for changing your number? When I said doors, didn't you think that would also include emergency doors? And you were basically like, no, I didn't think when you asked doors it would include emergency doors because I thought emergency doors would never be locked as a non-security expert. That is so laughably bad faith. It is fucking ridiculous.
No, what I'm trying to show you is that with respect to doors, emergency doors, egresses, codes for for fire codes and that kind of stuff. I am ignorant as to the technical specifications of what exists, what don't exist. When you ask me, what do I expect, whether an alarm will trigger an unlocked door, and you tell me, like, would you ever assume that? I'd be like, no, I don't think that I would ever assume that. And I'm just being honest with you about what I think. But I am someone of low technical expertise. I'm not saying Bowman is high level technical expertise. I'm not saying that I'm not representative, right, of the universe of people that exist. I'm just trying to answer your question honestly. The fact that I'm giving you answers that are like 0%, I don't know, if it's emergency 5%, it should show you that I'm not planning something out. I'm just answering
What gaslighting? What gaslighting is it that you think? What gaslighting that you're trying to explain to me that you changing your answers is proof of good faith?
No. Hey,
what a fucking joke! Are you kidding me? You should be thankful that I'm giving you some answer, even if they changed to suit my argument.
You said you asked me, like, would you ever assume that an alarm would open a door? I'm like, no, I don't really think I would. And then, like, if you stopped and like questioned me a little bit, and I thought about it a little bit more, right, as I'm doing right now in real time, I don't know. I don't fucking know these things, right? You said 20%, right?
I did. Notice I didn't change my answer.
No, but
I answered definitively. I didn't change it once I heard what your argument was, and then say, wait, I'll say 0.5%. Now that I've heard your argument, 0.5%.
No, stop. The fact that I should say 50%, right? If I'm just going for the argument.
No, what you should do
80%.
What you should do is you initially
100%.
You initially answered in the way that every rational human being would say, I would never fucking cross my mind if I saw a door. I wasn't asked the question that I asked you. Go ahead and ask me.
Okay.
Go ahead, ask me.
What do you think are the odds that the door actually operates after that amount of time?
That's not is that the question I asked you?
Isn't it?
So wait, you think the question I asked you was, what do you think the odds are that the door that operates after that amount of time? You think when I asked you, if you come to a door and it's locked, would you pull the fire alarm thinking it would open? You think that that's what I was actually asking?
Yeah. So
that's clearly not what I was asking. Go ahead, ask me the question I asked you. Go ahead.
So the question.
Go ahead, ask me the question I asked you. Go ahead.
The question I thought you asked me was, what are the odds that you think pulling a fire alarm will unlock a door?
The question I asked you,
a locked fire door.
I will
without
repeat.
Signage.
I will repeat
without signage, right?
I will repeat the question I asked you. Hey, Pisco, if you came up to a locked door, would you go to a fire alarm and pull it, thinking it would open the door? You said no, I wouldn't.
Yeah. So when you
go ahead and ask me that question.
So
go ahead, ask me.
We don't need to do this.
0%. 0. You just said, why didn't you say 0%? I said, because you didn't ask me that question. So just to be clear, 0.
I'll ask the same.
0.
Wait, I'm gonna ask a different question.
Okay.
If you came up to an emergency door and it was locked and there was no sign, what are the odds that and there's a fire alarm right there? What do you think the odds are that the fire alarm triggering that will eventually open the door?
That's two different questions. The
odds
odds
different. I said it was different.
There's two different implications of this question. I don't know I would say the odds would be less than 1% that pulling the fire alarm could open that door, but me of ever thinking of it would be 0%.
No, but you just said it was. You're thinking about it right now.
No, I'm saying I come up to a door, I try to get out it's locked, and me thinking, maybe that alarm over there unlocks this door, would be a 0% chance. Now, thinking about it when I'm asked in a circumstance of like, okay, but right now when we're talking, is it hypothetical that there are locking mechanisms that are triggered to a fire? Yeah, there could be a 1% chance of that.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Like, you coming up, when I said, if you come into a locked door, and pull an emergency, like, what are the odds that the emergency alarm right next to it opens the door? Your answer is different for that than when I gave you the thing about the emergency door being locked. It's different. It's 0% versus 1%, right?
The difference.
Yes. Wait.
No.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, you're going to have to repeat the question because it was confusing.
Okay.
Because the question that you just asked me there seemed to be different than the 0 and 1% thing.
I know, because when I asked you, when you asked the question, what are the odds that you think when you go up to a locked door, there's a fire alarm right next to you and you pull it, it's going to unlock the door?
0.
I was like, 0, right? Mm-hmm. And now I'm asking you more specifically, what are the odds when you come up to an emergency door that's locked and there's a fire alarm right next to it. What are the odds that pulling the fire alarm you think will eventually open the door? You said 1%. Those are different. That's the same difference in answer that I gave.
No, that is not because
How is it not?
the question was the exact same question that I asked you that you changed from 0 to 5%. The question you're asking me is two different questions. The first question is a practical question. You walk up to a door, it's locked, you see a fire alarm. What are the chances of pulling the fire alarm? You think, hey, I'll pull that fire alarm and it'll open that door. The answer is 0. The second question you're asking me is, in the context of this conversation, what are the chances that conceivably a fire alarm, when pulled, could trigger an unlocking mechanism on a locked door? I said maybe 1%. That is completely different than the practical question of, I'm walking up to a door, I see a locked door, the door doesn't open, I look over and do I pull the fire extinguisher or the fire alarm thinking it'll open the door?
But you know that's, hang on, but that's different and you know it. So
it is different. That's what I just said.
No, but the question about whether you would is different. So I'm just trying to get into brass tacks that the question asked in the most loose and most open way, which is, would I ever pull a fire alarm to undo an unlocked door? I'd be like, I'd never, I wouldn't conceive of it. But now, when you think about it a little more, and it's a little bit more narrow, right? Where it's where it's specific, an emergency door, no signage, and a locked emergency door. Do you think pulling the fire alarm would open the door? My answer would be like, what else would open the emergency door? And so that's why what I'm trying to explain to you is you have a different answer for the more narrow versus the general one, and to cut me a little bit of slack and grace, and don't laugh in my face.
There's no slack. There's no slack and grace. There is no grace, and I am laughing in your face. I was laughing this morning when I was reading your ridiculous hack tweets. I was laughing before you had this ridiculous change of answer.
You have a different answer too.
I do not have a different answer. You asked me two different questions. I asked you the same question to which you changed your answer to. I will answer the question as specifically as possible. I come up to a door, it's locked. I look over. What are the chances I pull the fire alarm to try to open the door? 0. Now, then you said, well, the difference is...
That's my answer too.
Right. Then the second question, which I never re-asked, it's just that you reframed the question, was the exact same question, except now it's an emergency door. Exact same question. And you said... What do you mean, wait?
Rob?
Now you're going to obfuscate and you're going to go on and try to derail.
No, you just noticed it.
No,
you just noticed it. So my answer, for the general question, my answer for you is still 0, right? So that shows you that I didn't change my answer, and it's still 0. So when I tell you more information about the context and it's an emergency door, you say, okay, that changes it. Maybe it's 1 or 2%. That's the same for me.
That is not what I'm doing. Are you really? Are you bad faith or you're stupid?
Wait.
So let me explain. Let me explain. Pisco's question. I asked him one question, then he reframed the question. Both of them were this. You walk to a door. Pisco changes his answer once he realizes that it makes Bowman look really bad. He says, oh, but what if I walked to an emergency door? And then the question is the same after that two premises. Door, which would include any locked door, which would include emergency, etc. Or emergency door, which is a specific type of door. What are the chances that you reach up, please? What are the chances that you reach over to pull the alarm thinking it'll open the door? First, he said 0. Then he changed his answer when it was emergency door to 5%. Please. So here we go. Then he says, aha, but you've given two different answers. Question 1, he asked me, if I walked up to a door and saw it locked, what are the chances that I would reach over and pull the alarm and thinking it would unlock?
No, that's not the question.
What was the question?
Sorry. What's the chance that I would and it would unlock is the question.
Right, I said 0. Then you asked me a different question and said, basically, but what are the chances that mechanism might unlock an emergency door? Right? That was the second question. That is a completely different question. A different question.
Now, there's a confusion. Rob, then there's a confusion. And I can clear it up. If you see an emergency, same question as before, the only thing I'm changing is emergency door, locked door, no signage. What are the odds that you go up to that and think fire alarm?
0.00000.
I think that's just dishonest.
No, it's not dishonest.
Wait, so you're telling me that if you see a locked emergency door, and it's locked, there's an alarm right next to it, you think there's a 0% chance pulling the alarm will unlock that door?
Again, he now changes the question again.
That was the initial...
Right. So here we go. Now you see the change in the
the
question
moment,
again.
in the moment.
Right, so now you see the change in the question again. Scenario 1, the scenario that we're all talking about is you walk up, door's locked, you think, I'm going to pull that alarm to unlock that door. No chance. Zero fucking chance. Never would happen in a million years. Then he asks the second question, which is, but what do you think the chances are that if you did pull it, it could hypothetically unlock? Completely different question.
The same thing. No, I'm asking. No,
Okay,
I'm
Pisco can't even. He can't even. He can't. You see how bad he. Go ahead. Ask your two fucking questions again. Let's do it. Here we go. Now, do we need to write it down? Do you want me to write down your exact fucking words so you can see what a hack you are? Go ahead.
I'll write it down. I don't know why this isn't working. Notepad. All right, there we go. You walk up to a door. It is locked with a fire alarm right next to it. Do you think pulling the alarm will
So you've changed.
open the door?
You've changed materially
You-
already.
wait, no.
You've changed.
Wait.
You've changed materially the question. You have already materially changed the question. The first
How?
question that you asked me wasn't, do I think it will unlock? It was, you walk up to the door. It's locked. Do you reach over and pull the fire alarm to unlock the door? No.
Oh, but that's not the question. So you're asking what would I do?
The question that I'm asking is, it would not only what would you do, it would never cross your mind. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point, because the Bowman's defense has to be this: the door was locked. He needed
I'm not talking about that.
Why are we having this conversation if we're not talking about Bowman and what he did and the actual situation and outlining the two scenarios? What's the point of the conversation then? What we're talking about is Bowman walking up to this door and thinking, oh, it's locked. I think if I pull that alarm, it'll unlock this door. That's why I asked you the question. You were like, yeah, 0% chance. And then I was like, exactly. Bowman wouldn't have done that. And you're like, oh! And then you changed. And you changed with the most ridiculous... Yes, you said, oh, if it was an emergency door, I think 5%. I think 5%. That's what you said.
You said I could have my questions. Please let me have my questions.
You could ask two different questions than the ones you initially asked. Go ahead.
So I'm going to ask the questions and you're going to answer them. You walk up to a door. It is locked with a fire alarm right next to it.
Yes.
When you walk up to the door, do you think... What are the odds that you think pulling the alarm will open the door?
0.
Okay. So now the second question is, you walk up to an emergency door without signage. The door without signage. It is locked with a fire alarm right next to it. What are the odds you think pulling the alarm will unlock the door?
0.
0%?
0%, yes. I would never think that.
But you think that there's a 20%... So in the actual case, now we're going to the actual case. And in the actual case, you think it actually... There's like a 20% chance it might actually work that way sitting on your computer right now.
I think that there's a 20% chance that it might be that the alarm triggering is what unlocks that mechanism after 30 seconds.
So how do you explain the discrepancy between the 20% you're saying now as you sit here related to the congressional door and your random, let's assume no signage for now, or is the 20% only because of the signage?
It's only because there's a sign that says that if you hold the door in for 3 seconds, it will trigger an alarm, and then after that 30 seconds, it will open. I would still assume that the unlocking mechanism overwhelmingly is triggered by the pushing on the handle of the door for 3 seconds, but I guess there is a small chance, I put it at 20%, probably less than that, but we'll go with 20, that it is the actual alarm itself that would trigger the unlock. 20 might be incredibly generous, though, because then it would have... I don't know. It would have to be some...
Okay, but then, like, you're not even going to give 1% to, like, the question that your brain might ask, which is, like...
No. I've done it. I've walked up to many locked doors in my life. I've never said, oh, wait, I'll go pull the alarm.
No, I'm not
happens almost every day. I'd say once a week I walk up to a locked door. No, I'm telling you right now. In all the times I've come to locked doors, and many times they were deemed emergency exits, and I spend a lot of time in hospitals in my line of work, or in schools when I was, a debate coach and stuff like that. It literally never once crossed my mind, the way to unlock that door is to pull that fire alarm over there. Never once. Thousands of locked doors I've seen. Never once. Never. It literally never even crossed my mind. Ever.
Whether it crosses the nature of the hypothetical is such that I'm making it cross your mind, and so maybe that's I don't know, the problem you're having with the hypothetical, or maybe the difference in the hypothetical, which is I'm forcing the question upon you by asking you, do you think that there's some odds that it opens the door? But like, really think about it. If I'm put in the situation where it's an emergency door, it's locked, it does not open. Surely the emergency door opens somehow. And there's no clear, obvious way it opens. The only thing that I see is the emergency alarm. You're not even going to give a 1% chance that the alarm would open the door if there's no other signage and the door is locked? 0%?
If there's no sign, I would put 0%. Yes. Yes. Now, I'll be fair. I will be fair. I'll put 0% with the caveat of there's nothing in this world that's 0%. So like 0.000000000.
Essentially 0.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now back to the. So I just want to be clear. If there was no signage, you said that you would have a 0% chance that you would pull the fire alarm to try to open the door. That's what you said.
That I would do it. I wouldn't do it even if there was. Sorry.
Okay.
I would not pull that alarm. But if the question is, do I think the alarm would actually open the door? Is different than when I agree. Pulling the alarm was stupid. He should not have pulled the alarm.
No. That's not the question. We know what you'll do. You'll agree with that and say it's stupid, and maybe he should be given some slap on the wrist, as long as he's not charged with the obstruction of an official proceeding. I know what you're doing. You're a little more shrewd than the average lefty that's out there. By the way, what do you think of all the lefties out there, the media people and all that today that are saying, hey, they sound like real good faith people, right? That are saying, oh yeah, you didn't think the alarm would go off and blah blah. Right?
Well,
so
I think anyone who says he didn't think the alarm would go off, so here's my position, right? The sign fucks him either way. He's fucked with or without the sign, right? Because without the sign, then why would you think, except for that 0.0 whatever, I'm not going to put it especially high, why would you think there's a connection between the alarm and the door unlocking if there is no sign, right? But if there is a sign, then clearly you thought the alarm would go off because you think that the alarm is connected to the door unlocking. And so I think it is a little bit bad faith to be like, a person can reasonably think the alarm won't go off. I just think a person cannot reasonably think the alarm will not go off by pulling the alarm. That's been my position. It continues to be my position.
Okay, so now we've gone verbatim over how unlikely it is that, and we haven't even gotten to details like why would he be going through an emergency exit? Anyways,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. I think that no matter what, there's no good explanation for using the exit.
Well, that's different, right? We're talking about his intent, right?
Yes.
Right. So there's no good explanation for the intent in that scenario.
Yes, and the point of the fact that we are having this conversation about the technicalities of how the fire system works or anything of that, and the fact that he is like unaware or seemingly unaware of how it works, that undermines the point that this is an effort consciously to disrupt the proceedings. If he doesn't even know how the system works, and we don't even know how the system works, then how can it reasonably be said that he's trying to manipulate the system to delay proceedings if he doesn't even know how the system works? That's kind of my point.
But see, this is what I'm talking about. All joking aside, this is the exact sort of obfuscation that you always do. And in this scenario, it's easy to see how bad fucking faith it makes you. Right? So what you've done is you've taken something with the kernel of truth to say, well, me and you wouldn't understand the exact specifics of how this system would work, so it's reasonable to assume Bowman wouldn't. I agree with that, right? And so you're like, given that, then it would seem ridiculous to think that he would go and pull this alarm for an intent to delay. Except me and you and Bowman would all agree that pulling a fucking fire alarm triggers a fire alarm. Just because right. So what you did was you said, well, because we don't know the exact way that this locking mechanism works, and we don't know the exact way that pushing on the handle would unlock the door or trigger the mechanism, therefore, and we could agree that we might not know the specifics of that, therefore, how could you believe, because Bowman also wouldn't know that when he reached out and pulled a fire alarm, that he thought that that would trigger a fire alarm, because we don't understand how the system works. That's how bad faith you are.
No. The whole thing that we just did was to show that it's conceivable that someone might think there's a connection between the alarm and the door opening. But all that does is put Bowman in the unfortunate position of admitting that he knew the alarm would go off if he pulled it to open the door. So it pushes him into my scenario too.
Right. Now you're backtracking to something. You're right that you did say that. That's not the part that I'm criticizing of what you said. After you said that, you then said, if Bowman didn't understand how this mechanism worked, then I just don't think it would be conceivable that he would do that to delay the proceedings. But that obfuscates from the point that he, just because he might not, and me and you and him might not know the specifics of this locking mechanisms, I fucking know, and you know, and Bowman knows that pulling a fire alarm triggers a fire alarm. So that's what I'm taking umbrage with. That's what shows your bad faith. And then when I take umbrage with it, you go back and you talk about something that I don't disagree and say, oh, this is what I'm saying. Right. Oh, okay, so I'm not taking umbrage. I'm taking umbrage with your... I want you to explain to me how Bowman not understanding that locking mechanisms is somehow proof that he wouldn't pull a fire alarm to try to cause a delay.
Well, it shows that the fact that you have no technical understanding of how the alarm system works, even localized to that door, undermines the notion that he would have enough of an understanding to be able to think that he's manipulating the fire system to delay the vote.
What do you think?
I just want to make sure that I'm hearing. You're saying the alarm triggered in the other building could cause a delay, whether or not the system itself is connected to the building that the Congress people are in, is what you're saying, right?
Okay, I'll answer that, right? What do you think the chances are, percentage-wise, that Bowman thought pulling the alarm would trigger an alarm?
I think it's highly likely. It's beyond 99.99%.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then now you're trying to say, oh, okay, but if it wouldn't trigger in the other area of the building, so he's in the canon section, if it wouldn't trigger to where the specific was with the building, he didn't know that, then he wouldn't pull that for a delay. That was already answered in points that you just said, yeah, that could all be true, but you didn't answer any of the things on my scenario, which clearly I did. So I'll repeat what I said. I'll repeat what I said previously. One, he could have thought that because the buildings were all connected and they all had hallways that went through them, that triggering an alarm in one section would trigger them all. Second, he could have thought that triggering an alarm in an adjacent section would be heard in that section, which could also mean that people would evacuate there. Third, he could have thought that that alarm going off would mean that he had a reason to say, this is why I'm late and it needs to be delayed, because something fishy might be happening in the next door over. Therefore, we need to delay until Secret Service could clear the building. Fourth, he could have said that it was a potential that other people would have been delayed and they had to delay the vote because they too could have been in that building, and perhaps fire safety or Secret Service had escorted them elsewhere until it cleared the building. All of those are absolutely plausible. That they're not like implausible to the, oh, he didn't know pulling the alarm would trigger an alarm, or he thought pulling the alarm would open the door, which for some reason he thought that it was worth pulling the alarm to go out the door instead of just walking.
That's the lack of judgment. Okay, if that happened, that's a situation. Are you saying that it's inconceivable that he used an alarm to open the door, not caring that the alarm would go off? That's inconceivable to you.
No.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying, right? My point is, wait, why are you laughing?
I mean, again, I don't even know the hopes that you're willing to... Right. It is conceivable that he could have said, right? So this is what would have to be in this scenario. That he thought that pulling the... He comes to this conclusion. He's rushing, he comes to this door. Instead of saying, oh, I'm familiar, I've been here 2.5 years, I know that there's another way just as quick to get to the area I'm voting, he says, nope, I have to go through this door. And I know that it will trigger an alarm, and I know that that will cause an evacuation. But I also heavily suspect that it won't cause a delay. Even though I want the delay, I suspect that it won't. And so now I try to go through the door. It doesn't work. Then he says, there's a fire alarm over there. I will pull the alarm, knowing that it will trigger the alarm, to get out because I think that it will unlock this door. And is there a chance, then, you say, that he thought that I just don't give a shit that the alarm's pulled? Yeah, I guess that's a chance. That scenario is so fucking unlikely, it is laughable. It is absolutely laughable compared to the scenario I outlined, which there is no evidence that it's laughable other than your gut feeling, I just don't think it would happen.
Okay, this is what, if you had to put a gun to my head, I'm just being honest with you. I'm being 100% honest with you. I don't care if you call me a hack. I don't care. This is my true to gut belief. If you had to put a gun to my head and ask me what I think is the most likely thing that happened, I think that he was rushing, that door is usually open, that he often uses that door, but it's closed on the weekends and they don't usually come in for votes on the weekends. That entire setup is plausible to me. And then the fact that he's using that door is plausible to me. And it's even conceivable to me, as fucking bad judgment as it is, that he pulled the alarm knowing the alarm would sound, but thinking it would be like localized or that no one would care in the vicinity of where he did, and then it would like go away or something like that. That is all in the realm, I think, of all the bad outcomes and all the potentially improbable outcomes. That to me is the plurality, but I don't have a high degree of confidence in it. And I don't think it's unreasonable for me to be like, hey, these are the scenarios, and I think they all have holes in them. If you want, I can address what you said about the delay theory.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So whether or not it's possible that he had the specific intents, to either to cause people to leave the one building, or a specific intent to cause a chain reaction of alarms there were like 4 different things that you said. Those are all possible intents that he could have had. I don't deny that. But the level of stupidity and lack of judgment that would have to exist for this person to come to the conclusion this was something that was needed, right? When they have it, the Democrats have it covered, right? They're going to read this 70 pages. They're going to find time. Even the Republicans procedurally are like making some time for the Democrats to do that. That someone would have to be so fucking stupid, so reckless, so beyond a shadow of a doubt, disqualified to just go gun-ho without telling anybody to pull the fire alarm. Unless you think it was a conspiracy for him to pull it. I'm assuming you think he acted alone, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't see that. To me, seems super fucking impossible. And to what end?
Right. So there you have it. Do you have anything else to say on what I said? Go ahead. We'll give you the floor. More. Okay. The end result, and the reason that you're risking a bunch of shit, either through a conspiracy or through this maliciously planned event, is to buy the House some time to vote something that the Senate's going to have some time as well to read and to review, and to which there's obvious mechanisms for you to employ it procedurally that they use and they were in the process of using. That to me is so outlandish that a person would do that, and as someone who apparently has limited technical expertise, someone who uses that, by all accounts uses that door often, and is using an alarm in that vicinity, that if they wanted to be, plausible deniable, they would just push on the door if they were reading the sign. All of those factors lead to me, I just don't see enough evidence to conclude that he was trying to delay. You got it? That's your answer to the delay. You've said everything you want to say.
Well, also the physical proximity to the building. I don't think it's reasonable to think that any fire alarm, I've lived in buildings before that are connected. And I don't know that why there, is the idea that he just is assuming that it will, on an assumption that all the alarms are connected automatically, that the entire Congress is going to be evacuated. That's the motivation to do this. I don't know. seems a bit much.
Okay, so I've given you your opportunity. I will break those into two arguments. I'll start with your first or your second argument there. You said, after reconsidering, that if you came to an emergency door and it was locked, you would think there's a 5% chance that pulling the fire alarm that's on the wall would unlock the door, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
What would you put the chances are in? You're in a building that is connected through a tunnel or something like that to another building, and a fire alarm goes off in one building, that it would cause delays in procedures that was happening in the other building. What percentage would you put that at?
Oh my God. On a random building connected to another building, or are you talking about Congress specifically?
I'm talking about any building that's specifically connected, even if it wasn't, even if it's just adjacent, attached.
It is such speculation at this point, even beyond just a rough estimate of like what would count as delay. Just to be, before I will answer this, but just to be clear, there are fire alarms that happen in my buildings that don't disturb me, or there are fire alarms that I see somewhere else, across the building that don't disturb my work. Including when there's things that are connected on when I used to go to school or law school as well. So it is just not the case that I think fire alarms going off.
So you're putting it zero.
But if I had to put a percentage on it, I don't know, 5 to 10%. I'm not sure.
Oh, so that sounds higher than the percentage that you think it would unlock a door. Let me give you an anecdotal example I could give from just this last month. I have to be vague because of the nature of my work, but I was at a medical facility that was more emergency type care. There is in my little town a little basic, I don't know what you call it, like a bridge almost that's enclosed that connects to where there's more like pediatric and foot doctor and stuff like that. And that building got evacuated because the smoke detector went off. They asked us to leave the emergency room until they figured out what was going on. Now, admittedly, we were in there back in within like a minute or two once they realized that it wasn't a real fire, but they stopped the procedures that were going on and asked us to leave in the adjacent building. I've seen the same in schools. I've seen where there's been schools where there's two separate buildings and the fire alarm goes off in the main building, and we were doing wrestling practice in the building that's not even attached, it's just outside the building, and they had us evacuate as well, even though the fire alarm wasn't going there. I would say that it is pretty good, particularly when the buildings are connected, and particularly when it's Congress. In particular, didn't you yourself admit this, that it was a high-stress environment, and people were worried that...
100%.
Right. So, given the terrible insurrection we had January 6th, you would think that any time that there was an alarm that went off in a high-pressure situation in Congress, that they would take it seriously, correct?
I do think they would take it seriously. I think that they're taking it seriously.
So the idea that it beggars belief that pulling the alarm in an attached adjacent building to where the vote was taking place wouldn't have had the potential to cause some sort of delay seems pretty ludicrous to me.
No, potential to cause the delay versus that he had the intent to cause that delay. Those are the separate things, right?
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, we've only outlined 3 possible scenarios as to what his intent was. One was pulling the alarm. The first 2 scenarios both involve him wanting to go through the emergency door to go vote. One was he didn't think the alarm would go off. The other is he did think the alarm went off and didn't give a shit, right? The third would be the intent that he wanted to delay the vote, right? So when you then default to saying, well, this doesn't prove his intent, we are talking about what is the most likely scenario that occurred. Your scenario, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops, such as he had to and want to go through an emergency door that was locked as opposed to just go through the hallway. But it was. That happens in my life too. 100%. That happens in my life too. I've had that. Like, has this ever happened to you, Pisco? You're in a school or you're in a hospital or you're in an office building and you take a path that you normally take, but then something's blocking it. No, like there's a door locked or something.
I agree, but I also live in New York. Where the emergency doors on the subways are used regularly all the time. So I'm just telling you that that's true and that sometimes they're closed, sometimes they're open. I agree with you. He shouldn't have used that door. But what we're talking about is, the pattern in practice. And I think don't you think it's relevant that the door is usually unlocked during the week? Isn't that a relevant fact that's good for him? Will you at least acknowledge that?
I mean, That would be like saying, like, well, he had shoes on, which traditionally they have shoes on when they take
not
their...
like that.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that had this been an area that... I don't know.
Yeah,
It's arguably, you could say if it was an area he was never in before that he didn't know it was an emergency door. Well, it's an arguable. You could say that he thought that if it was an area that he didn't know it was a security door, he could have thought it was supposed to be open.
On balance, you think it's better or worse for him that it's a door that's usually open and it's a door that he typically uses?
I will give you the talking point you want because I'm not a hack like you and say I guess it's infinitesimally slightly better for him, but
I'm not trying to get that.
It's almost irrelevant. It's just a tidbit that is almost completely irrelevant to the case. So it is far more likely that his intent was, instead of his intent of, I'm going to intentionally pull a fire alarm, flee the scene, knowing that it'll cause an evacuation in this building, not explain to anyone why it happened, instead of going on a different path. And in my quest to do so, I will believe that pulling a fire alarm will open this door. Right? That's... by the way, if he did that...
So you think that it's all of them. He wanted to delay and he wanted to egress, or you think it was just mostly one?
I'm going through scenario one. Your scenario, right? We're talking about your scenario. In your scenario, you would have to believe all of that, right? And by the way, presumably, if the sign wasn't there, then it's almost ludicrous that he would have thought pulling the alarm. It's defies belief that he would have came to the conclusion pulling the fire alarm would open the door. If he did read the sign, well, the sign says he's going to have to wait at least 30 seconds. If he's in such a hurry, why wouldn't he go somewhere else? Why is he going to pull a fire alarm, causing an evacuation, wait 30 seconds, and then go out the door instead of going down the hallway?
Oh, wait. Clearly he didn't read this. But that's the thing. If he was trying to delay, he would have read the sign too, and he would have pushed the door to trigger the alarm. So we clearly can't go off the assumption that he's reading the sign.
Well, if he didn't read the sign, then there's reason he would pull...
Sorry. Reading the sign well to follow the...
So now your theory is he just...
No. Bro, you have to contend with it too. Because if he's...
I don't have to contend with it. I don't.
Yes, because you had that whole story about sometimes criminals do stupid things. Sometimes they're caught on the cameras.
What does that have to do? That has to do with the camera.
Okay, well, at the very minimum, you can't expect criminals to always be on their best behavior.
Sure.
I told you, if he was just trying to get plausible deniability, why wouldn't he just have the door trigger the alarm? And what was your response to that?
I said that he probably didn't know that the door triggered the alarm.
But he would if he read the door.
Would he? What your theory is that he had to read part of the sign, but not the other part. That's your theory.
No, I think he read the sign. Listen, I don't know. I think I do not discount the delay theory. I don't say I don't say it's not. It didn't happen. I'm not going that far yet, and I'm not going as far as to say my scenario, the one that I just laid out before, that I think is like gun to my head, the most likely happened. I'm not saying that, but it's possible. It's conceivable to me that you read that sign and think there's a connection between alarm and unlocking.
Pisco, that's exactly what we're talking about. What makes you a hack? What makes you a hack here is that you're saying that is the more likely scenario, which is actually worse than when we entered this conversation when you said they were both equally unlikely. So that's the scenario you want to believe, that he was going to intentionally cause a big hubbub by pulling an alarm to go out this door instead of walking where he could have went just as quick, that he only read part of the sign, that he believed that pulling the fire alarm would open the door, right? That's your theory, right?
No, he would have to read he would have to read the whole sign for it to make sense. Push until alarm sound 3 seconds, because alarm sound is necessary to the door will unlock in 30 seconds. So someone would have to read the whole sign, but I guess it's also perplexing to me under the delay theory why you wouldn't just push the door.
So again, now the guy, right, is like, oh, instead of just walking this other way that takes me right there, now I'm going to trigger a set of events. By the way, it's beyond dispute. He wanted it delayed. We know that. So he wanted it delayed, and so he's in a hurry to get there, and so he's going to pull a fire alarm because he thinks that it'll open a door, but he knows that he'll have to wait at least 30 seconds once he pulls the alarm because he read the sign. But still, that's what he chooses to do. That scenario, but he didn't intend to delay. Even though he wanted it delayed, he never even crossed his mind that it could delay by pulling the fire alarm. Didn't cross his mind. Versus my scenario, which is he wanted it delayed.
Well, it would have to cross his mind. Yeah.
Wait. What?
It would for him to be liable criminally, he would have to consider it and
Right. Well,
intending to
if
bring that
he
about.
did consider it, then he's liable criminally.
If he wants to bring that about, then yes, he would be
Right.
criminal.
So if he said, it doesn't matter if that's his express intent. If he knew pulling it would cause a delay or could potentially cause a delay, and then it did, that's...
If you were acting knowingly, if you think that it might cause a delay, but I don't really care. No. But if you're like,
No. That is absolute bullshit. That is absolute bullshit.
That's basic mens rea, bro.
No.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
I'm outlining the difference between a negligent state of mind, a reckless state of mind, a knowing state of mind, and an intentional state of mind. They're all in the model penal code. There are differences between doing something when your conscious object is to bring about a particular outcome versus when you're doing something, disregarding a risk or without knowledge of a risk. Those are all different mind states. And for the specific crime of obstructing official proceeding, it is a knowing state of mind.
I think that's complete bullshit. I also know that you don't give the same definition of intent when it comes to Trump January 6 people because you're a partisan hack. Nonetheless, the scenario that we'll outline, no, because we've talked about, you supported the impeachment and thought it was a crime that Donald Trump talked to Zelensky, right?
No, I do not think that was a crime. No.
Oh, okay. Well, nonetheless, going back then, that's interesting. I'll talk to you about that at some point. So
it's impeachable. It's not a crime.
So you don't think a high crime or misdemeanor is relevant to impeach?
No, high crime misdemeanor are terms of art that describe the conduct required for impeachment, but they do not relate to specific criminal felonies.
Okay, so just to be clear, when it comes to impeachment of Biden, you'll say they don't have to prove a crime.
No, they do not.
Okay,
Biden could.
cool.
I think the thing that's most on the table for Biden would be abuse of power, which is not a crime, and so that would be true whether or not he took a bribe, right? So this is what I think is. Just to be clear on the Biden thing, I just want to be 100%. If they can show that one of the major or a factor in the determination of whether to withhold aid was because of Hunter Biden should have been impeached and removed, even though that wouldn't be bribery, right? You would just be trying to help your buddy.
You'll never be able to, even if they found money tomorrow from Burisma to Biden, would that be impeachable?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Anyways, so back to this, your theory that all of that was outlined there previously, right? Then when it comes to the scenario I'm talking, that he pulled the alarm because he wanted to delay. We know he wanted to delay, so he had motivation, right? We know that any reasonable person would think that pulling an alarm would cause a delay, right? The two answers you gave to this were what was in a separate building. We've dealt with that. You still think that that's more likely by your own words.
No, that's some circumstantial evidence.
That's some circumstantial,
right?
But by your own evidence, albeit slightly, and I think you're you're not thinking clearly or you're being disingenuous when you say 5 to 10%. Nonetheless,
come on.
I just said I give it either or, but that's still a higher percentage.
What do you give it?
I would say that if I would put it at around 50 to 60%.
Okay, I mean then what you're
and
saying
that's
like,
in a general building. In the Capitol, okay. I'd put it 98, 99%.
But that's not how. Okay, so what you're saying is that's what a reasonable person would think.
Yes.
Even though it's clearly not that way.
No. I think that the Capitol is different because of the unique circumstance, because of the need to have Secret Service and the increased level of protection. That's different.
I understand that.
So a building in public, like my local hospital, I would say if I pull the fire alarm in one area and there's a connected building to it, that the chance that stuff would stop there and be delayed, probably over 50%. In the Capitol, I'd put it 98, 99%.
But okay, so what you're saying, I just want to be clear. What you're saying is that's what you think a person would think, even though it's clear that in the actual Capitol, pulling that alarm did not have the effect of causing an alarm in the actual chamber.
It would not need to cause an alarm in the actual chamber for it to call a delay in the proceeding. For example, I could hear alarms in buildings that are going off in attached buildings, even if the alarm in my building, just like the scenario I put with the hospital. We heard the alarm going in the attached building, and so they said, hey, everyone, could you step outside for a second till we see what's going on? Because it could be anything. It could be a fire alarm. It could be a shooter. It could be anything.
Same question. It didn't delay, right? You agree it didn't delay.
It didn't actually. The actual proceeding?
Yeah, I didn't actually delay it. So,
I don't know that.
You don't know if it delayed or not?
No, I don't. Because at
I guess
some
I
point,
don't 100% know that, but
here's why. Here's why. Because at some point the Democrats didn't give a shit. At some point they were like, okay, good enough.
It.
Right. They
read it.
Right. So I don't know. Did this occur? And then by the time he got there, they're like, never mind, we're good. Right? I don't know. Do you?
That's the thing. Don't you need evidence to show that?
No, I don't need evidence to suggest whether or not this actually delayed or not. I'll guarantee you this. I'll guarantee if they weren't comfortable, if that vote happened before they wanted, I will guarantee that the Democrats would have said, wait a minute, there's all kinds of shady shit going on. Alarm went off. We didn't have time to read it, but everyone was disheveled. There were a few Congress people that didn't have a chance to blah, blah, blah.
I can't prove or disprove that. I mean, you're just saying.
I guarantee that's what they would have done, but you're right, because it didn't happen. Nonetheless, it's irrelevant to what his intent would be, right? And his intent could very well be, we know that the Democrats were doing everything right, and it's definitely far more likely than the scenario you outlined. And you're a hack because you're saying that you find... So. And again, so the two things that you've said to dispute is, but it was in a building adjacent. I feel I've dealt with that. Even in your own words, you said that that's still more likely that it would cause a delay in a separate building that was somewhat attached. You said 5 to 10% versus 5% that pulling a fire alarm opens a door. So
without signage.
So okay, so let's
with
the signage. What
with signage? I'm like, oh, okay. I think 75%.
So you think there's a 75% chance that pulling that fire alarm would eventually unlock that door?
Yeah, I do. You think there's a 20%?
Right, we'll see.
Given
nonetheless,
the signage?
Nonetheless, if he didn't see, if the sign wasn't there, then you're acknowledging that my scenario is more likely.
If the sign wasn't there, and it's between, you think an alarm, even though you don't have a sign, the door is locked. It's a hard one for me, Rob. It's a hard one for me, Rob, because I'm just being real with you. I'm just being 100% real with you. It seems like a fucking bonehead move to do the delay theory. It's so stupid. Is it the same level of stupid as thinking that the door will unlock without the sign? I don't know about that one. I agree that if the question were whether or not you think pulling the alarm will sound an alarm or not, I think it's just like it's more unlikely that he didn't think the alarm would sound than the delay theory. But on the specific question of whether or not you think an alarm will open the door, I couldn't tell you which one is more or less likely.
All right, so that's the caliber of answer you'll get. So I'll just say this: he gives. I went through quite meticulously. The theory that he outlined was possible with Bowman and how nonsensical and stupid it is. Right? We went through that. He gives two arguments against the theory that this could have been for a delay. The first argument was it's in an adjacent building. He can't argue with any of the things that I said. I gave specific scenarios. He could have thought that it wasn't just in the adjacent building that it would have triggered the alarm everywhere.
He could have.
Right, he could have. So there's a chance that... What do you think the chances were that he thought that?
That he thought that it would trigger another alarm?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Right, so he could have thought that. He could have thought that...
Would you think that? Would you? Wait, what are the odds that... If you pull that alarm, what are the odds that you think it causes an alarm all over Congress?
In the Capitol, I would say that I would think it's above 50%. That's what I would think.
Yeah, okay. So then, like, if we're talking 50%, 60%, yeah, it's possible. I don't know. But I say it's possible.
Okay, so in your scenario... Okay, in your scenario, let's say he thought 50%. So he thought that he was pulling an alarm that could possibly open a door. There's a 5% chance it opens the door, and a 50% chance it causes a fucking alarm in the building where the vote's going on.
You're the one who's saying that.
Shit!
You're the one that's saying that you don't think he thought about it meticulously, right? You don't think this was planned out well, right?
I said the exact opposite. I think he absolutely...
You think this was planned?
I think he absolutely had intent. I think he absolutely did. His intent was to cause a delay. Whether his thought was this will trigger the alarm where the votes are occurring, or this will trigger an alarm outside where the votes are
you think
occurring.
it's more like, wait, you're sure that's his intent, or you think it's more likely than the other scenario?
I think it's beyond reasonable doubt that was his
intent.
intent.
So you would convict him of the crime of obstruction of official proceeding based on this?
I think that obviously they should have. I think that there are factors that would lead me to probably convict him right now if I was on the jury.
Wow.
Listen, one, everything that I've outlined. Second, the fact that he, according to you as well, will have to think that he has blatantly lied in his response to this. Third,
wait. When does he say blatantly? When would it be blatant lie?
Well, let's see what his statement was.
His statement was, I think I have it. 1 second. You would vote to convict.
Well, let's see what his statement was.
Okay, his statement was... Here we go. I want to personally clear up confusion surrounding today's events. Today, as I was rushing to make a vote, I came to a door that is usually open for votes, but today would not open. I am embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm, mistakenly thinking it would open the door. I regret this and sincerely apologize for any confusion this caused. So, notably, he does not deny that the fact that he knew it would start an alarm. That's notable to me. And he says he mistakenly thinks it would open the door. So does that mean that the door did not in fact open?
That's what it sounds like.
More questions to me, and that I want to ask and that I want answered.
So I will say, let me be clear. I thought that he put in that apology, and I will be clear that he didn't think the alarm would go off. He didn't say that. That's the part that I thought was a blatant lie. But nonetheless, I think that this would warrant more of an investigation. Let me ask you this.
I agree.
Let me ask, should they subpoena his phone?
You need probable cause.
You don't think there's probable cause?
No.
So what's the investigatory steps here? They look at the video and they talk to him, that's it?
You need probable cause to search his phone. You need to have probable cause that evidence of the crime exists there, and that's more than just.
There is probable cause.
The problem with your theory, right? Mm-hmm. The problem with your theory is it would allow for a general warrant, because the same logic of the phone would be true of his house. He could just as easily have papers in effect in his house.
I agree.
Right. But like that's not how the warrant system works in the United States.
No. That definitely is. Look at the January 6th people. Look at how expansive that was. They actually got cell phone data. They got warrants from the cell phone companies for data for all the people that were there. There were people that were connected, and they actually got banks to give disclosures on people that were there in hotels and stuff like that. They took all that up.
Banks are not covered. Those are third-party doctrine where it's not covered by. You don't need a warrant to ask a bank for a record. You just don't. They could even just give it to you. On the actual warrants themselves, location, cell data, to get a warrant for that stuff, it is totally you can get probable cause because it would prove that their location there. So it's evidence of the crime, often, which was.
Yeah, I get it. I get your lawyer speak. We see the difference. What they did with January 6th, and people connected to Trump. As always, we see how it's done.
No, but when it comes to,
the basis for the warrant was there a crime committed?
What's the problem?
Was there a crime committed? Yes or no?
Probable cause.
Yeah, yes or no, please. Yes or no? Was there a crime committed?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, you just said that you assumed that even if it wasn't intent, that what he did was a crime.
I think that, just to be 100% put my cards on the table, I think if he knowingly started a fire alarm and opened the door, or tried to open the door, despite the fact that he knew it was going to start a fire alarm, I told you at the start of the conversation that I'm not as familiar with the fire codes and fake alarm laws in DC, but I said it should if it wasn't a crime, it should be a crime.
Okay, let's assume it was a crime, right? Which it was, right? Let's assume it was a crime. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so a crime was committed. They have that dead to rights. They have more than probable cause that a crime was committed, right? Now when they're seeking to see if there were co-conspirators and things like that, are they allowed to then subpoena evidence to see that?
To subpoena who?
To subpoena his records to see if there were co-conspirators.
you're allowed to subpoena people.
Right.
You need to get a grand
And
jury.
subpoena
I
the
don't
cell
think it would
phone
be.
records. Right.
No, I would not agree with like unless you had evidence that pointed to other people. I wouldn't just because that would again. There's no limiting principle there, Rob. He could have coordinated
just
with
like
the White House.
I get it. That's
There's
right.
no
That's
window,
right.
But there's no limiting principle.
Right. Steve Bannon. Right. Right. All the people.
No.
Yes.
Those are not
Yes.
at all
Mark Meadows.
comparable.
Yes. Yes.
Those are
Now
not
you're
at all
starting. Now
comparable.
you're starting to get it. Yes. They went after journalists and pundits and Congress people. Yes.
You're
That's what they
jumping-
did
hang on.
January 6th. Yes,
No,
that's
no.
exactly what happened. Yes.
Wait,
now we have a blatant
Let's deal with it.
Yep.
Let's deal with
Yep.
it. Let's
Yep.
deal with it. So, for each one of these investigatory steps, right, there ought to be a limiting principle. Agree?
There's not. There's not. I agree. There
are
shouldn't have been.
limited
Right, I agree. They shouldn't have gone after Mark Meadows. They shouldn't have gone after Steve Bannon. They shouldn't have got FISA warrants against Trump. Trump's team. Totally,
get FISA.
totally agree. Totally agree. But they did. And so now we want equal application of the law. Now
Mark
we have a
Meadows-
person.
Mark
Now
Meadows
we
is
have a
charged with a
person.
crime.
Now we
Mark
have.
Meadows-
Now we. Well, maybe we'll charge more people with a crime after we investigate them. When the DOJ investigates Bowman and all the people he talked to that day to see if this crime was just the crime of pulling an alarm or if he had intent to delay the vote. We know that he had motivation to want the vote delayed. We know that
There's no basis. Hang on. There is no basis currently as exists that this extends beyond Bowman. Well,
Right.
There totally was a basis to think that January 6th planning, all that stuff, extended beyond Donald Trump. 100%.
What are you talking about? Like, what does that have to do? Like, so it's so ludicrous. It's so you're saying that there wasn't anyone that I'm not even going to get into this. It's clear you're just a partisan act. We got it, right? So
That's an excuse, not a thing.
So
That's an excuse, not a thing.
I just when I started off this, remember, this is what I told you. Pisco will admit Bowman did something wrong. There's
100%.
dumb people on the left that won't admit it, right? And Pisco understands that makes them look stupid. What Pisco's trying to do is he's a hack in a different way. What he's trying to do is he knows that if he makes this argument that's like, well, I disagree with some of these more ridiculous people on the left. Therefore, I'm impartial. He tried to open up with this. I argued with people on the left. Therefore, I must be, I'm being impartial here to the best of my ability. That's what he's saying. What he can't do, and I outlined to you, right? I outlined to you this.
Explain Menendez.
All right, I'll explain Menendez to you. You didn't give a shit that Menendez was excoriated by the Senate before for corruption and things like that, but was still allowed to be on committees. And the reason that you and other Democrats didn't speak up against Menendez back then was because there was a Republican governor, which meant that you would have lost a Democrat Senate seat to a Republican. Now, because it's a Democrat, that's why all these other people did it, and now it is zero stakes for you. You don't give a shit about Menendez at all. So what? He gets replaced with another Democrat, and it gives you the ability to say, see, that's why we need to continue to go after January 6 people in Trump.
No.
If it was the opposite, if it would swing the Senate to Republicans, you would not be saying this, and neither would be Democrats.
Okay,
you would not.
You can just say that. You can say that if you want. There's absolutely zero proof of that. Of me, that if there was a Republican governor of New Jersey, that I would say he shouldn't step down for being corrupt as fuck and literally taking gold bars. And so you think it's low stakes for me?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I've said this before. I've said this over and over about you and all these other people on the left. You even Barry Biden. You ask. I'll tell you, it's low stakes. Just like if you have to cut and run from Biden, you would. Just like how many times do I debate you and people like you, right? I guess people like you that are on the side of you that'll say this. Maybe they should have charged Hillary. If Biden did something, you mean that? By the way, you mean that, right? But when you people say that, like with Menendez, you mean it. You're fine. Fuck it, take him down because it's low stakes. The high stakes for you, what you can't admit, is that there's a double standard at the DOJ and the FBI. That's what you won't admit. You'll cut and run, and it makes sense because you have Trump derangement.
How does this prove a double standard?
You have Trump derangement. You have Trump derangement since I'm telling you what's going on. You have Trump derangement syndrome, and so you'll like whatever it need to take that guy down. We don't give a fuck. Fuck that guy. Take him down. If you have to sacrifice one of any number of establishment candidates to take Trump down so that it makes you look reasonable, you'll do it. You won't give a shit. But what you won't do is, that's why when I could show you that literally for the first time in the fucking history of this country, we had an FBI that got FISA warrants to spy on a president's team, you're like, it's not that big of a deal.
No, you said it was the biggest scandal in American history.
It is.
And it's not.
Political scandal. Yeah, it is.
So, and also, you have for years been saying that's the standard that should be applied to future candidates, is the standard that the DOJ at least has said they're trying to, and at least by the admission of certain people, they have succeeded in making reforms to the FISA warrant process. You want that standard to be applied on a going forward basis. And so, you can say for the 10th time that it's the biggest scandal in the political history of the United States. I don't agree with you. I think the scandal to try to call the election fraudulent by
Democrats in 2016. That was bad too. Right, I get it. I get it. I understand that. I totally get it.
Donald Trump
I totally
was a bigger political scandal.
I totally get it. Of course you think that.
Of Carter Page.
Of course, right.
100%.
Of course you think that. You think the total weaponization of the FBI, the weaponization of the FBI working in tandem with Trump's political opponent to concoct a story of Russia collusion that resulted in the first time in the history of this country of utilizing the FBI to have spy powers to go after Trump the candidate and then Trump the president.
Not historic. By the way, that's just not historically true.
Okay,
and
what's inaccurate? What's historically inaccurate about that?
Lyndon B. Johnson spied, and Nixon's both spied.
He got FISA warrant. He got FISA warrant. They got FISA warrants on their opponents.
You didn't say that. You just said no. You just said use the FBI to spy.
So Nixon used the FBI to spy on his opponent.
That's if you ever listen to what's the name of Trump's advisor, Roger Stone. He says one of the reasons why he says that he got charged was because he didn't use the FBI. He used his own private.
Cool. So he didn't use the FBI. Lyndon B. Johnson used the FBI to spy on his own?
Yes, that's how Lyndon B. Johnson knew about Nixon's conversations with the South Vietnamese because they were spying on Nixon's people.
The FBI was spying on. Well, I guess that's really bad too. Did they get a FISA warrant to spy on his team?
There was no. This is before the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
Did they use that spying in order to try to bring investigations for 3 years to stymie his administration?
Lyndon B. Johnson did not disclose to the American people that he did this. One of the reasons why he was super pissed with Nixon and knew Nixon was lying to directly on the phone is because he did not want to reveal to Nixon that he was spying on him, and that's why I think that. The processes that we have in this country where we're finding out about these surveillances after the fact, they give me at least some comfort.
Sounds like a good reason to disband the FBI if they've been used as political tools even back in the Lyndon B. Johnson time. But certainly what we see, certainly what we see now,
they were used against Martin Luther King. They were used against civil rights leaders.
That's certainly true.
And communists.
But that still didn't have the effect of trying to go after a president as he was running and then once he was in office. I think that the FISA abuses that we see from the FBI, maybe I'm unaware of how extensive the FBI abuses were under Lyndon Johnson, so maybe I guess I'd put a caveat, but it's certainly much bigger than Watergate when a couple of bumbling fools working for Nixon went through a hotel one night trying to get documents on their opponents. Imagine instead of doing that, if he would have used the entirety of the FBI to investigate and spy on his opponent for months on end while selectively leaking information to the press, starting a 3-year investigation that sought to charge them with crimes that were completely unrelated.
Watergate's obviously worse.
Why?
I'll explain. So Watergate is one of the major reasons that Watergate is what it is has to do, number one, with actions taken by Nixon afterwards, as you're aware, related to the obstruction. The actual the reason why I think our country is one of the best countries, is the best country in the whole world, has to do with procedure and process. And so is the case 100%, no doubt, that weaponization of the Department of Justice or of intelligence services, all that stuff, is a humongous problem. But at the very least, if it's done through official channels, right, those channels can be monitored and reformed. But going outside those channels and just essentially hiring out hitmen of your own and it wasn't the only thing negative they did. They raided and looked around for people who were leakers privately, and they just burglarized things. I don't know why you think...
If the FBI would have assassinated Donald Trump, would that still be less of a scandal than Watergate because they went through official channels?
No.
Why?
It would have been worse.
Why?
because the underlying conduct it would be worse.
Oh, because it'd be criminal or unlawful conduct that the FBI was taking?
The underlying conduct itself would
okay.
be worse than
similarly,
worse than surveillance.
Having the FBI, which is by far could do more investigation, more harm to stymie a candidacy and presidency, and saying, well, it's not as bad as a couple bumbling fools looking through a hotel in one night, because at least they went through official proceedings while they were engaged in their corrupt and unlawful behavior, is fucking laughable. And again, goes to show what a double standard hack you are.
Hang on. Wait, no. You're disproving it as you're saying it. The fact that we are aware of it, the fact that there's a paper trail, the fact that there are particularized facts that are attested to, the fact that a judge has to look at facts and has to sign off on them, that's how we detect when problems occur. So the fact that you're even aware that there were issues with the FISA process is because we had this procedure in the first place. When the president goes outside those channels, it's problematic precisely because you lose the ability to even discover the malfeasance that occurs. Surely you understand that.
How do we know about Watergate?
We know about Watergate because they got caught.
Oh, so we do know about it. So your entire explanation is horseshit. Again, the idea that this is so stupid. This would be the equivalent of saying like a corrupt police agency that's using their position of power to engage in corrupt practices is less damaging than an individual criminal that's doing something, because at least there's a potential paper trail that hopefully we could find out when the corrupt police are doing something. It's fucking laughable. It's laughable, and anyone who downplays it, just to be clear. So then all the January 6th stuff, there's a paper trail to all of it, so it's not as big of a deal, right? Watergate's bigger than all of that, right? Because there's a paper trail to everything Trump did, right?
You're talking about the use of deniable people for illicit surveillance. Would you rather it be done by the government or be done by hired goons? And you're saying I'd rather it be done by hired goons.
Yes. And because if the most powerful and highest ranking law enforcement and intelligence agency in this country is engaged in corrupt, unlawful practice to put their thumb on the scale, it is more significant than an individual bad actor hiring individual bad actors to do something.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would understand you if it indicated that that there was a rot that was endemic to the organization. It would be a signal of the kind of a greater problem of corruption that I guess you're trying to identify.
Well, there's certainly a greater problem of corruption. For example, we can see all of this circumstantial evidence that points to it, such as, I constantly go over with you, the treatment of the Bidens and Hillary versus the treatment of Trump and all the people connected. We can see on the specific level, like Paul Manafort versus the Podesta group, committing the exact same crime at the exact same time, and yet one's allowed to retroactively
Wait, what's the problem with that?
Well, one was allowed to retroactively fill out paperwork, and the other was charged with the crime. That is an apples-to-apples comparison.
Wait. So who are the two organizations? Organization one was who?
Paul Manafort.
Okay, and what was organization number two?
The Podesta Group.
And who is Podesta?
John Podesta was the campaign manager of Hillary Clinton.
Who's Tony Podesta?
His brother.
Who was running the Podesta Group at the time of the alleged conduct?
I believe Tony.
Was John Podesta part of the Podesta Group at the time?
I'm not sure.
Would you be surprised to find out that he wasn't?
Wouldn't care. It's irrelevant to the question.
So whether or not John Podesta was in the Podesta Group is irrelevant to whether or not there's a double standard of Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely. Because in this specific case... Oh boy, how could Rob explain this? Okay, you ready? There's this guy, and he commits this crime with these other guys. This guy's connected to Trump. These guys are connected to Hillary's campaign manager. This guy commits the same crime with these guys. He gets charged. They get allowed to retroactively file paperwork. Just because Tony Podesta himself wasn't there doesn't prove that it's not a double standard, because the truth is, what you know is FARA violations are committed all the time, and they never charge people. They very rarely charge people. They charged Manafort because they were doing their best to charge everyone connected to Trump with as many crimes as possible, trying to get them to flip. So they were breaking their norms of what they normally do, hence the unlawful FISA warrants and all that shit. And they went as easy as possible on people that are connected to establishment politicians like Hillary Clinton, which Tony Podesta and John Podesta founded the agency with him. Tony Podesta was certainly on chummy terms with John Podesta, his brother, and Hillary Clinton. Explanation easy enough for you there?
So do you think that First question. Did you know whether or not John Podesta was working with the Podesta group at the time of this alleged conduct?
Yes.
Do you know that?
I can't say with certainty, but I had read and believed that John Podesta at this point was working exclusively with Hillary Clinton and was no longer part of the firm. I'm not sure if he was still getting monies from the firm, but I know that it was being headed by Tony Podesta at the time.
Okay. So, but it's irrelevant whether John Podesta was involved at all with the organization to the question of double standards for FARA violations.
Correct.
Because if he was associated, it would be more obvious or less obvious, or explain why there's the fact that he's Tony Podesta's brother is enough to show there's a double standard.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is, again, when you're a bad faith hack that thinks that it's more likely that Bowman thought that pulling a fire alarm would open a door than he was trying to delay the procedure, you can see how you could come to these ridiculous.
Well, you said there's a 20% chance that's true.
No, I didn't say there's a 20% chance that's true. I said the chance that an individual like me would come to that conclusion is 0%, but it is possible based on the reading of that sign that it looks like that sign wasn't even up there when he pulled it, that it is possible, a 20% possibility that the unlocking mechanism triggers after the alarm goes off. Nonetheless, you can see with a hack like Pisco, like he would have to say, it's just like you have to do with the Joe and Hunter Biden. He's like, well, wait a minute. Hunter Biden's not Joe Biden, so if he's getting money, that's not of benefit to Joe Biden whatsoever. So I'm talking about a FARA situation where we had this guy connected to Trump, his campaign manager, commit a crime, and the evidence is stark and overwhelming, including to the people that prosecuted the crime, in this case Mueller, that he committed that crime with the Podesta group. It was the group that was founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. It was ran by his brother. So people in that organization committed a crime with Paul Manafort. They're given a slap on the wrist, or not even a slap on the wrist. They're allowed to retroactively file paperwork. Paul Manafort is arrested. And Pisco's big brain take is, but John Podesta wasn't at that point working for the Podesta group, so that proves that there wasn't a double standard.
Well,
it's a fucking joke. Have you read? It's an absolute joke.
Have you read the Podesta group's letters in response to the inquiry from the Justice Department and from congressional statements about their involvement? Have you read those letters?
I have read, I think, one.
There was like three. There's one that they sent to Fox News.
Okay. What's it say? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious.
I've read the Mueller report. I've read it.
I'm just curious about whether or not you read the response from the Podesta.
You tell me. What was the? I think I read one. Go ahead. You tell me what it said.
Yeah. Essentially, that the conduct that they took. I'm hoping I'm getting this right, and I'll confirm with you later. Is so drastically different than what Manafort is accused of, and for me, that's obviously an indictment of
Manafort. You're right. It's obvious. Oh yeah, when these establishment they said it, so it's obvious. I mean, the Mueller report said that he worked with Mercury LLC and the Podesta Group, and the Podesta Group did have to retroactively file paperwork. But as long as the Podesta Group says, "Trust us, we didn't do anything wrong," it's good enough for Pisco. It's good enough for him.
Do you think that you should read their responses?
No. I think I should read the person Yeah, let me explain. I think I should read the prosecutors that charged Manafort and said that he worked with them. Mueller didn't say. If Mueller would have said, here's their response that they gave us as to why we didn't charge them, then I would have read it. That's not what Mueller said. Mueller said that Podesta Group worked with Manafort. That's what he said.
And he said that in the Mueller report.
Correct.
Yeah, and so you think that because this organization, the Podesta Group, is linked to Tony Podesta, and Tony Podesta is linked to John Podesta, that shows that it's also linked to Hillary Clinton. And so regardless of John Podesta's association, any leniency, even if you could prove leniency on the Podesta Group, would implicate a double standard in favor of Hillary.
Yes, they committed the same crime together. One was connected to Trump, and they charged him. The other was connected to Hillary, and they didn't charge them and allowed them to retroactively fill paperwork.
When you say connected, you mean by blood tie, right?
No, I mean literally.
What's the connection?
Okay. Does everyone see? Do you all see this? Do you see how fucking bad faith he is? Okay, let me be specific. On one hand, it was Trump's campaign manager. On the other hand, it was the company founded by Hillary's campaign manager, ran by his brother.
So just to be
It's
clear,
Pisco wants you to believe. He wants you to believe. He wants you to believe this is like saying, "Oh, it was some guy that served." Like the connections they have. This is now. Listen. This is the sort of shit that Pisco wants you to believe.
Anything Tony Podesta does, Hillary Clinton needs to answer for?
No, I think that it shows a clear double standard by the FBI, and that her campaign manager company that she founded that was ran by his brother committed the exact same crime with Trump's campaign manager. They threw the book at Trump's campaign manager. They let the person, Podesta, that was connected to her campaign manager. Right. Right.
Brother.
Right. So
isn't that relevant?
No, it's not relevant. It still shows a double standard. It still shows a double standard. I mean, does everyone see? Pisco, do you like this might be worse than the Bowman and the Martha's Vineyard thing. This is absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe. So you're telling me that if the FBI sees that Trump's campaign manager committed a crime and he worked with Hillary's campaign manager's brother's group, and they charged Trump's campaign manager, but not Hillary's campaign manager's brother's group, you're trying to say that that's some sort of double standard? I mean, come on! That's crazy! It's unfucking believable, the amount of hackery. I mean, it's so bad at this point, Pisco. I hope you look back on this type of shit someday and just realize how fucking embarrassing it is for you.
Wait, is Donald Trump connected to Hillary Clinton?
No, not in this sense. I mean, sure, in some sort of sense that he's donated to her before. What's the relevance of that?
So, what I mean to say is how close to the connection is. So, a brother of your current campaign manager is enough to implicate a double standard.
Yeah, so it's also a double standard with Mercury LLC that wasn't connected to Hillary Clinton. What it shows is these sorts of crimes are occurred all sorts of time when it comes to Washington, and they only went after people connected to Trump. And the people that weren't connected to Trump, and the irony was that it was someone that had direct ties to Hillary Clinton's team because it was her campaign manager's company that he founded that was ran by his brother that committed that same crime. So that wasn't even, it could have been Jim Smith who ran the Smith Group that was a Democratic donor, and Mercury LLC that was a Republican donor group or lobbying group, and it still would be a double standard.
Is Menendez connected to the Hillary Clinton?
I don't know. They're Democrats.
Wait, what do you mean? Is Menendez more or less connected to Hillary Clinton than Tony Podesta?
Less.
At the time. Less?
Yes.
I mean, Menendez is a supporter of the Clintons, was a supporter of the Clintons. Menendez was a Democratic senator who I believe may have served with Hillary Clinton.
Same party. Okay.
Same party.
Okay.
You just said a donor would be enough.
No, I said it didn't even have to be a donor to show a double standard. A double standard literally means that there's one standard for people connected to Trump, and there's another standard for people that are not connected to Trump or more connected to the establishment.
Yeah, so Menendez...
It is even more specific. Tony Podesta has a greater connection to Hillary Clinton because he not only had fundraised for her in the past, but it was her campaign manager's brother. Okay,
but so then what you're saying is it matters
I don't understand. I know what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is like, wait a minute. If they ever went after one Democrat ever, then that proves the specific double standard that you're talking about can't exist. Because 9 years later, they went after Bob Menendez, who's a Democrat, and Hillary's a Democrat. So ignore the fact that her campaign manager's group that he founded, ran by her brother, Tony Podesta, according to Mueller, committed crimes with Paul Manafort, and they didn't charge the Podesta group with those crimes, but they did charge Manafort. Ignore that, because 9 years later, they're going to charge Bob Menendez, and he's a Democrat. It's so laughable.
You said Mueller came to the conclusion that the Podesta group committed crimes?
It said that I believe the exact wording was that Manafort worked with Group A and Group B in these lobbying efforts. Group A was identified as Mercury LLC. Group B was identified as the Podesta
Did Mueller
group.
come to the conclusion that the Podesta group committed crimes or not?
He said he said that the Podesta group was committing crime or was involved in the crimes that were committed by Manafort.
Did he? No, I don't care if he involved in Did they commit crimes? That's the question. Did Mueller say that?
Let me look up the exact words.
All right. How you doing, bro? I mean,
I'm doing great. I don't know how you fucking look at yourself in the mirror.
Oh, I mean, I think that you're losing it, bro. You're just.
I'm not losing it.
Seeing conspiracy now. This whole thing with Bowman proves a double standard in the DOJ. That's just wild. That I mean, it's not even been investigated.
Let's see. I can't find it because they have it fucking blocked out.
Yeah, I've looked for it too and I haven't found it. Because I hear you say this a lot. And then I looked into it.
Right.
And then I'm... What? So... So Wikipedia says John Podesta left the firm in 1993.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with anything?
You don't think that's relevant?
No, I think it is a group that was ran by his brother that was founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
I mean... Siblings can disagree. I think there was actually a big dispute between them.
I think it shows, again, let's take the Podesta group out of it and deal with Mercury LLC. If Mercury LLC committed this crime with Manafort, Manafort was charged and no one with Mercury LLC, and they were allowed to retroactively file paperwork, does it show a double standard? Yes. Now, if one of them, now, if one of them was
double standard, which is what you're alleging.
Yes, it absolutely does. Yes, it shows that there's a double standard because they go after these people, as you haven't denied, that FARA violations are committed all the time. They very rarely charge them. They did so going after Paul Manafort because they were doing everything they could to try to get as many people to flip as possible on Trump. They instead gave immunity when it came to people connected to Hillary Clinton. They intentionally slow locked investigations.
Okay, but now you're doing your whole speech. I was talking about Podesta.
Right. And so I'll find the wording. I'll find the wording in the. I have it in my house.
Did you know that? Like, apparently he left in '93.
I didn't know he left in '93. I told you what I knew that he knew. Right.
Yeah.
I told you that I knew he wasn't there. Right. I've been saying for years.
This Podesta group line that John Podesta, Hillary's campaign manager's firm.
Yes. Firm he founded. It was ran by his brother. And only a hack like
very
you.
Different.
It's not very different. It's not.
How is it not very
I
different?
never said they didn't charge Podesta. I didn't say that he was running the group. I said the Podesta group, the group founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. That's what I said. That's the truth. And only a hack like you, only a hack like you, only yes, it does show a double. So I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. If Trump's DOJ comes in, right? If his DOJ comes in and we find out that he goes after all these people connected to Biden, locking them up. And one of the indictments says that the guy that was indicted that was working with Biden, worked with Matt Gaetz' campaign manager's brother, and that guy was allowed to get off with a slap in the wrist. You'd say that's perfectly reasonable. There's no reason to suspect a double standard. It wasn't Matt Gaetz himself or Matt Gaetz' campaign manager. It was just his brother. So
I don't assume that that's without like more specific evidence of a connection where like Tony Podesta's activities are related to the representation of Hillary Clinton, or that there's an active ongoing like relationship. Why are you me?
Because you're full of shit, and everyone watching knows it. Everyone. Even your supporters will be like, Pisco, this is fucking laughable. You're literally going to say it can't be a double standard because it was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager's brother's
I didn't say it can't be a double standard. I said it doesn't show a double standard.
It's absolutely fucking hilarious.
Wait.
It's absolutely hilarious. It is absolutely fucking hilarious. It really is. It really is. And just so you know, everyone is listening, as we'll find more and more evidence about James Biden and Hunter Biden, he'll say, oh, that can't be connected to Joe Biden. It's absurd to think that any money that went to them could ever benefit Joe Biden.
It's a clown show right now.
Right. There we go. It's a clown show.
I'm going to debate someone on Wednesday about how much of a clown show it is.
You'll get wrecked if they have any idea what they're doing.
You don't know.
Like, I would wreck you.
Show. Even Bannon says it's a clown show.
Oh, the first. Oh, no. Make no mistake about it. The entire impeachment investigation will be ran by Kevin McCarthy to ensure that the uniparty prevails.
So you agree it's a clown show?
No, I agree that the evidence that's there is more than enough for an impeachment inquiry, and it's more than enough to actually have a serious investigation to subpoena the records, bank records of Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and that they should all be able to speak. They should all be subpoenaed to testify. Hunter Biden should be charged with FARA violations.
You agree? Well, we're talking about Joe Biden right now and the impeachment inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with there are people that there's enough for an impeachment inquiry, but not yet enough for an impeachment.
Correct. Well, I would impeach just because there was never enough to impeach Trump, and so unfortunately, fuckers like you will never understand until the same weaponization's used. I would also start FISA warrants to spy on anyone connected to their opponents' campaigns. I think
you would do illegal things. You would do
I wouldn't do illegal things. I wouldn't.
Oh, the FISA wait. The FISA thing unlawful?
Not illegal. That's not illegal, right? Right?
I would say
no. Be very specific, Pisco.
Unlawful means illegal.
Oh, so then the FBI committed illegal acts against Donald Trump's team.
Yeah, I would say the unlawful.
When I previously said illegal, you said, "Whoa, Rob, I would say unlawful, not illegal."
I would say. Well,
that's what you said.
I think the best word for it is
Does everyone see? When I said that the FBI committed illegal acts against Trump and his team, Pisco made a big hubbub. I wouldn't say illegal. I would say unlawful. Then literally, it slips out as soon as I say, well, turnabout would be fair play. He goes, that would be illegal. Wait a minute. You said previously it wouldn't be illegal. It would be unlawful. Do you see how he is?
Illegal and unlawful are synonyms.
Oh, then why did you criticize me last time I said it was illegal and you said I would say unlawful?
There's a connotation to illegal that I wanted to avoid, which implies criminal. In that context, there actually was criminal activity.
So then I'm just curious. Why did you remove all doubt previously, but not here when I suggested doing the same thing? Why did you do that?
I'll explain. In that context, we were talking about whether or not there's criminality related to any specific actors or the FBI generally, and I don't accept that there was criminality, but I do accept that it's unlawful. But it's not the case. I just wanted to. That's why I clarified. I said I think unlawful is the best term, but illegal, the technical, is a synonym for unlawful.
Right. So you chose to use the synonym to make it in the dark. Right. You chose to use the more negative connotation when the same tools be used against your side as the other side. You wanted to be soft. I don't want to put the connotation that could suggest criminality when it comes to what the FBI did to Trump. But if Trump wins and does it to the other side, I absolutely want to use the connotation that suggests criminality. Absolutely.
In that specific, first of all, the words just come out, right?
Right, because you're a hack. Right, the words came out previously when I said illegal, and the words came out as saying unlawful because you're a hack. That's what it was. You purposely chose to use the word unlawful then.
Rob, we can check the tape about whether I said not illegal, unlawful, or whether I said I think the word I would use is unlawful. I think what I said is the word I would use is unlawful in that.
But not here. You used illegal.
Okay, I don't deny that it was illegal and unlawful. Mm-hmm. They're the same word, but in the time I was trying to avoid the connotation of criminality.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'm saying. I would never suggest criminality. I wouldn't suggest criminality. I'm not suggesting criminality, just unlawful behavior. That's all I'm suggesting. It's just unlawful.
So you want unlawful FISA warrants?
I want an equal standard. That's what I want. I want an equal standard.
Do you want unlawful warrants?
I want an equal standard. If the FBI standard is to use opposition research sourced by a Russian spy to spy on Trump, then the equal standard would be that would be used against Biden and others. That's what I want.
They claim that they fixed their game. They claim they're not doing.
I don't give a shit what they claimed. I want. Okay, they can fix their game. They can fix their game. They can fix their game after the same tools employed against the Democrats. Then they can fix their game. They can fix their game. I want an even standard. You don't. That's it.
Forward,
I want an even standard. You don't.
The actual question, right? Going forward, do you want the FBI?
I want an equal standard. I want the same. I want the same treatment. Pisco, I don't know. Is it criminal? Is it unlawful? I don't know. I want an equal standard. The treatment that was given to Trump, the standard is set. The impeachment standard, the FISA warrant standard, those standards have been set. Those are the standards that should be employed against the Democrats. You
want unlawful? Do you want?
I want an even standard.
So is that yes?
I want an even. Yes? I'm not throwing around lofty terms like unlawful. I want an even standard. Explain to me why you don't. Explain
the warrant process unlawful.
Explain to me. Explain to me why you don't want an equal standard. Explain to me.
I do want equal standards.
Oh, okay. So then do you want the FISA warrants?
I don't. Right. But you don't carry forward unlawful standards.
But do you want equal standards?
Not if they're unlawful.
Oh, you just want the unlawful ones to be directed against Trump and
I want the unlawful ones to stop. I don't agree with that.
You're okay. It just happened once, just with Trump and his people. That's it. Now we got to make sure the rules are upheld when it would come to potentially going after the other side. I'm sorry, Pisco. I don't give it. I don't have to answer anything. I want an even standard. I've been quite explicit. I've been quite explicit. Pisco, no one gives a fuck.
We got you.
You didn't get me on shit.
We did get you.
You didn't get me on shit.
Why would you answer the question then?
I want an equal standard.
I answered your question when you pushed
me. I want an equal standard. And let me tell you what, Pisco. Let me tell you why. Let me explain myself here, if you don't mind, Pisco. You are a piece of shit hack. You are someone who is a lawyer who actually has really no problem with the FISA warrant spying on Trump's team. You downplay it all the time. No, bullshit. Please. You downplay it all the time. You say it's not that big a deal. There's nothing that could be done now. They said they fixed it. It's all over. I don't give a fuck what slimy worms like you think on this topic at all. Listen. Please listen. I'm answering. I don't give a fuck. You are a piece of shit. Listen. I'll just mute you. I'll just mute you because this is something that needs to be said, right? You are a sack of shit. And the party that you support and the establishment that you support are sacks of fucking shit. You want to use the tools and support the tools that were used to enshrine your victory, to steal the presidency of Donald Trump, to try to stop him from winning, to have those tools used while he was in his administration to stop his administration. You are okay with the double standard. You're okay with all the immunity that was given to Hillary's team. You're okay with the corruption that's going on with the cover-up of Biden. I don't give a fuck that you're like, no, I demand that you have an equal standard. And here's the thing. Here's the funny thing, right? The funny thing is that Pisco's side wins all the time. They always get what they want. I know that nothing's going to happen to Bowman. Pisco knows nothing's going to happen to Bowman. We know nothing's going to happen to Biden. We knew nothing was going to happen to Hillary. We all know it. But he can't even handle the potential hypothetical. Oh my God, it would be a disaster if the FBI did this under Trump to Democrat. That would be crazy. You can't support unlawful actions. There can't be an impeachment. There shouldn't be an impeachment inquiry when it comes to Joe Biden. You shouldn't do that. Oh, impeachment's very solemn. Fuck these people. Fuck them. And you can see with this Bowman situation. And you can see with the Podesta thing. And you can see with they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They're nakedly partisan. They don't give a fuck at all. At all. They don't give a fuck. And they want to sit here and talk about fairness. These motherfuckers that defended this double standard and this corruption, they're like, but can we at least get you on the record to say that you would be against any reciprocal actions? You would be against reciprocal actions. They want you to play. I want the same standard. I want to play by the rule book that your side plays by. That's what I want. I want the same standard. You support Jim Crow. I understand. Yes, you are a fucking racist. You are a bigot. Yes, I get it. You're like, we want law enforcement to target black people. But then we don't want law enforcement to... That's exactly what you are. You are for the fucking double standard. You are exactly for the... You are for the double standards when they're targeted against the groups that you don't like. You're absolutely for it. You downplay them. You said they weren't existing when they clearly were in real time. You downplay them.
When did I say that?
We didn't have discussions about the FISA warrants way back in the day.
Find me one where I say that the FISA warrant process was totally legit.
2019, I believe I asked you point blank.
I'll find it. I usually save conversations that I have with people, and so I'll try to find it. That's why I always ask you for the videos. I just want you to be brave and say it with your chest.
I am saying Pisco, saying it in no uncertain terms. I want the same standard that was employed against Trump employed against. I will be as clear.
Yes,
I will be super specifically clear. I want the same standard that was used against Trump to be used against his opponent. I want the same standard that was used against Trump to be used against his opponent. That is my answer to the question. That is my answer to the question. That is, I don't owe Pisco any fucking type of answer whatsoever. I'm not going to listen to sacks of shit like him that have cheered the double standard for all of these years to make demands of me to say that I aren't going to cheer for some sort of double standard. I want the same standard across the board. The standard that was employed was it's okay to use opposition research sourced by foreign spies to spy on your political opponent by the FBI. Until that happens, or the people are held criminally accountable that did that, and there's some sort of accountability. Until that happens, that is the standard that is set forth that should be employed on all sides. That is exactly what Republicans hopefully do. I hope, I'll go further than that. I hope Pisco's at a rally someday. And I hope that if there's some violence that occurs there, that Pisco gets subpoenaed, that Pisco gets locked up, that he's put in solitary confinement. That's legitimately what I hope. That's what you deserve. That's what people like. If I do
a crime, I would deserve it.
No, it doesn't matter if you do a crime. If you're at a rally and crimes take place and then they're unlawful assembly and you're there, you ought to have the book thrown at you. That's what you deserve. That's absolutely what you deserve.
Do I deserve an unlawful warrant? Do I deserve an unlawful warrant?
Well, are you running for president?
No, but if I was, would you support unlawful warrants against Democratic?
I support the same standard that was used against Trump being used against.
Warrants?
I support
say it
the
with
same
your chest.
If you have nothing else to say, we'll let you go, Pisco.
Come on, Rob. Are you really? You make me answer questions. You corner me on questions. And now in this situation where I would expect you to be upfront and be like, yeah, of course I want unlawful warrants. That's the standard they applied to Trump. They should apply it to Biden.
You are a piece of shit hack that is not entitled to an answer from that question for me because you've exhibited your display for the defense of the clear double standard that's exhibited against Trump and Trump supporting people. So I owe you no answer on this question at all. For you, I say this. You deserve the same treatment that you have cheered on for others. Your party deserves the same treatment that they have cheered on for others. That's what they deserve. That's what they did. I don't want to hear you bitching about illegals when you defended nothing happening to the people that engaged in that illegal behavior. When you defended the obvious corruption that was going on in double standard. I don't want to hear you then lament. Your crocodile tears mean nothing to me. That all of a sudden you're like, but the sanctity of these institutions matter. They must behave lawfully when they're targeting Democrats. And then if it unlawfully targets Trump and people connected to him again, I will say this. I'll say this again. Shame, they shouldn't have targeted Trump this time. It's unfortunate that no one's held to account, but for shame, they shouldn't have done it. Oh, well, it cost Trump an election and the presidency. Oh, well, it's over with now. But now the important thing is making sure my bullshit, you don't think that the whole Russia shit, which was the election,
he won the election.
Dude, it cost the Republicans in 2018, it cost them in 2020, and it cost his, achieving his agenda because for 4 years it was the biggest fucking story in the country. If Trump had done this, you would have, and Democrats would have been foaming at the fucking mouth. You know it. Just like if he did the whole quid pro quo.
Republicans lost because they suck at governing.
Show it. Yeah, the Dems are doing so good. Yeah, the Dems are doing so good right now. The Biden administration. There's Bidenomics is great. We're on the precipice of World War III. Historic illegal immigration for the southern border. Yeah, Bidenomics. People can't afford. Boy, they're getting shit done. Right, but they happen to have a sycophantic media and intelligence.
What did the Republicans do about it? They controlled Congress. They had the presidency. What the fuck did they do about it?
Well, things were looking pretty fucking good in 2017, 2018, 2019, weren't they?
Really? Because but I thought that Trump was being hamstrung by the investigation.
He certainly was. He certainly was.
What happened? So he's doing a great job then. So
he did pretty good
when it came. Get the fuck out of here.
He did pretty good But yes, he was being hamstrung, and everyone could see you for what you are, Pisco. Everyone could see.
Yeah?
Yes.
You're contradicting yourself left and right.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction? That things were doing pretty good 2017, 2018, but Trump was being hamstrung at the same time? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's the contradiction. You said that his COVID lockdowns cost him the election. You say that the Hunter Biden laptop story cost him the election.
True.
You say the Mueller investigation cost him the election.
True.
You're saying the Democratic... Everything's cost him the election, so everything is raised to the nth degree. Stick to a story. And now you're trying to tell us that what you really want, what you really, really crave, is unlawful warrants going forward against your opponent.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you quite clearly is I want an equal standard applied, and you don't deserve specific answers because you've cheered for the corruption. And I'm tired of right-wingers and conservatives.
Who does deserve answers, Rob? Does your audience deserve it?
Sure.
Does your audience deserve to know whether or not you support it?
Sure. Someone on my audience could ask me questions and I'll give them serious answers. But for you, who supported this, I wish more right-wingers would treat you fucking shitheads like I'm treating you right now.
Yeah, I support the Mueller investigation.
I wish more would treat you with the contempt that you deserve. That you don't deserve answers. That this days of you saying, well, hey, you guys have to play by the rule book, but we don't. We'll do whatever the fuck we want, but then
you don't want the rule book.
I'm tired. No, you don't want the rule book. You didn't, or else you would have called for actual repercussions for the people in the FBI that engaged in illegal activity, which you didn't. You would have called for the blatant double standard of the people that were running that, which you admit was an illegal action, that were talking about insurance policies to stop Trump, that were actually doing investigations into Hillary Clinton and doing things like giving immunity deals to people that deleted subpoenaed evidence and not charging anyone for obstruction. You would have called that shit out. You would have called out the lack of the FBI investigation into Joe Biden for his fucking quid pro quo. Small potatoes. Like small potatoes like George Papadopoulos? Like Carter Page?
George Papadopoulos is not some fucking tech guy who...
No, he's just some basically nameless dude.
Day.
Yeah, right. What George Papadopoulos do? What was his crime?
George Papadopoulos lied to the DOJ.
So did Combetta. Go ahead.
But Combetta, just to be clear, this is what the sacred IG report that you always cite says, is that the evidence was highly equivocal, that they could prove that he lied. And he got Queen of the Day immunity, and that's it. Not full immunity, just immunity for the statements he made.
Yeah, he deleted subpoenaed evidence. Yeah, which is worse than anything Papadopoulos did. Why was Papadopoulos even investigated?
I don't know if it's worse. It's worse.
Oh, so Combetta lying to the FBI and deleting subpoenaed evidence, you don't know if that's worse than allegedly Papadopoulos. What was his lie? What was Papadopoulos' lie?
Hang on. You just compared one thing, which is the deletion of those subpoenaed emails.
Right.
And then you added the line to the FBI. Line to the FBI is really, really bad. The question about why he was in charge...
Right, it's really, really bad. Like when Mills and Aberdeen lied about knowledge of the server. When an FBI agent said...
You can't fucking prove that?
I can't prove it? I can't show their emails? No. They testified that they didn't know that knowledge. Mills said she didn't even know what a server was, yet we have emails of them talking about servers before that.
Yeah, like you and every other piece of evidence that you present in emails and communications, you constantly misrepresent them, and they're not what they seem. We've gone through the Mills emails, and we've gone through the testimony before. In fact, I don't even know if you pointed me to the testimony. I'm pretty sure I've read it at some point. But find me the statement made to the FBI, find me the email, and let's see if they conflict. We've done it before, Rob. We've had this dance.
Right, and we've done it, and your explanation's always whatever Democrats say I'm totally good with. For example, or the FBI, if they say it's good, then it's all good. For example, when Combetta had clean for a day. Combetta had clean for a day.
Your standard is always
Combetta had clean for a day immunity, right? And they said, did you delete it? Yeah, I deleted it. Did anyone tell you? Nah, I didn't. Hey, you talked to Cheryl Mills like 3 days before you deleted it. What'd you talk about? Don't remember. Okay, good enough for us. They said, that's good enough for you, right?
Wait, where do you go from there?
Well, I would subpoena records. I'd bring in Cheryl Mills. I would say, if you can't give us the relevant fact, if you can't remember the relevant facts, then we're going to implement these charges to refresh your memory.
Not if you can't prove them.
Can't prove what?
Not if you can't prove those charges, Rob.
Well, they could prove the obstruction charges.
They said they couldn't.
Dude, he admitted it. Isn't part of the
Queen of the use that Queen of the Day?
So then they would be. So how many people do you think at Platte River Networks had the ability? Didn't the IG report say 2 or 3 that would have had access? 3, okay, so now And it said they suspected it was Combetta. And now they have Combetta
they knew.
Okay, so they knew it was Combetta, right?
Now they do. Yeah.
But they couldn't prove it. They couldn't subpoena records.
That's what they say, Rob.
Right, that is what... Right, the FBI, that's what they say. Must be good. Must be.
What you have is the fact of deletion, and you need to prove corrupt intent.
Well, that's easy. He knew that there was a subpoena.
No. But you have to... First of all, there's this whole notion about... the automatic deletion stuff. You have to prove right, like the fact that he deleted it, that it wasn't just.
Why are you going back to this? You admitted that it was a crime, corrupt intent. You're adding this now. You admitted in previous debates we had that yes, absolutely, what Combetta did was a crime.
No, it's about. He knew there was a
subpoena.
Rob. I agree that it's a crime. It's about proving it. Now I'm talking about the difficulties.
So your argument is
the IG report.
So you're claiming that the FBI was like, we won't be able to prove that Combetta intentionally deleted subpoenaed evidence.
That's what they said?
They're lying.
Okay.
How do you know it then?
What do you mean?
How do you know he committed a crime? In your estimation, he committed a crime.
Because he admitted to it.
Right. And so if he admitted to it, but he didn't give them all of the details and be completely truthful, like saying, I don't remember this conversation I had with Cheryl Mills, then they would be able to say, okay, then the immunity is revoked.
Well, no, prove that he... Hang on. Prove that he lied about that.
It doesn't matter if they could. The terms.
It doesn't matter to prove the fucking statement was a lie to charge him and convict him of lying.
Well, they wouldn't have to.
Matter.
I don't know if you're not following, but they could have revoked his immunity and charged him with the obstruction of justice.
They have to show he's lying.
So
no. So they could charge him with obstruction even with the immunity.
Correct.
It's a queen of the day immunity. It's just for the testimony. That's the only thing that's privileged or immunized. So they could have charged him, but they can't use those statements.
Okay, so they could have charged him, and
yeah, they could have,
and they didn't.
They didn't.
Right.
But they didn't charge him for a reason.
What was the reason?
You don't. If you read the IG report,
I did.
I don't know why you
go ahead and explain it.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to.
They didn't want to just go after a low-level guy. They wanted to go up the chain, right?
No. This is what they said. They said, according to the IG report, Combetta was interviewed subject to the terms of the immunity agreement on May 3rd, 2016 by the same two FBI case agents, this time in the presence of a bunch of examiners. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm going to get the relevant bit real quick.
Pull the fire alarm. That'll that'll bring it up. That's how that works, right?
I don't know why you're so mad at me.
I'm not. It's not that I'm even mad. Here's what it is. I forget because you are a likable person what a sack of shit you are. That's what it is. And today really illustrated it with the Bowman thing. And I forget, you would be... There is no doubt in my mind, despite any relationship that we have, the way we talk here, you would absolutely cheer for a complete destruction of me if I got brought up on bogus charges. You are literally just a lying sack of partisan shit.
Wait,
no. That's absolutely... It's absolutely true. It absolutely is. And today illustrates...
I don't want you destroyed.
No. Only to the extent that it benefits you and your image. I get it. I get that.
How does me having these conversations benefit my image? I have conversations with you because
it's not benefit your image isn't the right word. As long as it benefits you somehow. I assume you're entertained by having these conversations.
I like it.
But if it literally meant like actually your side losing power or something like that, you'd absolutely be for the destruction of me, just like you are so many of the nonviolent January 6th people that you said you agree with almost every charge. Like that's who you are. I get it. Right.
First of all, most of them are getting they're not getting the time that you're talking about, the 20 years, whatever. But they should be charged for that conduct.
Right, but not Bowman, not the May 30th people. Right, we got it.
Bowman shit is not even close unless you can prove the intent to disrupt.
Look, I'm going to be out of here at 1:35. So if you're looking something up, let's go with it.
Oh yeah, here it is. The prosecutors told us that in deciding whether to grant use immunity to a witness, they considered whether the witness had criminal quote exposure. In other words, whether there were crimes for which the witness could be prosecuted, the witness's degree of culpability, the value of the witness's expected testimony, whether there were other sources of the same information, whether the grant of immunity would help or hinder the investigation. Numerous department and FBI witnesses told us they did not oppose the immunity agreements. Some witnesses stated that there was nothing unusual or troubling about the nature or quantity of immunity agreements used in the mid-year investigation, especially since so many witnesses were represented by counsel. Witnesses also told us that the immunity agreements were approved within the department through the level of DAG Toscas, and the higher level department and FBI officials were not involved in negotiating officials. All right, these are the actual substance. The SSA, the supervising, I think, special agent, told us that he believed Combetta should have been charged with false statements for lying multiple times. However, the SSA also stated that he was ultimately satisfied that Combetta's later immunized testimony was truthful and that he was, quote, fine with the immunity agreement. Prosecutor 2, Agent 2, and the forensic agent indicated that while they believed Combetta had not been forthcoming during the first two interviews, they were not certain that they had sufficient evidence to charge him with obstruction of, or false statements. According to documents we reviewed, the forensic evidence showed that Clinton's emails had been deleted and wiped from the server, but did not definitively link Combetta with those actions. Agent 2 explained that the team felt pretty strongly that maybe he had deleted information off the Secretary Clinton servers, but that interpreting computer forensics and precisely what they mean can be, quote, kind of messy. Similarly, the forensic agent stated that based on the forensic evidence alone, it was, quote, very difficult, close quote, to be certain that Combetta conducted the deletions. However, based on the mid-year team's assessment of the credibility of Combetta and the other administrator, the team was more focused on Combetta. They were more focused on him than the other people. Prosecutor 2 told us that using the forensic evidence in combination with witness testimony, the team probably could have established that Combetta conducted the deletions. However, Prosecutor 2 stated that there was insufficient evidence after the first two interviews to prove that Combetta understood his obligation to preserve Clinton's emails and deliberately violated the Congressional Preservation Order.
Yep, so they could have proved it, and their hang-up that what the FBI wants us to believe is that it would have been impossible for them to prove that he knew that there was a subpoena.
No, that he understood the...
So the FBI would be like, we couldn't prove that this IT expert knew that a subpoena meant he couldn't delete shit.
No,
that was their hang-up.
They're describing the difficulties in the prosecution.
Right, and they just said we could have proved that he did it and that he lied, but the difficulty would have been proving like that he knew that he was breaking the law by deleting subpoenaed evidence.
They said that however, insufficient evidence to prove that Combetta understood his obligation to preserve Clinton's emails and deliberately violated the Congressional Preservation Order.
Now, do you believe that it would have been hard for them to prove that there was a subpoena for this evidence?
The existence of a subpoena, no.
Do you believe it would have been hard for them to prove that Combetta was aware of the subpoena?
That might be a little bit more difficult, given the fact that there might be some privilege concerns.
What sort of privilege concerns?
Attorney communications to, that is to say, Cheryl Mills's communications to Combetta. I think that there could be a non-negligible claim of privilege.
So you think that Cheryl Mills could have claimed attorney-client privilege?
It's not hers to claim, or it would be... Whose privilege would that be? That might be Clinton's privilege to claim. I'm not sure.
So Clinton could claim privilege on Cheryl Mills telling Paul Combetta, hey, you got to comply with this subpoena.
So an attorney-client communication and attorneys and agents of attorneys, in some, I don't know if necessarily it would include custodians. I'm not saying that it would be 100%.
Can you explain to me why they violated why they were able to pierce attorney-client privilege under Trump in the documents case?
Crime fraud exception.
Oh, okay, but this wouldn't meet that.
No, I'm not even sure that the privilege would apply. I'm just telling you things. There might be a non-trivial claim of attorney-client privilege related to the Cheryl Mills communications, and the evidence relating to forensics might be problematic for proving that he actually...
I'll even bet if they had access to internal communications like emails and stuff, I'll bet that he was CC'd on an email that mentioned the subpoena. So they wouldn't even need the actual communications of Cheryl Mills talking to him.
Wait, what do you mean?
I bet if they would have subpoenaed like email records, there was probably emails amongst Hillary's team and to Platte Rivers mentioning the subpoenas. So they wouldn't even need the private conversation.
It depends who CC'd on those emails, whether or not there's a privilege or what's going on.
It's absolute bullshit. Everyone can see. Everyone can see. Everyone can see that it's bullshit. Right, everyone can see that it's bullshit. You just read the FBI's explanation, and the FBI's explanation was we had enough evidence to charge him with crimes, but we didn't know that we would be able to prove that he intentionally violated or that he had to keep these records. Now, you know that he knew that there was a subpoena, and you know that the FBI would have been able to make that case. Even just with circumstantial evidence, it would have been enough to charge him, right? But they chose not to.
Charge him, yeah, probable cause. But, again, the question is, can you prove the corrupt intent necessary for those
if you were on that jury, right, and you were told all of those facts, and they were able to prove the cases they said they'd be able to, that he lied to the FBI, that he deleted the subpoenaed evidence, and the question that was hanging up to you as a juror was, did he know about this subpoena? And
I would.
How would you have voted? How would you have rolled?
I would vote if all the evidence that we've talked about that we know other than the interview were admitted, I would find him guilty of obstruction of Congress. Wait, hang on a second. I'd find him guilty of obstruction of Congress, but I don't. But again, Congress needs to recommend those to the DOJ. But I don't think that I would recommend. I would convict him of the other obstruction-related offenses that require corruption.
So wait a minute. You would find him guilty of intentionally deleting subpoenaed evidence. That's why you'd find him guilty of obstruction of Congress.
Yeah, corruption is an additional element besides intentionality.
So wait a minute. But you wouldn't find him guilty of obstruction. You would think that he knew that there was a subpoena. He knew that he had to. You agreeing with that?
I'm just telling you the statutes say, Rob. I'm telling you what the law is. That corruption and intent, they're not the same thing.
So what would have to reach the level to be corrupt? I knowingly delete subpoenaed evidence. You don't think that's corrupt?
It might not be, right? So
explain why.
Corruption usually implies some level of malicious conduct done for a purpose to occlude, so someone who has knowledge of the particular things at issue and knowing that this is the kind of material that's wanted or is wanting to commit another crime. Now I'm just generally telling you about the term corrupt and what it typically means in the context of criminal statutes, but it is notably absent in the obstruction of Congress statute, and it's notably present in all of the 18 USC 15 obstruction-related offenses. And courts have interpreted, I promise
according to 18 USC 1515B, corruptly, as used in this section, the term corruptly means acting... Please, let's leave the audience here so they can see what a bullshitter you are. The term corruptly means, quote, acting with an improper purpose, personally or by influencing another, including making a false or misleading statement or withholding, concealing, altering, or destroying a document or other information.
Yeah, so that has been... I'm just telling you, we had this conversation.
Here we go. Here we go. That's not the definition, though, that Pisco's using.
Rob,
the actual criminal definition. He's using a different one.
Rob, we've had this conversation before.
That's who he is. Does everyone see? You have to understand in legalese, this is what it means. Then when you go to the direct source, it's like, we've talked about that before.
Rob, we have talked about the fact that case law further expounds on the definition of corruption, including in this very statute. That intentionality is not enough.
Can you send me those case laws when you get a chance? Yeah. Why don't you send me those case laws, right, that say that corruptly, that specifically says destroying documents and having improper purpose, that's not actually what corruptly means.
No.
I just want to be clear. If you're out there, Pisco the lawyer is telling you, if you get a subpoena, you can destroy it. It's absolutely fine. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. If your intent, all you have to do is, I intended to destroy it. I knew it was subpoenaed. I had to hand it over, but I didn't do it corruptly. I didn't do it corruptly because the reason I destroyed it was my wife said, "Could you make room in the garage?" That's why, and I knew it was subpoenaed, but I had to make room. So the intent was there, but it wasn't corruptly. It was for a good reason. That's legal, right? You would say that's perfectly legal.
No. In the main run of cases, usually the fact that you delete subpoenaed evidence will be enough, typically, right?
Usually, yeah. Different in this case, though. Yep. Yeah, makes sense.
Do you care to hear the difference?
Sure, go ahead. Explain to me. So you just got done saying usually deleting subpoenaed evidence would be enough to prove corruptly, but this time it's different because?
Yeah. So I'll give you an example of that, right? So suppose that you know that there is subpoenaed evidence, and you're asked to produce all evidence related to a given matter, and you believe you made an exact copy of a given set of files, right? And you delete all the evidence in one copy, not knowing that you've made a corrupt copy, right? You're intentionally deleting subpoenaed evidence that you think you've copied, but you actually haven't, right? You're intentionally deleting that evidence. That evidence was subpoenaed. Do you think that would fit under this statute?
I don't know. It has nothing to do with the situation we're talking about, so it seems like an irrelevant comparison, but please go on with other hypotheticals that have nothing to do with this exact case, and then we'll get back to the exact case that your hypotheticals don't engage with whatsoever.
You're too small brain.
No, I'm not small brain.
What you're saying, Rob, and it's just belied by the case law, that intentionality is equal to corruption.
No, what I'm saying in there, the intentionality would have been that you intended to hand over the subpoenaed evidence, but you made a mistake. That's different than the intentionality here, where he never intended to hand this over. He intentionally deleted it knowing it was subpoenaed. So the intentionality in this case was, the hypothetical you gave, the intention was to hand the evidence over. He just fucked up. In this case, the intention was to delete that evidence so that it would not be able to be subpoenaed.
Yeah, so to be 100% clear, I'm just telling you an undeniable fact, which is that courts have read in to the element of corruption more than intentionality. And you can choose to accept that, or you can wait for me to present you the case law, and you can withhold.
So give me the hypothetical that meets the definition that you're talking about from this sort of case law that you're talking about. Go ahead, because your hypothetical failed miserably because the intent was to hand over the evidence.
Whoa. So we're going to read the statutes. There's multiple that could be applicable. Obstruction statute. 15.
I don't have all night, Pisco. You can't even give me a hypothetical?
Well, no. I'm gonna give you multiple hypotheticals. The first one I offered still stands.
It does not, because the intent was to hand over the evidence.
Let me explain it. If the material is subpoenaed and you delete it intentionally, doesn't it fit the four corners of the statute?
It does not, because the intent was that you thought you handed over the evidence.
What is captured by that?
What part of that is captured? The specific statute that
corruption.
That's a specific standard for corruption, because corruption, right, the intent was that you attended to give over what was subpoenaed, right? So, for example, if I was to say, I'm going to take my car to the junkyard to get it demolished just because they're going to pay me money for it, right? And before I go, I had a box of stuff that was subpoenaed by the police, and I took it there and I said, hey, officer, can you take that box out? And he said, yes. Then he didn't. He put it in the trunk and I didn't know, and I take it to get the car crushed and the car gets trashed. Yes, I did destroy subpoenaed evidence, but my intent was to hand that evidence over. That's more similar in this situation. If I say, oh, this is the evidence they want, I made a direct copy of it to hand them exactly what they wanted over, but it turns out that wasn't. That maybe doesn't meet the definition of corruptly, because it's clear that my intent was to hand the evidence over. Now, it's probably still a crime, though, but it's clearly substantively different than actually knowing the evidence was subpoenaed and intentionally deleting it with the knowledge that this would mean that they wouldn't have access to it, which is what Combetta's defense was. Combetta's defense was, oh, I wanted this shit deleted because previously it was supposed to be deleted, and I had an oh shit moment. So it wasn't that Paul Combetta thought, oh, don't worry, the investigators that want this evidence will eventually get it, but I fucked up and made a mistake. He was intentionally withholding the evidence by destroying it, knowing that it was subpoenaed. If that doesn't meet the definition of corruptly, nothing does.
What the prosecutors are saying is that in this particular case, proving in order for it to be corrupt, he needs to understand the nature of his obligation and the extent to which what he has to do to comply with it. Agreed?
That's where we started with all this, which you've already conceded he did. He understood that this evidence was subpoenaed, and to comply with it meant that he had to turn it over.
So, agreed that he had to turn it over. The only thing that prevents me from saying that it was corruptly is the notion of this standing order that was, by all accounts, given months earlier. And that... Why are you laughing?
Because this is exactly what I said you would do. Now we go back to my hypothetical that you poo-pooed. My wife tells me clean out the garage. 3 months later, the police subpoena documents that are in my garage. I see the documents, know they're subpoenaed, and go, oh, but my wife told me to clean out everything and take it all to the dump, so I take it to the dump. Did I commit a crime or not?
Yeah, and in that
Why?
specific case, you probably did.
Why?
In that specific case, you probably did. If you know, right, if you have reason to believe that in that specific instance, the person who is the objects that you are displacing, destroying, hindering, all that stuff is part of the evidence or part of the case against the principal, that is to say your wife or your husband or whatever, then in most cases no one's going to really buy that excuse. But if you can prove, right, if you can show that he actually was this benevolent husband, that actually might undercut a corruption excuse. But I'm just telling you, in the main run of cases, no jury will accept it.
Right, exactly. You literally just gave the answer. No jury would accept that. Exactly. Just like they would have. That is literally an apple. That is as close to an apples to apples comparison as you could get to what Combetta did.
No.
Yes.
But the difference is what people read into the relationships between husband and wife versus random employee without any stake in the actual thing. He's a fucking tech guy. That's the difference.
That is so absurd. There is no reason that difference would be substantive. Not when it comes to the actual whether or not this is a crime. There is no reason. There is no reason.
The other possibility is that corruptly means nothing. Otherwise, corruption means nothing.
No, corruptly means... You want me to tell you what corruptly means? Acting with an improper purpose, personally or by influencing another, including making a false or misleading statement, or withholding, concealing, altering, or destroying a document or other information. The way you're expanding what this could mean... So, for example, making a false statement. You say, well... Actually, you could destroy a document that's subpoenaed and it's not corruptly if you could prove that you were told previously to destroy it and you forgot. So I could say the same with a misleading statement, for example.
Under a legitimate purpose. So under a legitimate purpose. So just to be clear, could you give me an example of an intentional destruction of subpoenaed evidence that wasn't corrupt?
The example you gave earlier could suffice.
Okay. So clearly, right, if there is a, quote, legitimate purpose in that there's a mistake, right? You think that there's a mistake in the case of...
We've already explained what the difference is.
Right.
In that case, you intended to hand over the evidence and thought that you handed over the evidence.
So the presence of a legitimate excuse...
No, that's not. That is not. For example, a legitimate excuse would be, my wife told me to clean out the garage. You say no jury would buy that because a jury would say, geez, so once he knew this shit was subpoenaed and they were looking at a criminal investigation, he threw the shit out, and he may have absolutely been right that his wife told him to throw that shit out 4 months ago, but we're not buying that as an excuse because he knew that would result in law enforcement not getting these records that they needed in their criminal investigation. The same would be true in the case of Paul Combetta. So what you want to do is say, well, hypothetically, if there is ever a time where intent could necessarily not mean corrupt, then that excuses Combetta. And what you always do, let me finish here. What you always do when it comes to the FBI, and every time we could see the people that were the head of the FBI, we could see they were talking about insurance policies to prevent Donald Trump. We could see they were engaged in unlawful real quick. We could see that they were engaged in unlawful and illegal behavior when it came to investigating Trump. It is focused. We're talking about the double standard. That's what we're talking about. So they engaged in illegal and unlawful investigations into Donald Trump, or investigative techniques into Donald Trump, FISA warrants to spy on his team. Yet at the same time, you're willing to give them every benefit of the doubt in this.
Let me give you an example. Say that you have a garbage man, and the garbage man, he's supposed to get garbage every 3 months and take it out of your garage, and all of a sudden, the garbage man is given notice. Hey, there's a subpoena, right, for the whole garage. Everything that's in the garage needs to come to us, right? And he's like, all right, that's okay. And then I go over there, and he grabs the garbage anyway and throws it away.
Yeah, he committed obstruction of justice. And actually, not only is that a crime there, right, but actually, that's going to be less of a crime than what Combetta did, because the garbage man, his job isn't sort of the security and the management of this stuff. He literally is just tasked with disposing stuff. That is his entire job. Combetta, on the other hand, is tasked with the maintenance of servers, the saving of information, and things like that. So he specifically is the exact person. See, the garbage man's not someone you would go to comply with the subpoena. Paul Combetta is the person you would go to comply with the subpoena. So not only was what the garbage man did criminal, but what Paul Combetta did is even worse.
Let me make this even more. This is going to be a preposterous hypothetical, but I'm using it to work.
Right, you have to come up with preposterous ones.
Because I just want to get to bedrock. I want to get to common ground with you. So, same situation, a maid, and you're like, all right, I'm not going to touch anything in the garage, and there's like a loose leaf bit of newspaper there, and the subpoena technically says all documents, and she picks up the newspaper and it's like, oh, this is trash, and throws it away.
It's a little different, right? It could arguably still be a crime, because I think the destruction of subpoenaed evidence would be a crime. If she knew there was a subpoena, you're saying?
She knew there was a subpoena, yeah.
Okay.
She knows about subpoena.
So I would say that there could be some sort of charge, but that's clearly very different. Right? So even if there wasn't a charge, it would be more reasonable, because it's throwing away just one piece of evidence, right? It's not her throwing away everything where she knew that what she was throwing away, including subpoenaed documents. That's what Combetta was. Combetta knew that what he was destroying was subpoenaed. He knew it. You can't give a hypothetical when that's not meets the definition of corrupt.
No, but I just want to. I'm not
just give the example. Give the hypothetical.
I'm not going to try to apply this particular.
Right, because you can't.
I'm building. You don't understand the purpose of hypotheticals.
No, I do. We could sit here all day. You could go for 4 hours of hypotheticals that don't match what we're talking about even close. So why don't you just skip that? Go to the hypothetical you think. Go to the other end. So you're giving hypotheticals that you're acknowledging don't meet that burden, right? So why don't you go to the other end? Give a hypothetical that meets that burden.
Rob, because I need to know what are the criteria that pushes you from corrupt to non-corrupt.
Knowingly deleting subpoenaed evidence.
Rob.
You just asked. I made it. I made it so clear. You ready?
Clearly not enough. Rob,
keep going. Keep going.
It's clearly not enough, because the example I just gave was deletion of subpoenaed evidence.
Did she know that? Did the maid know that loose leaf paper was subpoenaed? Did the maid know that loose leaf paper was subpoenaed?
Every piece of document in there was subpoenaed.
Yes, then it's a corrupt. I thought you said she didn't know that specific piece. I didn't. No, it absolutely is. It is absolutely.
She would not be charged with that.
Absolutely, completely disagree. I would vote to convict if she knew it was subpoenaed and she intentionally destroyed it.
This is why I asked these hypotheticals, Rob. This is why I asked hypotheticals, because when I ask them and you don't.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. Let me ask you a hythetical. No. I played your game. Let's ask a hypothetical. Fuck you. I'm gonna ask a hypothetical. I'm not going to leave you just filibuster. I sit here and I answer question after question. I'm not letting you finish shit. I'm not letting you finish shit. Okay, go ahead and finish.
Is therefore it should be.
That's a long sentence. Anyways, I didn't listen to that. I had you muted. Now I'll ask my hypothetical. Let's say it's the exact same situation, but it's Trump.
Oh, I will be heard. I'm going to be heard.
I bet you won't. Go ahead, try. Anybody hear him? Oh, I don't either. Weird. Now, I'll ask the exact same hypothetical. We'll see that
Rob, I'm going to leave if you don't listen to my
I'm not going to let you filibuster.
Okay,
I answer 50 fucking hypotheticals of you. I answer all of your hypotheticals. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I answered like 50 of your hypotheticals. You won't answer one of mine. No, you won't. You won't. You insist upon controlling the time when I, in good faith, answer your questions over and over and over and over.
All your questions.
Go ahead. You can be heard, Pisco. Go ahead. Oh, wait, you can't.
Just want an opportunity to finish this.
You're not going to get an opportunity to finish the sentence until you answer my hypothetical. The way this works is you don't get to ask 50 questions and then keep saying, wait, one more. Wait, one more. I would like to ask you a hypothetical now. I would like to ask you a hypothetical now. You had plenty of time to ask me all the questions that you wanted. You chose to not respond to me. You chose to filibuster. Go ahead. You can say your point. Go for it. Go ahead. I'll let you.
The maid case.
Okay, yeah, interesting sentence. I like that. So now I'll ask you a hypothetical. Now I'll ask you a hypothetical.
Did you listen to me or not?
Yeah, I thought it was a very interesting question. A very interesting sentence. I thought it was very interesting. So now I'll ask you a hypothetical, right?
Are you giving me your word that you listened to what I said?
I'm giving you your word that I gave you an opportunity to speak. Now, are you going to answer my hypothetical?
Yes, but...
Okay, here we go. So my hypothetical is exact same situation happened with Combetta, but it's Trump. Oh, I know the answer. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Fuck you.
No.
Yes. Yes. No. Every one of us know it. Yes. Fuck you. Fuck you. No.
Yes. The case we have of Trump actually obstructing justice is so blatant and so obvious.
Did he delete subpoenaed evidence? Oh, no, that was Hillary's team.
In the classified documents case, it is so obvious, so blatant, and not at all on fours with what Combetta did, and absolutely should be charged. And
just to be clear, let's ask this. Here's a serious hypothetical. Nada, this guy that supposedly he told to destroy evidence, right? What if Nada would have said this? Okay, it got subpoenaed. The FBI asked for it. I knew it. But I remembered 6 months ago, Trump told me to destroy it, so I destroyed it. You'd be okay with that?
Well, if they don't have any evidence beyond that, you can't charge based on that, can you?
You can? You would say
you should be able to.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Pisco. That's the difference between me and you.
Rob, just to be clear, just to be 100% clear, if Walt Nauta denies that there's any order from Trump to delete subpoenaed evidence, and there is no other evidence that Trump ordered it, you think Trump should be charged with obstruction?
I have no idea what your question was. I noticed that you move away from the actual scenario and you go to some other hypothetical.
Wait, isn't that the hypothetical?
The hypothetical is that the FBI comes to Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and says, we want these boxes of documents. And Trump says, okay. And then he goes, Nada, they asked for these boxes of documents. And Nada says, okay, thank you very much. And then Nada goes, shit, Trump told me to burn those boxes 6 months ago. I'm just going to go take them out back and burn them. Then when the FBI comes back and say, oh, they're not there. Yes, he should be charged with obstruction of justice.
No, should Trump?
No.
Okay, so then you agree that Trump should not be charged. If Nauta, Clinton wasn't charged, so you agree that Clinton was not charged?
Well, no. What I agree with it, there would be reason to charge Nauta and then ask him if he was told by Trump or if he made the decision himself. But what you don't do, and you know this, by the way, and so does everyone on the left, you know that the way you do these investigations is you charge low-level people just like they do around Trump all the time. They charge low-level people and then try to get them to flip on Trump. But with Hillary's team, when they have low-level people that commit crimes, instead of charging, they give them immunity.
So if Nauta had deleted the email, let's say that it's evidence that can be deleted in such an electronic form, and he doesn't admit to burning the fucking things. As recall, he did not admit to deleting the evidence until he was given the deal. in that situation, you think Nauta should be charged?
Yes.
Okay.
The intentional deletion of subpoenaed evidence, knowing that that evidence will then not be able to be viewed by the bodies that subpoenaed it, is as clear a case of obstruction of justice as is possible.
What if there was an email directly from Trump 3 months before that says, Nauta, hey, by the way, delete those emails from me, bud, whenever you get a chance?
Yes, it's obstruction of justice because it is superseded by the fact that Nada would then know that this material was subpoenaed. And he knows that that means that lawfully he must hand it over now. It is not an excuse to say I was legitimately told 3 months ago to delete it and had an oh shit moment. And even though I knew it was subpoenaed, I decided to delete it. That is deleting subpoenaed evidence with the intent of them not being able to view it. That is clearly a crime. That is clearly obstruction of justice. Something that you admitted to the last time I debated this on you, but now you've changed your stance.
No. Sorry, just to recall you to the facts, and you can check the debate. It's still up on Destiny's one of Destiny's channels. It's available, so people can watch it. What I said was, assuming we had all the facts, and prosecutors had all the facts that we did, I would say that he was guilty of obstruction of Congress. I agreed with that. But on the corruption level, I was told, given all the evidence, would it prove beyond a reasonable doubt the corruption element? I think the existence of the previous order and the equivocal nature of his obligations in that context, I don't think beyond a reasonable doubt you showed it.
It's just pathetic. Everyone could see what you are. It's absolutely fucking pathetic. What does the word corruptly mean then? Anyone that any time could say for any reason I was previously told to dispose of something now could dispose of it even after a subpoena, according to you.
No. So no.
Why?
It wouldn't work like that because, number one, there actually needed to be contemporaneous evidence that occurred, right? And so the fact that you were sending an email, hey, delete this stuff, prior to a subpoena being issued, without any indication or a reason to believe that the material within it is in some sense culpable, without any evidence of that. It's not like a murder weapon, or it's not like the bag of I don't know incriminating evidence that you know of.
How do you know?
Material that's been segregated. Well, there's no evidence of that, right?
How do we know?
There's no evidence.
Then why was it subpoenaed?
And there's no evidence. And the servers were all subpoenaed by the congressional Republicans.
So just to be clear, now when it comes to subpoenaed evidence, there's different value of subpoenaed evidence that could determine whether or not you can destroy it. That's what you just said. It's not a murder weapon. It's not like it was incriminating.
No, that speaks to I'm sorry. That speaks to, we don't have evidence that there was a knowledge on the people.
It doesn't matter. Was there not knowledge that it was subpoenaed?
The person who there was knowledge by the lawyers and knowledge by Mr. Combetta that it was subpoenaed.
Okay, correct. That's good enough. You don't get to decide, but I don't think any of it. What you're saying is, well, if he thought it was not incriminating, he could make that decision to say, no, it's not incriminating, so it's okay. I deleted it.
You don't even understand. What I'm trying to tell you is the kind of evidence that shows that you are aware that you're corruptly trying to mutilate or destroy to occult sort of responsibility would be you have some knowledge about what the incriminating nature. That is absolutely. There is no criminal. That is absolutely bullshit.
That is absolutely bullshit. So every firm in the world, every major corporation, this is all they need to do to get out of destroying any subpoenaed evidence ever. Here's the criteria that needs to be met to satisfy Pisco. 1, they have standing orders. Maybe they send an email every 3 months. Hey, remember to delete everything after 3 months. Right? Once that's there, that's it. Two. They have the person who ends up deleting that shit, right? Just has to say, I didn't look through the shit. I didn't know it was there. I didn't know if it was incriminating. I knew it was subpoenaed, but I didn't know if it was incriminating. That's it. That's enough for Pisco. Pisco says, yes, any corporation, any firm that meets that criteria. Explain to me the difference then.
Yeah, 100%. So when you have a firm, first of all, that have other kind of reporting obligations and requirements to maintain certain information, that
as members of Congress.
Sure. Oh, well, she was State Department, but
nonetheless,
anyway, she could have deleted that material. At least there doesn't seem to be anything related to obstruction or deletion of subpoenaed evidence when it comes to the material prior.
Do we know what it was? Did we ever get access to all of it?
We don't have access to all of it.
Right. So we don't know.
No. We know that there was no subpoena for that material at the time she deleted it.
But we don't know if it
can't
was
be
shit
guilty.
that she had to keep or not.
We know it wasn't subpoenaed prior to the subpoena.
Okay, but what does that have to do with your just deflection that you had is, well, other corporations, they have records that they have to keep and things like that.
When you have entire departments dedicated to the preservation of records and record keepers that are
like Platte River.
Platte River Networks, right? Is not is a server based, not necessarily designed to.
What were they tasked with doing? Maintaining the servers, keeping the records.
Technically, they're tech people, Rob. They're tech people, and you can all you want, but it just is the case that there's an element of corruption that we can get into if you want. I'll send you the case law on it. It's not something I think that on a forward going basis, every corporation can just decide to always delete things all the time, no matter what, in response to subpoenas. But just so you're aware, corporations 100% have deletion policies all the time that are set to go off. And
so that's a defense. That's a defense, right?
Yeah. So let's say there was an automatic deletion procedure that went off, right? That just went off, or someone approved it, right? That might be a defense to certain obstructions.
No. That's not what we're talking about. Say there's an automatic deletion thing, right? But it doesn't delete. And then those records are subpoenaed. And then someone notices, oh, the automatic deletion was supposed to delete it 6 months ago and it didn't, and now I know it's subpoenaed. I'll delete it manually. Crime or no?
I think if you have that level of intent, right, where you can prove the corruption element.
You're not saying anything. What do you mean level of intent to prove corruption? Those are the words we're discussing. So I'm asking you specifically, why is that a crime, but what Combetta did not?
I don't think that it necessarily is a crime.
Okay, so just to be clear, if you have deletion software that's supposed to automatically kick in and it doesn't, it goes down for some reason, and then your emails get subpoenaed, you're absolutely allowed to delete them.
You're opening yourself up to criminal liability.
But you don't think it's a crime? Criminal liability, but it's not a crime. The FBI wouldn't charge it.
Hang on a second. You could absolutely get yourself into a bunch of fucking headaches.
But it's not a charge. It's not a crime.
You could, right? Depending on the facts.
Those are the facts. I just outlined them for you. Those facts, you would say, in that case, you would be fine with not recommending charges because you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was corrupt. That's what you would say.
Right. So, like, if there's an order that was given prior to the execution of the subpoena, and you follow that order without any more specific knowledge about the contents of what it is that you're deleting, I think that's a decent argument that it wasn't done.
But that's not what we're talking about here. What you left out was you're deleting material you know was subpoenaed. So it's not
leaving that. That's an assumption of everything I'm saying.
Okay, so again,
no, but
you admitted you literally just gave the case. Literally, for any major corporation, all they have to do is have a deletion policy. Have it on the book so everyone could see, and then they are absolutely okay with deleting some. No, I am absolutely understanding.
You are not understanding.
I absolutely do.
You are not understanding. Even though it may not fulfill the element of corruption, you can still get into huge amounts of legal headaches.
How? Explain. Explain.
Is an investigation a headache, yes or no?
Oh, investigation's a headache, yes. But you don't have to worry. Okay. You won't even have to put... No, wait. You won't even have to put any money. You just say, well, that's the standard. Like, Pisco's a lawyer. He explained to me that's not a crime. And the FBI will say, you're right. That's not a crime. It's not corrupt.
The lawyers in this case specifically said not to not delete anything and to retain everything.
Cool. Okay. But it's not a crime.
It is a crime.
No.
It's obstruction of Congress.
No. Why is it obstruction of Congress but not obstruction in general?
My argument is that the corruption element, that element means something, and that there's something beyond just intentionality.
Right.
Fair?
So presumably, if you're a corporation, it's probably not Congress subpoenaing your records, so you can't be charged with corruption of Congress.
It could be.
Well, okay, but let's say it's not. Let's say it's the FBI. You would say that it'd have to meet the definition of corruptly to obstruct them then, and it doesn't meet the definition of corruptly as long as you had a policy to delete shit.
There are other lesser standards. These are 20-year felonies, Rob. There are other obstruction-related crimes that could be charged that could be applicable.
Name one.
I don't know. I don't even know by heart memorize all the laws here.
Okay, so then what you're saying is, so it sounds
about
hit it
about
there.
Combetta?
Well, it sounds like you just said, well, there were other lesser charges they could have charged Combetta with. That's what it sounds like you just said.
Potentially, yeah, but they have an immunity deal.
Oh, so they
want to encourage.
Oh.
They thought
So then he
credible,
did
Rob.
commit. So
They
then
thought-
the idea.
they-
So then
they thought
this
he was
whole
credible,
hour,
Rob.
this whole 30 minutes that we've been on about this, when I said he committed a crime, and you said only obstruction of Congress. Now we get to, well, yeah, he committed other lesser crimes too.
So first,
That's
of all,
where we get.
the subpoena. The subpoena related to Congress. There's specific statutes for.
Yeah, we're not talking about that now. We're talking about these other lesser
we're
crimes that
talking-
you're talking about. Go ahead.
So that would be for a hypothetical grand jury subpoena offered to some company by a federal criminal investigator. Mm-hmm. Correct.
The truth is,
wait. Hang on a second, Rob, stop.
Go ahead.
Is that not different in the Combetta case?
it would have to. It could be done
Yes or
exactly.
no?
It could be.
Why
I don't.
different?
You're talking about a hypothetical situation that you're not explaining what the details are and saying, isn't that
Is the
different?
grand jury subpoena different than a congressional subpoena? Yes. Or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you just tried to apply what I was saying about the hypothetical grand jury subpoenas to the congressional subpoenas, do you think that that was a fair characterization?
I have no idea why it is the delineation makes any difference whatsoever. For example, had it been the exact same document subpoenaed, not by Congress but a grand jury, is what Combetta did obstruction.
I think it potentially under... I have to review the obstruction statutes. I have an entire folder of the case law and obstruction stuff in my computer that I have prepared for my conversations with you, Rob. If you'd like, I can review it.
Yeah, but go ahead, review it. Right? Go ahead. Like, here's the truth. Here's the truth. Here's why you know. Here's how.
Rob,
I love how you do this, right? Like, I love how you do. Wait.
Argument?
No, you review it. That's okay. You don't have to have a photographic memory of arguments if you're just telling the truth. But you're not, right? And the truth is this. The truth is this. Wait. Go ahead.
Do you memorize? Do you memorize?
Thanks, by the way, Richie,
You're so
and
bad
thanks,
at
Dex.
bro.
Thank you so much for I really appreciate the donation. Now, if you'll let me finish my point, then you'll have a chance to respond, right? The truth is that you know it's fucking horrible to delete subpoenaed records. You know it's a crime. I know it's a crime. Everyone watching knows it's a crime. And yet you have to make excuses why it was okay for Hillary's team to do it and why it was okay for the FBI to not charge it. So you try to jump through these bullshit hoops, and when I say, well, you're a lawyer, so if this is your standard, then you would be suggesting to people out there if they delete subpoenaed evidence, as long as they had, you're like, you know that's your ass. You know you can't say that. That'd be real fucking bad. That would be...
Robert.
Now, I'll finish with my point. So you know that would be bad legal advice. You know that's fucking terrible. And so that's why you know as a lawyer, like, well, shit, no, I can't say that. Because you know it's bullshit. You know, you can't even give hypotheticals. You can't give any case law whatsoever. You can't do it. You know that if material is subpoenaed and you knowingly destroy it, knowing that then the investigators won't get it, that's a clear case of obstruction of justice.
That's what the law
All
says.
of us know it.
But the law requires it to be corrupt.
Right, and let's read that definition again. Corruptly.
Wait.
Here we go. We can take Pisco's bullshit word for it, or we can take what the actual legal statute says. What do you think? Well, here's what the actual legal statute says. It says, corruptly is used in this section. The term corruptly means acting with an improper purpose, personally or by influencing another, including making a false or misleading statement, or withholding, concealing, altering, or destroying a document or other information. But go ahead, tell us why that's not what that actually means. Go ahead.
So, Robert, there's case law specifically tailored to the meaning of corruption. And case law expounds and further explains what words mean and what statutes mean, even statutory definitions. And what I'm representing to you is that I am aware of case law, though it's somewhere in my hard drive somewhere that I will find for you that further explains corruption as being an additional element that has some weight behind it, beyond just intentionality. That's what I have read. I'm explaining to you not to lie to you or to be bad faith. I'm just explaining to you what I read.
But you can't. You can say
wait,
that.
let me please let me finish, Rob. Furthermore, when you just said, so then Pisco knows he wants to, he can't give the advice to just do whatever and have these policies all the time. Just because something doesn't meet the legal threshold for corruption, or that you can make a colorable argument for something not meeting the threshold for corruption, doesn't mean that it's a best practice, or that you won't get into a bunch of problems if you have the policy that you described. And so for you to say why are you acting so exasperated?
Well, because no one said that, Pisco. What I'm saying is, yes, you can have businesses all the time. I can tell businesses best practice all the time. I could say it would be very poor practice, for example, for you to not keep notes, right, in your board meetings. That would be poor practice. But if a business is like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about your opinion, what's good practice to me or not, I'm just asking you, is this legal or not? And you would have to be like, technically it's not illegal. It's not obstruction. You could be charged with lesser crimes that they chose to not charge Combetta with for some reason, but that just came out at the end of this 40-minute discussion. But you would have to tell them, let's assume that the business don't give a fuck, Pisco. They're talking to you and they don't give a fuck what you think about best practices. They don't give a shit about that. They just want to get to brass tacks. Because maybe they're guilty. Maybe the evidence that's being subpoenaed shows evidence of their guilt. And so they're like, or they haven't been subpoenaed yet, but they're a company.
That would be a pretext. Bob.
Okay, listen. Let me rephrase it. They're just a company that, unbeknownst to you, is engaged in shady shit, but nothing's been subpoenaed yet. So they're just talking to you as a lawyer. They say, hey, if we ever would get a situation, right, we're going to broadcast it. We're going to do a podcast. We just want to know, Pisco, the lawyer, if there's ever a situation where our shit gets subpoenaed, but we have a standing order to delete everything every 3 months, and that shit still exists, can we go ahead and then delete it? Is that a crime? Is that obstruction of justice? And you would say, no, it's not obstruction. And then someone watches that podcast. Some other company goes, they just subpoenaed shit for us and it's going to prove our guilt. So we're going to roll the dice. Sure, we might get bogged down in an investigation, but better than being found guilty. And I heard Pisco saying that. I heard Pisco talking to robnoerr, and he said that's okay. It's not a crime. He says he wouldn't recommend it. It's not best practices, but it won't be a crime.
Yeah, so to be 100% clear with you, as I'm trying to be all the time, if it's just pretextual, right? If it's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge pretext, that wouldn't be sufficient to overcome corruption. What you're describing are people who are acting cynically with this policy purposely.
How would you prove that?
You could, that happens all the time. You have people come out, you have whistleblowers, witnesses who say...
You give them all immunity. You give them all immunity and see if they have anything to say, right?
Actually.
That's how you do it, right? You just admitted,
why are you
right?
laughing?
You said cynically, didn't you just admit that almost every major company has these sort of deletion policies?
Yeah, I don't think...
Okay, so then who would think it's cynical then, right? You would be like... Us, like every other company, has these deletion policies. So once the shit got subpoenaed, we realized, oh shit, we were supposed to delete it 6 months ago.
Rob,
and
you
so we
can't
deleted.
You can't orchestrate these situations in advance, because if you have a deletion policy that is meant to obscure any kind of liability from you, then presumably you want to follow that.
Sure, but not everyone. Policy. You'll admit, I don't know if you've ever worked for a company. You're a lawyer. You probably work for law firms. There's all sorts of shit. Yes. Like, we're supposed to keep documents in my company in the house 2 years, and then we're supposed to shred them. I'll guarantee there's documents for more than 2 years in this house at places. So then it gets subpoenaed, and I realize, oh shit, there's evidence of crimes in here. So I delete it anyways, because I say, well, our company policy is to only keep it for 2 years, and that was 2.5 years old. And the FBI goes, yeah, but we subpoenaed that. We think that was going to show evidence of potential crime. We needed to see that. And I say, yeah, but our company policy is to delete it after 2 years. And they'd say, but we fucking subpoenaed it. And I'd say, yeah, but I'm sorry, company policy comes first. And it said to delete it. So I deleted it.
Yeah, so like what I'm trying to explain to you is, if there's some indication, if there's evidence that the deletion has to do with some particular purpose to evade or obstruct beyond the deletion itself, beyond the intentionality to delete, that would trigger the corruption element.
But that'd be near impossible to prove. It would be near impossible to prove because you've just outlined, right? Like, why would I even check? Like, fuck, if I get subpoenaed, let's say that there is no evidence of crime here, right? But I get subpoenaed and I'm like, fuck, there might be. I don't know what the fuck's there. I'm just going to look at everything more than 2 years and say, right into the fucking shredder, right? Okay, now, even if there was something in there that proved my guilt, I legitimately didn't know. I just said, well, like, I'm not volunteering more information to the police and law enforcement than's necessary. So if they ever subpoena me, the first thing I'm going to do is delete everything that falls within the scope of my normal deletion process.
I also explained that there are other obstruction-related statutes that do not have this element.
Why wasn't Combetta charged with him?
I think that he might have been reasonably charged with the obstruction of Congress one, for sure. But Congress.
But there's others beyond that. There's others beyond that, because what you'll say is, well, then Congress should have charged him. There's others beyond that.
What I'm telling you, Rob, is I will get all of the stuff I had. I literally have Discord channels dedicated to my conversations on any one of these situations, and I throw in a bunch of sources there to refer to during our conversations. I promise you, there are law review articles. There's one I'm going through right now, specifically about the word corruptly within the federal common law. It is a point of interpretation that is well known, and so I promise you, I will go through my notes and go through what I have.
Here's what you find. You find me the case where someone was found not guilty because they knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence and said the reason they're found not guilty is because... It would be a court
decision. It would be like a court decision.
Cool,
it would be like a motion to dismiss or something.
Cool. Find it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I know you can find definitions of people arguing what the word corruptly means. The question is, will it say that a specific situation that we're talking about, right? Because it might say, well, corruptly doesn't mean intent. And what if, like, the garbage man threw stuff away and he intended to throw it away, but he didn't intend to do it for corrupt? Right, that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is very specific. Yes or no? That's all I need from you, a yes or no. Did Paul Combetta believe that by deleting this, it would prevent the people that subpoenaed it from seeing it?
I mean, almost by definition.
Yes. So it wasn't that he, like the first scenario you gave, where he made copies, sent it, then assumed they got the copies, then deleted everything. That's not... In fact, that's remarkably similar to what the first round was, right? Where Hillary's team went through shit themselves, and they picked out the stuff and sent the work-related shit, but then kept all the yoga emails. Only we found out later...
Can I read you a couple of sentences in a paper that I just read? This is the start of a paper about the word corruptly. Many federal statutes contain the term corruptly. Nevertheless, distinguished commissions and institutes oppose the use of the word because corruptly has a large variety of definitions. In fact, the majority of courts call upon to interpret corruptly give it a definition that, while incomplete, can be harmonized to reflect the common law meaning of the term. Though corruptly in the context of Title 18 prosecutions does have a wide variety of definitions, the common law meaning already is used consistently across the federal circuits in the context of prosecutions. The state of mind intended by the term corruptly is reflected in the Survey of English Law. Because the statutory structure found within English law matches the structure within the federal code, it is possible to clarify the word that the term corruptly ought to do within the federal criminal law. Abandonment of the word is not necessary. Congress should enact a general definition in federal law, or courts should recognize and implement the traditional common law definition. Either way, current confusion could be mitigated, if not eliminated, by a return to the common law. And he goes on to describe Scalia's interpretation of corruptly, and Scalia says, quote, corrupt is an act done with an intent to give some advantage inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. It includes bribery, but is more comprehensive because an act may be corruptly done, though the advantage to be derived from it is being offered by another. So that is how I typically understand corruption.
So you're going. So just to be clear, you're not going with the common law that it recommends. You're going with Scalia. That's how you understand Scalia's definition. Just to be clear.
No. I understand Scalia to be explaining what the common law definition is in the broadest terms.
So define what Scalia said again.
Yeah. So again,
just read it.
Scalia agreed that, quote, corrupt act is an act done with an intent to give some advantage inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others.
Right.
It includes bribery, but is more.
There we go. So an attack done with intent. He had the intent to give an advantage against the rights of others. Others subpoenaed it, wanted to see it. The advantage of them not being able to see it meets the definition easily.
Yeah, so that's the question, right? As I understand it in the case law I'm going to pull on the specific Title 18 statutes, this is just to show you this is an often talked about part of the criminal statutes that people are discussing, and that it's not just often as easy as
right. I totally get that. Sure, that's the way case law works. People argue about things. You said that I would assume you hate Scalia, but for whatever reason you take Scalia's interpretation.
I don't hate Scalia.
Okay, nonetheless, right? You take Scalia's interpretation, you read it. What happened here with Combetta? What happened? You say that's the definition I use. The one Scalia's. Please. I understand the need to jump in here and filibuster. I get it. So you read the definition that you then say this is the one I use, right? And what Combetta did meets that definition of corruptly. He meets it. Now, what's your excuse? Go ahead.
So stop. Point number one. I did not, in so strong of terms, say I 100% wholeheartedly adhere to the Scalia definition. All I'm telling you is it generally comports with, and it still generally comports with what I understand as corrupt, which is a malintent to obtain some advantage, some improper advantage. That's my general understanding. I don't go so far as to say it's the only understanding, or it's the understanding that it's used specifically on Title 18 related criminal offenses. But the minute I jumped to try to give you an approximation of the kind of ideas or concepts that I'm getting at, you instantly say, Scalia definition, that's the only one, that's the one that you're married to. I'm just showing you an idea, a concept that I will now elaborate on the argument for why Combetta may not meet that definition of the improper advantage. The improper advantage, if you don't think, right, if you're unaware about whether this will provide an advantage or not, and if you're essentially just a tech person with no skin in the game, with no real desire to help or not help, if that was the perspective of the prosecutors, then the notion that you're done to give a inconsistent, improper advantage, I think. Are you listening?
I'm listening. Go.
I see you drumming.
Yes, I'm having a great time. Go. I'm drumming to your dancing. Go ahead.
I think is lessened for sure.
Okay. So again, he doesn't like the definition that's given. So he makes the great lawyerly. People argue about these definitions, right? We agreed. Like, I'm saying that there is no definition that's been used that would justify this sort of action as not being one that would meet that statute of obstruction of justice. You could say, but people argue about the definitions of words. Now, for example, I'm not a lawyer, but I did policy debate. One of the things we did in debate was oftentimes argued about definition of words. For example, the topic every year would be something like this. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its subsidies in one of the following areas. Well, what does the word substantially mean, right? And so some people would say substantially means 20% or more. Other people would say substantially means of significant value. And you read all these definitions to determine whether or not the team who advocated a plan met the definition that was outlined in the resolution. So I'm familiar with this type of thing, and I understand that legally this occurs when it comes to law statutes, when there are specific language in it, that people argue what the intent of that language is and what technically meets the definition and not. What I'm saying is there are no definitions that would be given that would make any sorts of sense whatsoever, that would mean that if you get evidence that is subpoenaed and you intentionally destroy that evidence to knowing that that will mean that the people or the body that subpoenaed it will not have access to it, that's obstruction. That meets the definition of corruptly. It meets the definition that's outlined in the legal standard, meets the definition that was outlined by Scalia, and it's going to meet any definition that would make the word meaningful whatsoever. Because if not, if this doesn't mean it, so if we go through the Scalia, it's giving yourself an advantage or something like that from an outside party with an interest, he says, but if you're just a tech person, it wouldn't advantage you, it would advantage your client. So that wouldn't meet the definition, it wouldn't be corruptly. But then again, this means that all you have to do is hire someone to delete shit anytime you want, and you could say, well, it wasn't advantageous to me. By his own definition, we now wouldn't even have to have the step of you were told to delete it 6 months ago. tomorrow. Literally, Hillary Clinton could just call me tomorrow and say, hey man, here's my USB and servers, can you delete shit? And it's been subpoenaed, it's all subpoenaed, so it's supposed to legally be allowed to hand it over, but I want you to delete it, and I could delete it and I wouldn't be guilty of obstruction. Arguably Hillary would, but Pisco says I wouldn't, because I wouldn't directly have received the advantage, because the advantage would have went to my client. This is ludicrous. Furthermore, the specific advantage in the excuse that was given by Combetta was he had an advantage in that it was personally beneficial to him for this information to not make it to the people that subpoenaed it because he thought that it would hurt him. This is his bullshit excuse, by the way, but it would hurt him in his career because he was supposed to have done it beforehand and therefore he presumed he would get in some sort of trouble because he didn't delete it. So that is a clear advantage to him. But the idea that we're going to make an exception that the advantage can only be if it's you personally that is getting off the hook by deleting incriminating evidence is ludicrous, and Pisco knows it, and everyone listening.
If the circuit, so just to be 100% clear, as I've said multiple times, if the standard for corruption in a given circuit was for an evil or wicked purpose, do you think that Combetta's deletion, as we understand it, would fit that definition?
It's difficult because then you have to define the terms evil and wicked.
Right, so then wouldn't it be necessary to...
I think it clearly means wicked. I would define wicked, if I'm just thinking off the top of my head, wicked is doing something nefarious for personal gain.
That's what I mean, right? Like, these terms, oftentimes what I'll see attached to it is like unfair advantage, evil or wicked intent,
Pisco, what I'm telling you is what's obvious, and I'm getting tired. It's getting a little late. Well, it's evident to fucking everyone here. This is you're jumping through hoops. It's a fucking joke. It's evident. It's evident to everyone here. Well, wait. What I'm saying is these terms can be deleting subpoenaed evidence. Deleting subpoenaed evidence is a fucking crime. Knowingly deleting subpoenaed evidence is obstruction. Jumping through all of these hoops is fucking laughable. You wouldn't do it if it was Trump.
I just let you talk for your entire spiel. Please pay me the same gratitude and respect. I know that I interrupt you other times, but please. So, as is noted, that obstructing by itself is not necessarily corrupt. That is just true. You can fight all you want about that, but that's what the law states. Now, whether or not you can produce other crimes that Combetta might be guilty of that do not include the corruption element, I believe there are. And one of them is the obstruction of Congress. And I said that given the evidence, assuming we had all the evidence that we do now, I would convict him of obstruction of Congress for sure, and of lying to the FBI, 100%. No doubt about that. That's all that I'm saying. That the corruption intent has a weight behind it. There's interpretive power behind it. And you need to do the work of understanding what the courts interpret corrupt to mean in the context of the specific statutes that you want Combetta to have been charged with. And that requires you, Rob, to do a little homework and think about which statutes he's culpable for, because I do admit that he committed a crime. We just have a disagreement about which crime that is.
Pisco just said a lot without saying anything. It's one of his specialties, so he just repeats himself. So I will repeat myself in answer to him. Yes, it's true that people can have definitional disagreements, and there are legal scholars that have definitional disagreements. You can even see it when you look at things like the Second Amendment. It's true that those sort of things happen. However, it doesn't mean that in this specific case that there is any definition that would be useful legally whatsoever that would mean you are subpoenaed evidence. You know that it's subpoenaed. You know the deletion of that evidence will mean that the people that subpoenaed it will not get access to it, and yet you subpoena it anyways. That is obstruction of justice, clear cut. Saying, but people argue about what the term corruptly could mean. Every definition of corruptly that's been given, what Paul Combetta did meets that definition that we've
Evil and wicked?
It meets the definition. Yes, it meets the definition of wicked, meets the definition that's outlined under the U.S. Code, meets the definition that Scalia said. Someone put this in, Cornell now law schools, corruption is a dishonest, fraudulent, or even criminal act of an individual or organization using entrusted authority or power to make a personal gain or other unethical or illegal benefits. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Every one of these definitions. Now, it is hypothetical that you could come up with a definition of corruption that is so specific and has such a ridiculous threshold that almost nothing would ever meet that definition of corruption. And so the way we determine which definitions we would want to use is to look how it would play out in the legal landscape. And as we've already said, it would be absurd that what the definition that Pisco's trying to say with the definition of wicked or something like that, or how he tried to apply it with the Scalia, that what Combetta didn't mean it would mean literally as long as you are hired to knowingly delete subpoenaed evidence, you could say that that wasn't of personal benefit to you to delete that subpoenaed evidence, and so therefore you would never be guilty of obstruction of justice. This is absolutely ludicrous. And what Pisco can't get around is, I'm sure he won't be able to find case law of some case that someone got off the hook because they said, oh, I knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence, but it was because I forgot that I was supposed to delete it 6 months ago. He won't be able to find that case, right? And the truth is that we realize if that was the precedent that was set forth, then it would mean that people would be able to, especially companies that have these deletion policies on the books, would be able to delete anything, anytime that it was subpoenaed, as long as it met that threshold, was 2 months old, 3 months old, etc. And Pisco understands that that would be ludicrous. He also admits here the key point, which he argued for 40 minutes about, was that aside from obstruction of Congress, which notice he does something very clever here, right? He was a one-line throwaway that he tries to do. He says he's guilty of obstruction of Congress, which Congress should have brought charges, right? Because then he could say, it was Republicans. They chose not to bring charges.
True.
That, see? You see, I know what he's doing. So he has to say my entire...
Is that true or not, Rob?
Did you just ask me not to interrupt? You said we were done with that. Did you do that? Did you do that or not? I can't remember. I thought that's what you did. You said, I know I interrupted you in the past, but we're not doing that now. So I sat there patiently and let you finish, right? Thank you. So what he's going to do, because what he's trying to do is, remember, the whole conversation we're having is about a double standard from the FBI. That's what we're having, right? We're having this conversation about the double standard for the FBI. And he wants to obfuscate and say, well, then, Republicans should have charged. They should have charged. That's what they should have done, right? Republicans, what they were doing was letting the FBI go. They would assume that when it came to lying to the FBI or interviews with the FBI, they probably assumed that the FBI would take care of those charges. But I do agree the Republican Congress is feckless, and they like the deep state, and they like to fuck over Trump and, keep close to the vest all of the people that are in their uniparty as well. So Pisco he admits now, after arguing for 40 minutes, that yes, there were other crimes that the FBI could have charged Combetta with, which was exactly how we started this conversation in the first place. Anyone who can't see the obvious double standard, on one hand, they were literally illegally using evidence paid for by Hillary's team to spy on Trump's team, charging anyone connected to him that they could, no matter how low level, with any potential crime that they could. We know that they had clear bias, and we're talking about an insurance policy to prevent Trump from winning. Then simultaneously, on the other hand, even Pisco admits, yes, they could have charged Combetta, they just chose not to. That's the clear double standard. It's clear for anyone to see. Pisco argued for 45 minutes. No. It was just obstruction of Congress. That was the charge. It wasn't that the FBI could have charged. They didn't have enough to charge. And then at the end of it, realizing as he grasps further and further his straws as the argument goes on and on, he's now resorted to being like, well, I guess they could have charged him with other things. Now you can see why I call him bad faith.
Section 1512C, which is the one you cited, covers only obstructions committed or attempted with corrupt intent. Here, the courts have said that corruptly means, quote, acting with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with the specific intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the proceeding, that it means acting with consciousness of wrongdoing. The courts appear divided over whether an FBI investigation may constitute, quote, an official proceeding, a fact that may flow from their ambivalence over whether the evidence the defendant sought to deny need be material. Some have declared that there must be a nexus between the defendant's destructive conduct and the proceeding he sought to obstruct. The quote, defendant's conduct must have a relationship in time, causation, or logic with the official proceeding. In other words, the endeavor must have the natural and probable effect of interfering with the due administration of justice. Others have said there is no materiality requirement. In other words, that the obstruction is not confined to evidence that has the natural tendency to influence the proceeding. As is generally true of attempts to commit a federal offense, attempt to violate subsection 1512C requires an intent to violate the subsection and a substantial step towards the accomplishment of the goal. Like subsections 1512A and 1512B offenses, subsection 1512C offenses are RICO and money laundering predicate offenses. That's not relevant. If the federal...
Yep, okay. It meets all the definitions that you said in there. Yep. There's another example from my side.
So this is 1512C.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows you, one, that courts are divided on materiality. Courts are divided about what constitutes an official proceeding. So it might actually be the case that if this were an FBI investigation, it would not be sufficient for an official proceeding, though I think a grand jury proceeding might be a little bit different.
Congress, and congressional investigation.
Very, and I'm not sure if it covers that, right? Has that even been tested, Robert? And then also this requirement that it's acting with a consciousness of wrongdoing.
Yep.
Those are terms, right? And to be clear, there's multiple obstruction statutes. And this 1512C is the Sarbanes-Oxley one. It's a newer one. 1512B requires an evil or wicked purpose. And so corruption means different things in different parts of the statute, even and in certain circuits. And so for you to decide that it's 100% crystal clear what corruption means when it can be different between 1512B and 1512C, I think is a little bit much. All I'm saying is give me time to find the case law that I was referencing, and we can have a further conversation on Combetta again. You referenced your, I guess, laundry list of problems you have with the Department of Justice, including the FISA warrants, which you call the greatest political scandal in the history of this country. And you're unwilling to say whether or not you want illegal warrants, like the warrants at issue in the Trump investigation, if you want those to be applied to Democrats going forward, because you're scared to, because you know that it looks bad.
No, I talk to my audience all the time. I choose to not respond to you, who's cheered for this corruption. Now notice that Pisco just read a big long definition of potential disagreements, and once more, what Combetta did falls under the definition of what he's saying. The only thing that he could try to get out of is to say, well, maybe it wasn't an official proceeding because it was done by the FBI, but it was clearly done by Congress as well, as where the subpoena was going, and there's no sort of argument whatsoever why a congressional investigation wouldn't be considered an official government proceeding. There's no reason for that distinction, that there would be anything that Pisco could say about that. And even with the FBI, so there might be some people that say that this statute wouldn't fall because the FBI investigation is an official proceeding. Well, there are other obstruction of justice, such as the one he read under Section B, that would also be able to meet that. It is clear that it is a crime to delete subpoenaed evidence that the FBI is subpoenaing. I have put that under the general term of obstruction of justice. I don't know if that's the statute that looks at a minimum of a maximum of 20 years, or in this case, under B, I think it's also 20 years. Not so sure. But I didn't take a specific stance on what exactly obstruction of justice statute it would necessarily fall under. But the rest of what Pisco read there, right? Like, we could have him read it again. Like, after the FBI, go ahead, Pisco, read it again. Or you could send it to me. You could send it to me, but I want you to pause so we can see how exactly what Combetta did meets the definition that you're reading again.
So, only obstructions committed or attempted with... before I read this, I just want to be clear, again, that when I am giving you the examples of divisions about official proceedings, I'm just reading the page in front of me, and I'm just telling you that there's disagreements about what constitutes official proceedings for purpose of the other hypothetical that you levied at me, which is, what if this was not a congressional investigation? Would it be an official proceeding under the terms of 1512C?
Okay, but even there's only one part of that, and that's the FBI. And, right, It's only the FBI portion of it that would even meet that hypothetical, and why you would focus. The only reason we discussed that hypothetical was because you, it appears erroneously, tried to gaslight us into believing, because this was a congressional subpoena, that the traditional obstruction of justice charge that would come from a grand jury wouldn't apply here. It actually seems like it's the opposite of that. That legal scholars would say there's more weight to a congressional fitting 1512C, because that is blatantly an official proceeding of government proceeding. So it was your gaslighting that led, which you provided no evidence for, that provided you were incorrect.
I'm not saying no. I'm not gaslighting. The statute for obstruction of Congress is a different statute that has lower elements and less punishment.
Okay.
There's a different statute that relates specifically to congressional obstruction that requires Congress to procedurally to
nonetheless the implication. So nonetheless, there's no reason that 1512C wouldn't apply to Congress.
It could it could have. It absolutely could apply. I'm not.
Okay.
I am not denying that 1512 and obstruction.
Okay, so we can forget. So then,
God.
Go ahead. Like, we're not. What I love is you focus so much on the hypothetical to ignore the actual situation ahead of us.
The point of me making a distinction between the congressional obstruction statute and the 1512 and the 1500s obstruction charges is that the 1500 ones have corrupt and the congressional one does not.
Okay, so let me say this. I thought that the reason you were implying the distinction was that because it was specific to Congress, there was something that could be done that couldn't be done to the FBI. No. Great. Okay, dispense with the FBI hypothetical. Great, it's gone. Now we're talking about the actual situation, not the hypothetical. Yeah. Everything you just read, Paul Combetta meets the definition. Go ahead, read slow, read, and then I'll pause you after each one and show you how Combetta meets it, which you'll have to agree to. Go ahead.
Here the courts have said that, quote, corruptly, quote, means acting with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with the specific intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the proceeding.
Okay, pause. So that's what he did. He knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence with the intent of them not being able to read this subpoenaed evidence, which would obstruct or subvert their ability to look at the subpoenaed evidence that they wanted to look at.
Yeah, so acting with the consciousness of wrongdoing, that additional element that requires a little extra juice, in my opinion, and that's what I believe I have read.
Reread that sentence. Reread it again.
Yeah.
Reread what you just read.
The sentence wasn't over.
Okay.
You stopped me in the middle of the sentence.
That's because sentences in these long articles could be very long, and he was meeting. That was the part that caught my attention before, that Combetta clearly meant it. So please go ahead and read the sentence again. Start from the beginning.
The deletion, just to be clear, I would quibble with whether or not it was dishonest to delete it was dishonest to lie to the FBI 100%. And so if the greater conduct includes his lies to the FBI, then why are you exasperated?
I'm just waiting for you to read it.
You don't want me to talk at all. You just want me to read it.
No. You could say your point. I'm letting you. I'm not interrupting. Go ahead and read it again when you get a chance.
Disrespectful as shit.
I was disrespectful at the start of this, Pisco. You're a fucking hack. You've been more of a hack the entire time. Go ahead and read it again.
We've had this conversation before, at this length before. We've talked about this element before. We've been on stream till 3:00 in the morning talking about this specific element over a year ago.
Go ahead and read it again.
Before. Here, the courts have said that, quote, corruptly means acting with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with the specific intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the proceeding, and that it means, quote, acting with consciousness of wrongdoing.
Right. So he acted with consciousness of wrongdoing. He knew that it was subpoenaed. He knew that he's not supposed to delete it. He did. And go back to the very beginning, because that's where you quibbled with the dishonestly part. Can you read that beginning?
Here the courts have said that corruptly means acting with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with the specific intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the proceeding.
Right. So he was knowingly and dishonest by deleting subpoenaed evidence, right? The deleting of something that is required, right? That is knowingly and dishonestly, and that is impeding. He knew that it would impede, and absolutely meets that definition.
Yeah, so I would quibble in terms of the improper purpose part of it. The improper purpose, right, and the consciousness of wrongdoing in the second element of it, those are Why are you laughing?
How would you quibble about improper purpose?
Because, listen, I am interpreting this statute in a way that corruption means something separate than intentionality. If corruption just collapses to intentionality, then corrupt doesn't mean anything.
We already talked about this. We said that there's a difference that you could intentionally be a garbage man and intentionally throw away the evidence, but you didn't.
But you said that was wait. You said that the maid who does it would still be chargeable.
The maid situation is different, right? Because the garbage man, what stands out to that a little is the garbage man, you could argue, wouldn't understand what a subpoena was, and his job is literally to dispose of shit. The maid, that's not her sole job, just to dispose of shit. And if she was told, like, she would be someone more familiar with the household than a garbage person. And so if she was specifically told, like, hey, this shit is subpoenaed, don't touch it, it's got to be preserved, and then she intentionally destroyed it. And arguably the garbage man too, I said. If they're told specifically, law enforcement has requested this stuff, don't touch it, and they intentionally destroy it, there is an argument that that would meet this definition. Nonetheless, if you disagree, the difference is then we're disagreeing on whether or not that should be charged. The question is Combetta meeting any definition that should be charged? I'm going to finish. I don't give a shit. I understand that you need to interrupt. So the point is, you can't give any definition that would be any meaningfulness whatsoever. You say there's a difference between intent and corruptly, but what you're doing is making corruptly so hyper-specific that almost no charge ever would be able to be levied, because as we've argued over and over again, and you're unable to dispute, that would mean anyone who had a deletion policy and hired someone else and said, hey, I'm going to delete this even though I know it's subpoenaed because we have a deletion policy that says it should have been deleted 3 months ago, that they cannot have acted corruptly. That is asinine. The difference between intent and corruptly is the intent portion is intending to destroy the stuff. Corruptly is the intent to destroy it, knowing that this means that the people that subpoenaed it will now not get access to it. That is the difference.
Oh, okay, so then I want to know, right, in the maid situation,
I don't give a fuck about you. You try to complicate situations by talking about hypotheticals that are irrelevant to the conversation that we're happening now. That's your specialty. I know that's what you constantly want to talk. But what about the garbage man? Then what about the maid? What about the super? When the super comes in, wait a minute, the plumber comes in. Let's look at the plumber situation. Let's look at the situation of Paul Combetta. You've read definition after definition. In each one of those definitions, Paul Combetta has met that definition that says he should be charged under that statute for acting corruptly. Every single time.
The problem is your frame of analysis. There would never be a situation where the intentional deletion of subpoenaed evidence wouldn't be corrupt.
I don't know. Possibly.
No. Okay, but then you're...
I gave a situation earlier. I gave one earlier. You copy it. You legitimately thought that you gave them everything, and then you intentionally destroy what you have. Or you go to the, you think you dropped the box off at the police station, and then you take your car to the junkyard, and you intentionally destroy your car. I gave those situations, so you're factually incorrect. I've already given 2 hypotheticals.
Oh, okay, so in those situations... There is intentionality to destroy, but there's no corruption. Fair?
I would say that that's probably likely. It still might be a crime, but
okay. So here's a wild hypothetical.
Let's do another hypothetical. Anything to not talk about Combetta. Let's do a wild hypothetical here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a wild one. Here we go. Okay, what can we do here? Let's give names this time. How about religions? We have a Muslim who is an ice hockey player. The first one from Sri Lanka. Muslim ice hockey player from Sri Lanka. Okay, let's start there. And what's he do, Pisco? Let's go with the hypothetical. Here we go.
There's a reason I do these hypotheticals.
I know, to obfuscate, to make things complicated so that people can't see the evidence.
When you don't grant the maid hypothetical or the garbage man hypothetical, I now know what to ask next. When you confirm, right, and you haven't really given a clear answer. You said maybe, arguably, the garbage man, but you haven't even given a clear answer. The reason why I ask these questions is it narrows what the next thing I'm going to ask you is. So now I know that the materiality of it doesn't matter to you when it
knowingly
comes to
deleting
right?
subpoenaed evidence, knowing that the people that subpoenaed it won't get access to it, is a crime. There is a potential that there are hypotheticals that are lesser on the line that maybe would or would not be a crime. None of that even comes close to materially changing. What you're doing is you're saying, but let's see, you're having a discussion that would have to do with how far can we take what corruptly will be. I'm saying that every definition of corruptly you've given, the definition of corruptly that I've given, the definition of corruptly that would make sense to anyone would show that knowingly deleting subpoenaed evidence with the express purpose of the people that subpoenaed it not being able to view it falls under the statute of obstruction of justice and taking corruptly action. You trying to then spend 4 hours saying, but how far can we take the definition of corruptly, doesn't change the fact that this specific situation meets any definition of corruptly that's been given. Why don't you give a hypothetical, right, that would be someone deleting subpoenaed evidence for the express purpose of the law enforcement not being able to look at it? Why don't you give me a hypothetical that wouldn't be corruptly?
Yeah. So I appreciate that you think that the hypotheticals are done to obfuscate, and that you think the hypotheticals are stupid and a distraction. But the hypotheticals are trying to elucidate and show what test you're applying. So one thing that you were almost saying was the nature of the person's job, right? The fact that the one person has a more familiarity with subpoenas, one person has knowledge of the house, has awareness of that was beautiful. When
Pisco, I'm going to give you 10 minutes and then I'm out of here. But so you go ahead, you talk as much as you want. And you prompt me when to.
Rude.
No, I'm rude because it's 3 a.m. and I got to go to fucking bed. So I'm just telling you, you got 10 minutes. You can say what you fucking want. You can tell me when to respond. It's your 10 minutes. Go.
Okay. So when you started talking and saying I would consider the job whether or not they were they typically
That's not what I said.
engage. You said, right?
I didn't show me one saying I would consider the job. I did say that someone's job. I didn't say I would consider the job.
I thought you were going to let me talk.
Go for it.
You were starting to say something about. I'm assuming what you were saying was relevant. And you were saying that the person's job, their familiarity with subpoena process, that all of that was somehow relevant. You were starting to say that. That's what I'm trying to push you towards. And then you kind of stopped and were saying, no. But even then, I probably still charge the maid. Like, if I'm unclear about whether you would charge the maid, then, like, why even engage in the harder hypotheticals? Do you understand that?
Right. That's absolutely perfect. There you go, Pisco. Right. Why engage with these hypotheticals when we have an actual situation that we're discussing that meets every single... No, you just asked. Why would we... If I can't agree with you on the maid situation, why would I make more hypotheticals? Right. That's what I've been asking. Exactly. So why don't we focus on the actual case?
Robert. If we won't agree on what corruption means for the maid, and whether it applies to the maid, who's just, in her mind, is just destroying something she thinks is worthless, then we will never agree on anything related to the world.
I guess we won't. I guess that's because
I don't even know.
No, that's
what your
fair.
position is on that.
That's very no. That's very fair. We will never agree on it. I agree. You will continue to try to spend hours and hours and hours in talking about absurd hypotheticals that don't address the situation. I'll be as clear as possible. Ready? Knowingly, you ready? Knowingly deleting subpoenaed evidence for the expressed purpose of the law enforcement agencies or the people that subpoenaed it not being able to read it is corrupt and obstruction of justice. There are questions about what the threshold for corruption will be. This clearly meets the threshold. Now, when I was talking about specific jobs, yes, the threshold would be more easily cleared if it was someone whose job was understanding that there was a subpoena and understanding what that is. So, for example, an itinerant worker who doesn't speak English, who is mowing your yard, that you say, don't touch this, it's subpoenaed, and they go, see, and then they throw it away, Probably because they didn't understand the process, it would be harder to prove corruptly, though it still could possibly be a crime under other statutes that say that you still can't delete subpoenaed evidence. If it's a garbage man or a maid, it would be more to, well, at least they understand the language, but they might not have understood what a subpoena was or something like that. If it is an IT person whose job is to store the digital information and delete the digital information, who was expressly the person that would be gone to if there was a subpoena, which is what happened. Cheryl Mills went to him to comply with that subpoena, who knowingly deletes that subpoenaed material because he does not want the people that subpoenaed it to see it. It absolutely meets every single definition of corruptly for the purpose of obstruction of justice. Is that clear enough, Pisco?
Your position on Combetta has been clear as day.
Okay, so you got it now. So it doesn't matter when you're frustrated, like, but if we have disagreements on the maid, I don't know what the utility of talking about other hypotheticals would be. Right. That's exactly what I've been expressing. That's why I've asked you, why don't you give a hypothesis? So you're saying, what you're doing is, you're saying, well, how far are you willing to take the definition of the word corruptly? I could sit here and ask hypotheticals, well, how loose, or how loose is what you're asking me? How tight are you willing to make the definition of the word corruptly? So tight, apparently, that in this Paul Combetta situation, you say, no, that's not corruptly. He didn't obstruct justice. Because, and you haven't given a good explanation why. All you've done has been like, but what about the maid? What about the garbage man? But you haven't given your interpretation. You just keep going to these ridiculous hypotheticals. You haven't explained. All you've done is said, well, there's disagreements on what corruptly means. I agree. And every definition you've read that talks about those disagreements, clearly Paul Combetta falls right in line with would have met those definitions. So you haven't given any argument other than...
I'll explain again. I have given the argument, and I'll explain it again. And it's the same argument that we've been having for however long we've been on this Combetta saga. The argument is the specific intent to obstruct the proceeding. The argument Combetta would make is, I was not trying to specifically impede or obstruct the congressional investigation. That was not my purpose in deleting subpoenaed evidence. I had a purpose related to a previous directive that should have been implemented. Your objection to that response is, well, wouldn't it be easy to protectually in the future have other bad malicious actors use that as a pretext to obstruct justice all the time? My response to that is there are other reasons why that would not be advisable, and I don't think the parade of horribles that you're suggesting would occur. Namely that regardless of whether or not there's substantive criminal liability from a legal perspective, there could be, for these specific statutes, there could be criminal liability under other statutes. It obviously isn't a best practice to avoid investigation, and the factual evidence and specific facts of any particular case would be different, such that you could have people reveal the fact that it's protectual. You could have people come out and say, you know, this was really our purpose. It was this or not related to that. And so, yes, I think that given the fact that the order was given months before the subpoena was issued, and that he can claim, I think reasonably, that that's why he deleted it, since there's no evidence that he had any kind of awareness of what was on those emails or the import of them or significance of it, that undermines a finding of acting with a consciousness of wrongdoing and the specific intent needed to impede or obstruct the proceeding that we're referencing. It sounds like it's done with knowledge that it will it's done with knowledge that, like, okay, this will this deleted evidence obviously will not be available for Congress. That's the nature of the subpoena. But it's not done with the specific intent to subvert it and with the consciousness of wrongdoing that is required by the corruption statute.
And it's that's absolute bullshit. So, for example, you just said there it wasn't done with the intent to subvert the actual subpoena. Did he or did he not intentionally want them to not be able to have access to this information?
He knew they wouldn't have access to the information.
So why do you think that he ended up deleting it?
Pursuant to the directive given in December. I don't have any other reason why he would
Okay,
do it. Do you have
so
another
what-
reason why he would do it?
Yes, to cover up to
Yeah, but
delay
you don't
to
have evidence
obstruct
for that.
justice. Sure, I do. That's what happened. That's the evidence.
He obstructed justice to obstruct
He
justice.
obstructed justice. He obstructed justice because he didn't
Because
want
he's
to
of
hand
the
over the stuff.
order.
He was probably ordered to do so, but
Yeah,
we didn't
yeah.
get to. But nonetheless,
They would
the question I have for you here is, okay, so he was given this order. Like, I'm told that shit all the time, right? For example, at work, I have cleaning duties, wash the windows, right? Now, let's say I didn't wash the windows, right? And then my boss is coming and I hurry up and wash the windows. Did I wash the windows because I wanted to wash the windows? Or did I wash the windows for some sort of personal benefit because I didn't want to get in trouble for my boss?
I assume that you're washing the windows for the purpose of professional.
So then,
purposes, right?
so nice observation. So
Wait,
it's
I don't
entirely
understand.
possible. It's entirely
What's
possible
observation?
that. Do you think that the reason that Combetta said "oh shit" was he thought he'd be in some sort of trouble?
I think he understood that he had an obligation to his client and that he hadn't fulfilled it and that he wanted to fulfill it.
So you don't
do you have
think-
another?
Yes, I think that I think even in this scenario that he probably would have been like, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Cheryl Mills ain't going to like this. Hillary Clinton ain't going to like this.
Right. So if that's the motivation, is the intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the proceeding, or is the intent to?
Well, the intent would be
for-
that he knew that if this was given to Congress and was read by them, that it would personally be bad for him. So the intent was to make sure that they weren't able to read it, to keep it under wraps, so that Congress, and thereby Cheryl Mills and Hillary Clinton, didn't know that he didn't do his job.
Yeah, and so my retort to that is these statutes, these are felony super serious statutes, are designed for people with conscious knowledge of wrongdoing
He knew it was wrong to delete subpoenaed evidence, yes.
who are trying to undermine justice
He knew it was undermining justice, yes.
okay, with the caveat and all the discussion and everything that's inherent in the term corruption. And the reason why we need to, so the disagreement, as always, grounds down into what corruption means and whether it means what I say or whether it means what you say. And
Let me
that's
ask
why
you
this
this.
type of- wait, can I finish my sentence?
Sure, go ahead.
It grounds down into what corruption and corruptly means ultimately, which is why we have to go down these hypotheticals, because that's how we discover what the word corruptly means.
What it means is that you're just a fucking hack. We could all see it. I'll ask you this question specifically. I'm not allowed to lie to the FBI, right?
You're not allowed to lie to the FBI.
Right? Let's say I lie to the FBI to protect my neighbor because I like him a lot, right? And I lied to protect my neighbor. Not because I think he's guilty. I think he's innocent. I don't think he did anything wrong. But I lie. Yeah. I give him a false alibi, but it was protecting. That's not a crime, right? Because I didn't have the corrupt intent of subverting the investigation. I was doing it for, my intent was to be friends with my neighbor.
It depends on what the statute says and if it has a corruption
Well,
element.
let's see. We have a statute here. So the corruptly, right, part of that statute, or the definition of corruptly, where the hell did I put it? It's used in 1505, means acting with improper persons personally or by influencing another, including making a false or misleading statement. Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm allowed to, so just to be clear, under that, I could make misleading or false statements to the FBI, knowing that that would subvert...
What's the statute? What's the statute?
1505.
1505, which states that, let's see, 18 U.S.C. 1505. This is antitrust.
What does it? You know the way this is. That's just how they outlined it. Where I had, because it links to 1515B as well.
1515B.
Yeah.
Well, what is this? Are you talking about lying to the FBI?
Yes.
Okay, so the statute you're looking for is 18 U.S.C. 101, and it's except as otherwise provided in the section, whenever in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States, knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent representation, makes any nothing about that says corruption.
It doesn't use the word corruptly?
No. I mean, I'll control F. Corrupt. No. This is what what's his face was Flynn was charged with. 18 USC 101 1001.
Here's what section says. 1512B. Where did I see that?
What's this called? Flynn was charged with 1001.
Let me see. I just saw this, damn it. Whoever knowingly uses intimidation, threatens, or corruptly persuades another person, or attempts to do so, or engages in misleading conduct towards another person with the intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of any person or proceeding, or to cause and induce, withhold a testimony, destroy, mutilate objects, evade legal process summoning, be absent from official proceeding, etc. So I'm allowed to persuade another person or attempt to engage in misleading conduct to another person because it says corruptly persuade. So I could do that as long as my intent wasn't to sabotage the FBI investigation. I might have known that it was sabotaging the investigation, but if my intent was just to be cool friends with someone, that's okay. That wouldn't be corruptly persuading.
Yeah, if you are persuading someone, hey, tell the Department of Justice a lie, right? Go lie to them.
Yes.
And you're doing that because you love your son, right? And your son is the one who...
Neighbor. Yeah, let's do neighbor. I'm good friends with my neighbor.
Yeah. Again, because there's a division on what corruption means, even within the 18th USC, I'm going to reserve to the case law, which I'm going to review. But my understanding is that corruption requires a specific intent to... Now...
I just want to be clear. You're saying right here is... You're saying...
I'm thinking about your hypothetical in real time. Just let me stop. So, if you are trying to prevent your son... If you're trying to help your son in that your son did some criminal conduct...
I said neighbor.
Right, and your neighbor did... And you're trying to... The specific purpose is to undermine the criminal investigation. It's not just a byproduct of what you're doing, right? Now, let's say... So, I'll give you an example. This is a real clear example. Let's say that you tell him to lie because you don't want to reveal an affair, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why you're telling him a lie, as opposed to a lie because you don't want substantive criminal liability for your neighbor.
Sure.
I think those would be different things, right?
So you think that doesn't fall under this statute? So if I tell my other neighbor, I tell my neighbor Bill, right? Bill's being investigated. I don't know what. There's an FBI investigation. It turns out it's a murder. Let me finish. Turns out Bill's being investigated for murder. I don't know what it's about. I just know the FBI's around asking questions, right? And I think, oh boy, the FBI's going to find out that he was at his mistress's house. So I go to my other neighbor, John, and I say, John, listen here, you need to fucking lie. You say that he was at your house playing poker last night. You do. And my intent's not, I think he's a murderer and I want him to get off. I know this will fuck their investigation up. This will provide an alibi and their investigation
You'd be guilty under 18 USC 1001. Because you would be using a scheme.
But I'm not guilty under corruptly persuading another person.
I think that would be the argument, right? So I'm going to look into the specific...
It's nonsensical.
Wait. There's a difference, right? There's a difference between 18 USC 101.
I understand there's a difference. The question is this
Congress didn't make it to these laws. They're not duplicative, are they?
Yes, many are.
So what's the difference?
Many are duplicative.
You tell me the difference. How am I supposed to read into the difference? The presence of corruption in the more serious statute and the lack of presence of corruption in 18 USC 1001. What? Give me the scenarios in which you are intentionally, knowingly lying to the FBI in one case, and it's a felony for up to 5 years, and the other one where it's a felony up to 20 years. Explain to me the difference in which one would be charged with, or is anyone under 1001 always can be charged under the greater one? Can you explain that?
Let's see, 1001.
This is what I believe Trump was charged with. Well.
So you have to... Pisco's such a disingenuous fucking hack. You have to look at these stuff because he'll lie just like you see how he constantly does. So, what section under it? Lied. What section?
It's sub A.
Sub A. As used in this... Wait, that's the definition.
18 USC was 1001. Two zeros. Here, I'll put the...
1001. Oh, shit. Fuck that. See anything showing up here. USC 1001. Except, is otherwise provided in this section, whoever in any manner within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States. So this is specifically for people in Congress.
No, executive as well, which would include...
Right, so... Okay, so what's this have to do? So you just literally... See, I'm glad I read it. You see, already. What? Does everyone see the... So we're talking about the situation of me talking to my neighbor, right, about my neighbor, and now Pisco is saying that follows this statute, and the very first words I read are, quote, except as otherwise provided in this section, whoever in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States. How do I fit under that as someone talking about my neighbor?
If there's you were talking about a murder, right?
Right.
Right. So a murder, an investigation into a murder is a matter within the jurisdiction of the executive branch of the government of the United States. Assuming that there's murder.
So this is saying, just to be clear, this is saying that under the executive, the FBI, an FBI investigation would fall under the...
Yes. This is what Flynn was charged with.
Okay. Falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device of material fact, makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation, or makes or uses any false writing or document, knowingly the same, to contain any material false, shall be fined and imprisoned not more than 5 years if the offense involves international or domestic terrorism, or prison not more than 8, or both. Subsection 8 does not apply to a judicial proceeding or a party's counsel. With respect to any matter within the jurisdiction of legislative, Subsection A should only apply to administration matters, any investigation or review, right? So the difference here is what it's talking about is, well, see, I honestly don't understand this, right? It literally doesn't make sense to me because I don't see how concealing or covering up by trick schemes, how that doesn't imply corruptly, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that the statutes for corruption require... There's other statutes that could potentially cover the conduct that you're talking about and that don't have the corruption element in there. But by the way, I'm also not telling you that 100% true that like a jury wouldn't buy that the Combetta case was corrupt. I'm just telling you that they're... Like, if you're legitimately telling someone to lie because you don't want an affair to come out, that... Like, otherwise, I can't really think of the situations that 18 USC 1001 would cover, but the corrupt persuasion wouldn't cover, right? There needs to be, or I'm going to read in a difference between these two statutes. They have different penalties. Flynn wasn't charged with the obstruction charge. He was charged with false statements. And so I assume that there is a difference. And that difference I assume to be the corruption, because the corruption is consistent. In all the obstruction statutes, there's corruption. That's all I'm saying. But recall that 1001 contains, it needs to be knowing and willful all the time. It's knowing and willful. So there's an additional thing called corruption that we need to discover what it is, and that's what I'm.
So we've read a bunch of definitions of corruption, and every single one what Combetta has done has met with it.
Okay, that could be your opinion.
That it's more than an opinion. It's just the objective truth. It is, right? And like the idea, and again, it's all a moot point in this. He obstructed justice, knowingly deleting subpoenaed evidence. I haven't gone through all of the criminal codes, but that's obstruction of justice. That's what he did. He met the definition of corruptly that's outlined. You, Eve, yourself, it's all irrelevant anyways because you lied or obfuscated or whatever, or just a general hackish prick for 40 minutes pretending that the only crime that he committed was obstruction of Congress, and so therefore Congress should have charged him. And then after 40 minutes you admitted, okay, they could have charged him with other crimes as well. I've held steadfast...
Wait, when did I lie? When did I lie?
Well, it's a lie by omission, because what you did was said that the crime he could have been charged with, because remember, if we go way back to when Destiny was moderating / debating me, when he was moderator with me and you's debate, if we go back there, I asked you repeatedly over and over and over, is what Combetta did a crime? You said yes. So we come to here today, and I'd say, well, you already admitted that what Combetta did was a crime. You said, yes. I admitted that it was obstruction of Congress, right? And then you threw in the line, because I knew you were getting at, because we're talking about whether there was a double standard by the FBI.
That's
Therefore,
true.
Congress should have charged him, right? Which is irrelevant to whether or not the FBI should have charged. And so then the entire conversation so then the entire conversation came down to your implication. What you were implying was, well, if Congress wanted to charge, they could have, but there wasn't there for the FBI to charge. To say that there was an FBI double standard, no, because Congress could have charged, but not the FBI. Then after 45 minutes, you admit, okay, yeah, there were lesser charges that the FBI could have brought. No. Yes, that's exactly what you did.
No. I want to explain to you. When I got into that debate with Destiny, I asked, one of the first things I asked you was, which statutes should you be in charge with? Because as I was reviewing the obstruction statutes, I'm like, these are different statutes, and they cover different conduct. And I think Combetta's conduct fits in the ones that I've reviewed. It fits into some, but not all. And I provided you a bunch of statutes in that conversation. It was like impossible for us to review in real time in front of thousands of people. But I was the one who produced statutes to you.
Cool. So what's the point? Right? So what's the point? Why didn't the FBI charge him?
So I believe that the question about whether or not he committed it is very different than the question of whether they should have charged him for it. And I have accurately predicted that you've been trying to conflate that, because throughout this entire set of questions, we're assuming that we have all the evidence that we have now. That was part of the hypotheticals of me even saying, what crime did Combetta commit? Knowing what we know now, I said very quickly, obstruction of Congress. And but given what the FBI knew at the time and what they were able to present, it's not clear to me that there was sufficient evidence to charge in those cases. The career DOJ people said that they were unsure about their charges, and
there we go. And then
deal
this is
the
it.
Deal they wait, and the deal they made. What, Rob?
This is the game you play. You go back and forth. So now you're back to, well, now at the time we don't know that the FBI was able to bring any charges, which led us to you reading the IG report. That's how we got it. And so you can see, it's just like with Pisco when we did the Bowman thing, right? It's constantly what he's doing. He tries to obfuscate and sleight of hand go back and forth with these shit. So you have to be paying attention to realize, it's easy to see if you just look at the macro level what a sack of shit, sack of shit he is. But you can see what he's doing here, right? What he's doing here is, so he says, yes, there were crimes that the FBI could have charged, just not this one of corruptly intent of obstruction of justice. Was. Then I say, because that's the admission I was looking for, because it seemed before you were just saying obstruction of Congress. And now you say, once I outline clearly why, okay, that's not going to be any better for you because the question still remains, then why didn't they charge Combetta? Then you default back to, well, with what they knew at the time, they didn't know if they would be able to charge him with anything. Which gets back, that is a sleight of hand. So on one hand, you're saying clearly they would have been able to charge. Now you're saying, but what they knew at the time, they didn't. Now, when we go back and we say, okay, what did they know at the time? Well, you read from the IG report what they knew at the time, and it said they absolutely had enough to charge him with crimes. The holdup was they didn't know if they would be able to prove that I forget exact terminology they used, something like they wouldn't be able to prove if he knew that it was one of his duties to subpoena
you're not
this.
Understanding.
No, I am absolutely understanding what you're saying. Let me ask you this. When the FBI said in the IG report, that they had enough to charge him for a crime, with the exception, it's
probable cause, Rob. They can charge him. It's probable cause. It's like a 30% chance of probable cause. Doesn't mean you should bring charges just because you have probable cause.
Okay, so you don't think there was enough to convict that a guy knowingly subpoenaed? This is what I got you to admit. You knew that the FBI knew at the time that he was subpoenaed. You knew that they knew that he deleted it, right? And you said, given all that, right, because you said even after the qualified immunity deal, they could have charged him under other...
I actually don't know if they knew that he knew it was subpoenaed at the time. As you immediately got defensive and accusatory when I brought up the question that they might not be able to bring up certain discovery material, such as the communications from... you got immediately...
There we go. Right, and so we're right back to where we started. So you see the sleight of hand. You see what Pisco does. I'm just saying, obstruction of Congress, and it's constantly circular. It takes us hours to go through this shit for Pisco to go back to the same circularly bullshit.
Rob, please. There's two questions, which, knowing what we know now, without any constraints of investigation or rules about discovery, or having to follow the amount of evidence the FBI had at the time, with just total knowledge of what we have now, did he commit a crime? Answer: yes. He committed obstruction of Congress and lying to the FBI. Right? Mm-hmm. Fair? Knowing what we know. The separate question is, should he have been charged for those crimes? Those are separate questions. My understanding was the entire last hour and a half that we've been discussing, maybe 2 hours of this conversation, we've been playing in the world where we know all of the facts. That's my understanding, Rob. Is that your understanding as well?
No, my understanding was that we went specifically, you actually read from the IG report, right, to explain their decision. So it was clear that at one point you thought that we were talking about what the FBI knew at the time and what they should have charged, or you wouldn't have been reading that.
Well, no, because at a certain point you asked, did he commit a crime? And my answer is, yeah, given what I know now, he committed a crime. So understand my position. That has not changed. It's been consistent since that conversation with Destiny. It's the same position I'm about to give to you now, that yes, there is evidence that Paul Combetta committed a crime, obstruction of Congress, lying to the FBI, related to the deletion of subpoenaed evidence. We know that now. But the question about whether or not you can bring charges against him on those things is very different. And the considerations for bringing charges against Combetta are different than whether or not he fulfills the statutory elements. And my position has been that the immunity deals were reasonable, given the constraints of the investigation, and that the determinations made by the Department of Justice don't seem off to me.
Right, of course, because you're a hack, and I understand that, and it's why you think that the same FBI that was engaged in illegal spying of Trump, that said that they wanted insurance policies to go after, you totally buy their explanations when they say, oh, we believe Combetta when he did it.
Get off topic.
Said it. I'm not. The entire topic is the double standard of the FBI, right?
No,
when it comes down to, your defense is always, I just believe what the FBI says. Even though it's belied by their obvious bias, it's belied by the obvious double standard.
What was the sleight of hand? What's the sleight of hand?
The sleight of hand. The sleight of hand was this. Let me repeat what the sleight of hand was. The sleight of hand was that at first you said that you thought that Combetta would only be that he could be charged with obstruction of Congress. That you said there was enough information at that point to charge him with obstruction of Congress, but not any charges under the FBI is what you said. And then we went through and we read the IG report, and then you later said yes, he committed crimes. That was the sleight of hand.
I said sorry. I said he committed obstruction of Congress. I don't think he should have been charged with obstruction of Congress.
Why?
Because the obstruction of Congress statute requires certification from the Speaker of the House.
Okay.
And so, since that step was not taken, the Department of Justice is not in the business of charging obstruction of Congress without Congress asking it to.
Okay, why shouldn't Congress have asked?
I don't know if they had sufficient evidence, that Congress had sufficient evidence at that time.
So now your argument is that even Congress...
Hang on.
So now, when your argument was you would have charged with obstruction of Congress, there was enough to charge with obstruction of Congress, but you wouldn't do it. Then when I asked why didn't they, you say you don't know if they had evidence.
Well, I don't know that at the time, I never said that they should charge him with obstruction of Congress. Some of the problems related to the obstruction of Congress charge would be that they would have to, DOJ would have to disclose to Congress, or they could charge it under their own initiative, I believe. But there's a law that says that the Speaker is supposed to bring it. But given the fact of the immunity agreement, I think that obviated the need for charging him under.
It's like, this is the last I'll say in the matter, and then I'm gonna get going. It's so fucking obvious what happened. You can see when it comes to Trump, they're charging anyone around him with any crime that they can, trying to turn the screws on him to get them. They're even charging the amount of people they're charging in the fucking sedition case, the January 6th case, is fucking ludicrous. Like, because they're hoping to get anyone to flip on him. They did the exact opposite with Hillary. They had Combetta dead to rights. They could feign, oh, we didn't know. We thought he was lying to us, but we didn't want to bring charges because we didn't want to go after little guys. We wanted to go after big guys. It's absolute bullshit. The hoops that you have to jump through at the FBI, the hoops hoops that sycophantic ass kissers like Pisco have to do to jump through here, just like jumping through the hoops on Bowman, just like jumping through the hoops on Martha's Vineyard.
So they're lying, Rob?
They are lying. You're lying.
Wait,
You're a fucking corrupt hack. You are an absolute fucking corrupt hack, and so is the FBI. Yes, they are lying. They're absolutely lying.
Why did they
I understand it. Right, I understand that we'll see. They are absolute fucking ridiculous hacks. That's what they are. The same people that were talking about insurance policies, the same people that unlawfully spied. Remember, Pisco wants to look at all of this in a vacuum. He doesn't want you to... He thinks that the same people that were running the investigation that literally, in his words, illegally spied on Trump's campaign, that were talking about insurance policies, when they had these policies of giving immunity, we have to have these charitable extrapolations of what the law is. We're going to look at what Scalia said. Oh, actually, what Scalia said that I said that was my preferred interpretation. Now I just, I'm not going to use that now. Well, let's look at this one for this. Oh, that one actually meets as well. And you jump through all these hoops for them. That's what you want to do. It's just absolute hackery. Now, we got into all this shit. I should have just kept it focused on Bowman. I don't know what to say. He thinks that Bowman thought pulling a fire alarm opened a door, and that makes more sense that he wanted to delay the proceedings. We know he did, but he didn't think pulling the fire alarm would be able to delay the proceedings. So that's what a sack of shit hack looks like. Remember that anytime you're having discussions with him when it comes to things like Joe Biden. It doesn't matter. There is no amount of evidence. The only calculation that will ever go into Pisco's head is, does this hurt me and my side? That's it. That is the only calculation that's going. Bob Menendez doesn't really hurt at this point. It would hurt more to ignore the corruption of Bob Menendez than actually deal with it. And so that's what they're going to do. Anyways, I gotta go. It's really late, so I'm not going to do a raid or anything. But thanks everyone for listening. I probably will stream tomorrow night, though I'm not sure. I got to do a fire drill. I was supposed to do it at 2 a.m., so I'm going to do it now. So thank you very much, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. As always, have a good one.